Chapter 1. Devil take you! You damned useless cripple! George Wickham hissed and leaned close enough to Darcy's desk that Darcy could smell a faint hint of expensive eau de cologne and a strong hint of cheap brandy from his once friend. Darcy's face did not waver, and he calmly stared back at the dissolute man. At last Wickham turned away with a sneer. At least I can still walk. A cripple like you is barely a man. Fitzwilliam Darcy forced himself not to react, even though a sudden surge of anger roiled in his gut when Wickham hurled that insult at him. His father's voice echoed through his head. Count to 10, one breath after another. You are a Darcy. You'll not be controlled by the brute passions like lesser men. Though his father had loved Wickham, his godson was a man controlled by his brute passions. That thought brought a slight smile to Darcy's face. As much as I have enjoyed renewing our acquaintance, this interview is over, Mr. Wickham. I've told you what desperate circumstances I am in now. Can you not do anything to help me? Wickham's face changed from that enraged mask he displayed as he paced back and forth into a pleading and sweet face. Come now, Fitz, come. You remember good times, childhood times, such sweet recollections. You'd not let me go about in poverty, not when we were such good friends. There is no substantial position that I would ever trust you with, and you have already wasted the charity and legacy my father intended for you. Darcy took from his desk a £10 note and pushed it towards him. To help with present exigencies. Wickham sneered at it. You merciless bastard! Mr. Darcy wanted me to have that living. He did. You voluntarily surrendered the right to that living in exchange for a substantial consideration. And further, I have already determined upon a worthy candidate to fill the parsonage. Keep your damned pitiable charity. I want what I'm owed, not this damn pittance. Wickham seized the £10 note from the desk and ripped it into tiny pieces, dropping the shredded banknote like confetti upon the table. Cripple! Now that you are living with such misery, you want everyone else to be as miserable as you are. Darcy calmly pulled the bell pull next to his desk. A few seconds later the door opened and the footman stepped in. He was a Pemberley man, rather than one of the staff hired in Bath, where Darcy had lived for the last 6 months, during his convalescence and ongoing efforts to recover as much as possible from his illness. The footman was old enough to remember the years when Wickham still had the run of the estate, and his expression was forbidding. Looking at him, Wickham slapped his hand on the desk one last time. The sound echoed metalily on the fine oak. I'll leave. Fine. I'll leave. But one day you will regret that you denied George Wickham. I am sure, Darcy replied calmly. But I beg you to note that you will be refused entry if you ever call again. One more sworn oath, and Wickham was gone. Thomas, the footman, knew his business, and he followed Wickham out, keeping close to his back. He'd ensure that his old friend, the apple of his father's eye, neither hesitated, importuned any of the maids, nor stole anything on the way out of the rather cramped, a mere 36 feet across, house that Darcy now lived in. Darcy leaned back in his chair and stared up at the ceiling. He let out a long sigh. By George, he was tired of being a cripple in Bath. He had a need of open countryside air again. No, not a cripple. Darcy pushed the Jefferson-style swivel chair he'd had built by a furniture maker here in Bath back from the desk. It rolled smoothly on the well-oiled casters, and Darcy swung the chair to the side and held it against the desk with one hand while he used the other to push himself up and forward so that he only sat on the edge of the chair. Darcy grabbed his crutches from the hook on his desk from which they hung and swung the chair so that its back rested against the desk as a brake. He levered himself up, and using the gait he'd practiced with his crutches, until it was as instinctive as walking always had been, Darcy worked his way to the door. Time for his daily exercises and conditioning, followed by a swim in the Roman baths. 2 footmen sat outside of his door. Thomas had returned from seeing Wickham out, and Samuel, one of the bath men, waited with him. According to Darcy's valet, Samuel had worked out well and might be interested in travelling to keep a place with the family. "Mr. Wickham's left?" Darcy asked. At Thomas's nod, Darcy said, "Very good. He is never to be admitted, under any circumstances, and no matter what he says." "Yes, sir. Very good, sir." Wickham was more crippled than he was. Georgiana was playing on the large piano he'd purchased for her when they moved here. The lovely, lilting tune floated down the corridor, lifting up Darcy's heart. The piano had been an apology or a thank-you gift. Darcy was not sure which. His illness had prevented her planned summer in Ramsgate from occurring, but Georgiana had never complained, and she devotedly stayed near him for those first few weeks of intense pain and difficulty, only leaving his bedside when the doctors asked for her absence during awkward medical moments and exams. He involuntarily relived that awful sensation when the doctor stuck a thin silver tube up his male member to allow him to relieve himself during the beginning of his illness when the muscles of his bladder had been paralyzed. The music was a piece by Beethoven. When he reached the entrance to the drawing-room, Darcy leaned his weight against the crutches, closed his eyes, and listened carefully, nodding his head rhythmically in time with the music. There was a rising and falling rhythmic ostinato with brief flashes of a lovely melody. Halfway through the piece, Georgiana pressed the wrong note. She paused, and then restarted from what Darcy guessed had been the top of the page. Suddenly, the decision that had been playing in his mind made itself. Darcy waited patiently for the piece to finish. Then he opened the door and let himself into the drawing-room. Georgiana leapt from the piano and ran to him, but she did not embrace him quite how she would have before his illness. Georgiana's companion, Mrs. Young, smiled at him as she sedately stood up from where she'd been seated, turning the pages for Georgiana. Georgiana pressed her hands together and stared at him, rocking a little back and forth, with an expression as though she were half ready to leap forward to try catching him as he fell. Darcy confidently swung himself from step to step with his crutches on his way to one of the chairs close to the piano, and he carefully lowered himself into it. Darcy could not help but be a little annoyed at the anxious, lip-chewing way his sister watched him, as though he was a cripple, despite how mobile he was. More than 6 months now since his illness, she ought to have become used to the slightly odd but fully functional way he moved. "Georgie," he said, "I've decided that I will accept Mr. Bingley's invitation to spend a few weeks at his new estate in Hertfordshire." "But you are still ill." "I am not ill at all. I have really, if I take everything into consideration, never been in better health." I know you insist." "In any case, the doctors are convinced my leg muscles are likely to never recover further. I would be a fool of the worst sort if I stayed in Bath, taking the waters for years in hopes that by some miraculous unlikelihood I might suddenly walk freely once more. Time for ordinary life to be resurrected. The question then is, where do you want to go?" "Me?" Georgiana looked down shyly. She sat on the edge of the Chesterfield next to Darcy, and without looking up, shrugged her shoulders up and down twice, bobbing her head a little. "What would you like, brother?" Darcy took her hand. "Dear, dear sister, do not be like that. You have been the best nurse I could have wished." "I've hardly done anything." Georgiana flushed. "I was so terrified. It happened so fast. You had a fever that first day, and then by the third you could not walk. I thought you would die, or be—" With a wave of the hand, Darcy dismissed the memory. A frightening and difficult time for all of us, but that is past now. You were then eager to go to Ramsgate. Would you still like the seashore, even though the weather is not so pleasant? Or do you wish to come with me? Would you rather spend the autumn with our Uncle Matlock, in Kent with our Aunt Catherine?
Georgiana shuddered. Not with Aunt Catherine.
Darcy smirked. No, she would have a great deal of advice for you.
Georgiana giggled. No, you know how she scares me.
There had been too much advice sent to Darcy from that quarter as well of late. Mary Ann, make your mother's dearest wish true, by marrying Anne. And now Uncle Matlock had descended to make the same deuced demand. Perhaps, my dear fellow, you ought to marry Anne. Her health is certainly looking up. Money kept in the family. Always one wishes money kept in the family. Now that you are a cripple, you can't expect a remarkable society match. Why, you cannot even dance with one of those diamonds of the first water. What I expect is to do honour to the Darcy name.
In essentials, he was the same. So long as he remained sound of mind, he would always remain the same in essentials. He would one day make his choice, and his choice would be supremely fortunate to have the blessed opportunity to accept his hand in marriage. The hour to find the worthy candidate approached apace. During those first exquisitely embarrassing and painful weeks when he could not even relieve himself, Darcy had been certain in his heart that he would never be able to father a child. But fortunately, a direct heir to his father through the male line was still possible. The paralysis had left his legs far too weak to support his own weight, but there had been no long-term effect on the male capabilities required to have children. The future was always uncertain, and Darcy now intended to secure the succession to Pemberley and the Darcy name. Well, Georgie, if not Aunt Cathy, then Uncle Matlock? Or do you wish to experiment with an establishment of your own for a few months? Mrs. Young said to her with a smile, My dear, we have talked recently again about how it would help you build your confidence to manage on your own. Georgiana flushed, and she looked down again with that little shrugging motion. Do sit straighter, dear, Mrs. Young said, and do not fidget so. Her face covered with an embarrassed blush. Georgiana did as requested, thrusting her shoulders back and folding her hands in her lap. Her hands were a bit white. Darcy agreed with Mrs. Young about what would be best for Georgiana. She should manage her own place to gain that experience of independence. But Darcy was guilty at having taken up so many months of her youth in Bath, while he was in an invalid state. If she preferred to go to her uncle, he would permit that. Her gaze darted back and forth between them, as though she wished to divine from Darcy's still expression exactly what he wanted her to say. It won't be very terrifying, I suppose, to have the management of the servants on myself. Not while you are there with me. Georgiana smiled nervously at Mrs. Young, who nodded supportively.
You are certain?
Georgiana opened and closed her mouth. Yes.
Then it is decided,
Darcy said. She might not be wholly certain, but she would grow into it.
You shall go to Ramsgate, and I will not be so very distant from you in Hertfordshire.
Chapter 2. Despite being a cripple with a blighted life, Fitzwilliam Darcy was a fine-looking man, excessively tall, with an intelligent look, a noble mien, and haughty but refined manners. Such at least was the judgment pronounced upon him by the loquacious wisdom of the Meryton assembly. Merged with those virtues was the certain rumour that his estate cleared 10,000 a year. A terrible pity about his legs, though. A few of the mothers, aunts, brothers-in-law, and interested parties of marriageable girls made an effort to speak with him in hopes that they might offer up their daughter, niece, unwanted sister-in-law, or female person of interest to him as an affectionate caretaker for his crippled state. Unfortunately,
A few of these young women recoiled at being hawked like fish at market to be the comforting companion of a crippled man in his countrified retirement. Most of the women were willing enough. The loss of his legs did not undo the handsomeness of Mr. Darcy's face, the width of his broad shoulders, or the size of his roomed estate. However, Mr. Darcy seemed wholly unappreciative of the charitable willingness with which the females of Meryton were willing to tie themselves selflessly to an extremely wealthy invalid. That gentleman showed not the slightest inclination to engage in conversation beyond the smallest atom required for bare politeness. And when that infinitesimal forced him to speak, he inclined his head and mouthed polite nothings, before escaping to another corner of the room with surprising agility and speed on his crutches. A dispute therefore arose amongst the good people of the neighbourhood. Was he acting in a reserved and becoming manner that reflected his unavoidable sadness at his inability to dance, as he must be longing to? Or was he arrogant, proud, and above being pleased? Most chose to pity Darcy rather than despise him, and pity became the only permissible attitude when Jane Bennet let slip to a particular friend that Mr. Bingley told her during their dance that this was the first occasion in which Mr. Darcy had been present in a ballroom since the illness which robbed him of the use of his legs. Darcy had walked one circuit around the ballroom, the dexterous use of his crutches giving him 4 limbs rather like a mutilated spider, and then he sat down in a corner and watched the proceedings, silent except for occasional conversations with the members of his own party when they sat out to dance. Such a sad man, mourning his blighted, crippled state. He must have loved the dance. One could almost see tears gather in the wet corners of his eyes. But as he was a stoic gentleman, the best sort, educated at Eton, he could not permit them to fall. Fortuitously for the Meryton assembly, the other rich young man in the room, the one who was to live amongst them, was the most personable young fellow anyone had ever seen. Mr. Bingley had been in the room a scant few handfuls of minutes before he was acquainted with all of the principal persons of the neighbourhood, and had made a friendly bow to all of their daughters. He danced every dance, he laughed happily, and when the ball ended, he decried loudest amongst everyone at ending so soon. For her part, the more Elizabeth Bennet observed him, the more she inclined towards Mr. Darcy being haughty and above being pleased. It was there in the tall way he settled himself on his crutches when she first set eyes on him, the quick and expert motions with which he had moved about the room, the way his finely tailored wool coat could not disguise the athleticism of his upper body, and the way his piercing eyes had once caught hers. Mr. Darcy had a general air of command that made it impossible for Elizabeth to consider him as an unfortunate cripple, no matter how much he met the plain definition of the word. Thus she was also not inclined to excuse him for his silent and sit-offish behaviour. He sat far more than he stood, due to the mere irrelevant circumstances that he was unable to walk without the assistance of some sort of bracing hidden under his pants and 2 additional wooden legs. Elizabeth, her mother, Jane, and Charlotte Lucas discussed the matter near the middle of the evening. Elizabeth had glanced over to Mr. Darcy, who studied the dance floor with the sort of haughty frown that a king would reserve for those whose heads they had determined to have ceremoniously chopped off and set on a pike. "Implacable man," Elizabeth said laughingly, her feet tapping from side to side to the dancing rhythm of the music. "I fear that he'll hire a band of brigands to burn the assembly hall to the ground before permitting Mr. Bingley to drag him here again." Her mother replied, "Poor man! Poor blighted man! He is longing to dance himself, but he cannot. Depend upon it, that crippled man needs a dutiful wife to nurse him. Mary would do splendidly." Mrs. Bennet at this point abandoned the conversation and went to talk to Mary, who repeatedly shook her head vigorously. No. Elizabeth said to Charlotte and Jane, "Poor man. I agree, not for that reason which prompts everyone else to say it. I would abhor being treated simultaneously as the object of pity and avarice." "He is a poor man," Charlotte replied, "because he is an object deserving our pity. And yet he cannot be a poor man, for he owns half of Derbyshire." "A man is many things," Elizabeth replied, "and a man who cannot walk is still a man." "But he is a more pitiable man than a man who can walk." "Yes, but if Mr. Darcy is at present time more pitiable than he was before this illness of his, it does not follow that he is in fact pitiable. I do not think his state has sunk so far that pity is the proper emotion." "I think," Jane said, "that the chief point is that we ought to be compassionate and kindly towards all. We should strive to treat Mr. Darcy as he wishes to be treated." "Then we wholly agree," Elizabeth said to her sister. "My notion of compassion and kindliness suggests that I ought to endeavour to think of Mr. Darcy as I would if he could walk. So I say he does not speak nearly as much as he ought in company. It is almost rude," Charlotte added with a smirk, "and he dances far less often than a gentleman ought." Elizabeth pointedly looked at Charlotte and pursed her lips in mock disapproval. Charlotte smiled brightly back. "You say you shall think of Mr. Darcy as you would if he could walk. If he can walk, he can dance, and if he can dance, he ought to dance, especially when more than one young lady lacks a partner." "Argued with a syllogism," Elizabeth laughed. "I'll also judge him then for dancing less often than he ought." Shortly after this conversation, Mr. Darcy offended Miss Elizabeth's vanity more pointedly and personally. But in an odd twist of fate, this proved fortuitous, for had he not done so, it is likely that the two of them never would have become acquainted in any significant fashion. Elizabeth was obliged by the scarcity of gentlemen to sit out a set, rather than seeking a conversation with some other friend suffering from the same tragic and miserable state. Elizabeth determined to comfort herself with philosophical meditations upon the impossibility of having a perfect evening, unless one was Jane. Elizabeth chose for this task, and the author must confess this was not by coincidence, a chair near the one that Mr. Darcy was at present ensconced in, his long legs stretched to his front, and his even longer mahogany crutches leaning against the wall adjacent to him. Elizabeth Bennet would freely confess to anyone who asked that she considered herself to be an excellent judge of character, the sort of woman who saw deeper, more clearly, and with more amused eyes than others. Everyone was so fascinating. Little contradictions, oddities, and inconsistencies made every person unique and worth understanding. Often people said at one moment something that quite contradicted what they would say in another, and they just didn't notice. That was the most fascinating aspect of the human character, its endless capacity for not noticing itself. This Mr. Darcy, with his aristocratic pose, his wide shoulders, and his inability to stand under his own power, was an odder contradiction than most. It was as though the mental contradictions that she saw in all around her had been turned into a physical contradiction. Elizabeth hoped an opportunity would arise for a conversation with Mr. Darcy, so she might assess him and discover if, in mental points, he also differed from the ordinary, if his mind would fascinate her as much as his person did. While Elizabeth sat pressed against the wall, Mr. Bingley went during the brief break between the two dances of the set, which, happily, was the second that he was dancing with Jane, to approach Mr. Darcy. "Come, Darcy, you must converse with someone. I hate to see you sit about by yourself in this stupid manner. You had much better speak. This is an assembly." I certainly shall not. You know how I hate to converse with those who I am in no way acquainted with. I would not be so fastidious as you are, cried Bingley, for a kingdom. It need not be some matron, or one of the men too old to dance. Upon my honour, I never met with so many pleasant girls in my life as I have this evening, and there are several of them you see uncommonly pretty. You are dancing with the only handsome girl in the room, said Mr. Darcy, looking at the eldest Miss Bennet, giving a salute that pleased Elizabeth, who was too close to do more than pretend to not hear their conversation. Oh, the most beautiful creature I ever beheld. One of her sisters is sitting down just behind you. Very pretty. I dare say very agreeable. Do let me ask my partner to introduce you. Which do you mean? And turning around, he looked at Elizabeth, till catching her eye, he withdrew his own and coldly said, She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me, and I am in no humour at present to give consequence to young ladies who are slighted by other men. Return to your partner and enjoy her smiles, for you are wasting your time with me. Elizabeth shortly after arose, grimaced at him, and left that corner of the room with no very cordial feelings towards Mr. Darcy. She approached Charlotte and Jane during the break between dances, and drew them to the side by a small corridor leading to the room set aside for men and women to withdraw to when it was necessary to relieve themselves. I have become determined to not like this Mr. Darcy, she said. Oh? Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Elizabeth relayed the story to them, and added, I confess my vanity has been offended by him, which naturally predisposes me to think the worst of him. He has determined to use his lameness to justify every ill mood and ill remark that he might ever make. Were he a proper gentleman, no consideration would make him speak so rudely to a woman wholly unknown to him. I had not thrust myself forward into his attention. A remark most ungentlemanlike. At this juncture, a sound coming from the door revealed to them Mr. Darcy himself, returning upon his crutches to the ballroom. The severe expression upon Mr. Darcy's face convinced Elizabeth he had heard some part of her speech. He bowed his head stiffly, and with a surprisingly fast gait on his crutches, worked his way round and past them. Tap, 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 the sound of his steps. The three girls looked at each other. Elizabeth flushed, and pressing her hands against her red face, laughed. For such a cause as this, all philosophers condemn gossip. Chapter 3. The next time that Fitzwilliam Darcy saw Elizabeth Bennet was at a dinner at Longbourn some 5 days later. During the course of the afternoon they did not speak more than a few times to each other, and upon casual matters. But the entire time Darcy was aware of a sense of having behaved poorly towards her. At first, upon hearing himself described as having behaved in a most ungentlemanlike manner, Darcy had been happily possessed of a resentful dislike for Miss Elizabeth, which gave him a subject upon which his mind could dwell for the dull remainder of the duller evening. But while Darcy's temper was apt to hang on to resentments, he was also scrupulously fair. What justification did he have for speaking of Miss Elizabeth in such a way when he knew that she could hear him? None. Or more specifically, he had been in a poor mood the whole night. The carriage ride up from Bath to London had aggravated the tightness in his back, and he was still in a state of some pain in his useless legs. Tingles and spasms came and went. Further, Darcy found, a little to his surprise, that a ballroom was no more congenial now that he could not be expected to dance than it had been when politeness required he always stand up a few times with a member of his own party. The attempts by members of the community to thrust their daughters upon him, every one of whom claimed they would adore a quiet life spent caring for an invalid, had given him a further distaste for the thought of mixing with this company. There was no one in the room worthy of his notice, and as a result Darcy determined to bestow that notice upon no one. Ill temper and a disinclination for society, even after he had already made the mistake of coming to an assembly, was justifiable. However, an insult delivered to a woman in her hearing was, in fact, an ungentlemanlike behaviour. During that dinner at Longbourn, Darcy looked often at Elizabeth. The more he looked at her, the more he realized that she was in fact a very beautiful woman. More to the point, he had acted wrongly, and he must apologize. But his sense of having acted wrongly also acted as an impediment. It was unusual for Darcy to believe he had made a mistake in any matter of principle. He waited the whole evening in the drawing-room, seeking a comfortable opportunity to approach Miss Elizabeth. However, at all times she was deeply involved in conversation. Her white hands cut the air, and she spoke with enthusiasm and fire. Her face lit up when she laughed or smiled. This was quite delightful to observe, and Darcy felt awkward and ill-equipped to push himself into her notice for the sake of admitting wrongdoing. The matter was made more difficult by the way that the Bennets allowed their younger girls to run wild. The room was full of noise and activity, loud music, shouting, and some alcohol. Mrs. Bennet repeatedly approached him and asked after his comfort, while speaking too loudly and precisely, as though he had lost the use of his hearing rather than his legs. Darcy was even more silent than was his wont, though he did converse for some 20 minutes with Mr. Bennet, while sitting in one of the armchairs, and then another 20 minutes with Mr. Goulding, and then he was back in the carriage, speeding away from Elizabeth Bennet at the racing pace of 10 miles per hour. Darcy had nothing to do but stare out the window and abuse himself for his failure. Devil take it. He had only needed to open his mouth and say, "I apologize, Miss Elizabeth. I spoke to you in an impolite manner, and it was wrong of me." Just do it. Even if it was an awkward moment which would involve spilling his business to all the world, next time he would apologize to Elizabeth. That was a determination. That was an oath to himself. He was a Darcy, and he fulfilled his obligations. The Bingleys spent the ride talking about the family which had hosted them, with Miss Bingley speaking in somewhat mocking terms of Mrs. Bennet and the younger girls, while Bingley insisted that he had never met such good-natured people, and that all the Mrs. Bennet were delightful, especially the Miss Bennet. When the gentlemen rejoined the ladies after dinner a few days following at Lucas Lodge, Darcy saw Miss Elizabeth engaged in close conversation with Miss Lucas in a corner of the room, keeping his eyes partly on the carpet to ensure that his crutches did not slip. Darcy manoeuvred his way across the room to stand before them. There was something about the moment as he walked the rug that caught his mind. The cheap red and gold wallpapering with French patterns imprinted, the sound of Mary Bennet playing the same sonata by Herr Beethoven that Georgiana had played the afternoon Darcy decided to leave Bath, the slightly scuffed and worn furniture, the blue Chesterfield with deep buttons that Elizabeth Bennet and Charlotte Lucas sat next to each other on, inclining their heads together, Miss Bingley's half-hidden sneer as she spoke to Miss Bennet, Mr. Bingley's gay expression as he listened to the jovial voice of Sir William, the late afternoon light peeking through the heavy cream-coloured curtains, and the scent of the popping and crackling fire. Darcy reached the ladies, and he inclined his head to them, both pairs of eyes fixed on him. Miss Elizabeth's eyes were remarkably pretty. They made it even harder for Darcy to speak as he looked into her eyes, and his stomach felt a little queasy. "Miss Elizabeth," he began, "what I heard you say the other day, that I had spoken in an ungentlemanly manner, has rattled around in my mind since then." "Oh, I do apologize for—" "No, The only apology that must be made is mine. You spoke what was true, and what has been most beneficial for me to hear. When I spoke, I was prompted by an ill humour, which I permitted to overcome my better character. I ought not have spoken slightingly of you, and I beg your forgiveness for having behaved in that manner. But I know such words are cheap, and I will strive to display more gentlemanly manners henceforth.
Darcy felt a pulse of anxiety in his stomach, even though he was delighted with himself for having spoken. Elizabeth glanced at Miss Lucas. She then replied with a soft, serious voice, and she smiled at him in a way different from how she smiled at her friends. Such words are not cheap, not from a man such as you.
Whether they are or not,
Darcy concluded his apology.
I hope you will see that I have taken your reproof to heart, and I hope that I shall not speak so to anyone again, no matter what my mood is.
Elizabeth looked at him with a tilted head and that odd smile. I ought not have spoken of you in such a way as I did either.
Darcy waved that away. It was nonsense. You had no notion that I would hear. I would be a hypocrite indeed if I judged critically everyone who privately spoke ill of someone who had given them a real cause for offence.
You would be forced, then, Miss Lucas said, to judge everyone. Miss Elizabeth laughed. You mean to say that you ought to have whispered to Mr. Bingley that I was not handsome? A handsome correction. I beg you, do not become offended. I accept your apology, but I also delight in teasing.
A strange sensation.
He cleared his throat.
I am unused to being laughed at.
Not used to being laughed at? Miss Elizabeth smiled at him in such an open way that Darcy's stomach flipped. A sad state.
Why?
Miss Elizabeth confidently grinned at him with devilish eyes. You contradict the dictum of a lady?
I merely beg to be informed of the basis of her claim. It was not a contradiction. I have been apt to think that being laughed at is a pitiable state to be in, and one which I have striven, as I said, to avoid.
Darcy's arms were beginning to become uncomfortable from leaning his weight on them, despite how hard he had worked to train his arms and shoulders so he could use them, in part to substitute for the legs that now barely worked. It was considerably harder to remain standing in one place for a length of time, with the crutches, than on two stable feet. Is that why you grimace? Just a little, every time someone asks to be of service to you due to your illness?
Do I?
You certainly do, Miss Elizabeth replied. But as to your question, to be happy if a person makes sport of you is a sign that you are dear friends, that you do not need to stand upon your dignity with them. At least such has been my experience. And now, Miss Lucas rose as Mary Bennet entered the last bit of the sonata she had been playing. I shall make sport of you, Eliza, by forcing you to take your turn at the piano to give us a song. Look at her! What an excellent friend! Miss Elizabeth laughed, always pushing me forward. I ought to complain with false modesty, pretending I am not pleased. But though my playing is nothing remarkable, not false modesty, I enjoy the chance to display as much as any other girl. The two went to the piano, and Darcy, finding that he could command an excellent view of Miss Elizabeth's profile from the Chesterfield that she had just vacated, sank gratefully onto it and leaned his crutches against the armrest. Her playing was by no means technically perfect, and she forgot a few words from the song she played, but there was a passion and delight in the performance that Miss Elizabeth gave, which provided Darcy with a pleasure that he seldom had when listening to even the best performers. She was beautiful, lovely, wholly desirable, and it made his chest clench to watch her warbling song. It puzzled him how pretty she was. Why? She did not have the same perfect symmetry that Jane Bennet had, or that any woman who would be considered a diamond of the first water ought to have. Her form was light and pleasing, but lacked the stateliness of a great beauty. lively eyes and the mobility of the lips and the dimple of her cheek. That was where the charm lay. When Elizabeth Bennet sat calmly without speaking, as she had when Bingley suggested that he be introduced to her that night at the ball, there was nothing remarkable about her. But in motion, Elizabeth was handsome enough to tempt any man. After Miss Elizabeth's song, Mary Bennet was prevailed upon to take the piano again to play a reel, and the party dissolved into an ugly crush of couples dancing, pressing the more sensible members of the company to the edges of the room. Miss Elizabeth's youngest sisters, shouting, red-faced from drink, and with disordered curls, were the most forward in lining up with the officers. What a distasteful group. Sir William approached. "Such a pleasant sight, eh, Darcy? To see the young people dancing. Dance is one of the chief refinements of civilized society." "And uncivilized society," Darcy replied, but then he kept himself from biting out in annoyed, "Every savage can dance." Had he already forgotten the determination he made when apologizing to Miss Elizabeth to not allow his ill moods to lead him to speak rudely, even to those who were beneath him? So after a pause, Darcy added, "You must be delighted to have such a chance to see the size of your rooms displayed to advantage by having some 5 couples standing up at once." "Capital observation." Sir William rubbed his palms together. "A very fine house. But I have at times thought of establishing a residence in London, but Lady Lucas's health prevented it. I attended St. James's several times. Do you often dance at St. James?" "Never," Darcy replied with a small smile. He really was rather amused. Oh, I apologize. I forget. That was most rude, to suggest dancing to you, a cripple. But Miss Eliza, do come here." Miss Elizabeth had been walking around the edge of the room, and Sir William called out to her as she passed them. She inclined her head to both of them. Sir William said, "Mr. Darcy, do you not agree that if you had been able to dance, that Miss Elizabeth would have made a lovely partner?" The woman in question flushed and mumbled something. She seemed rather embarrassed by what Sir William had said. "I assure you," she said more clearly, "that I have no desire to dance tonight." "That is a pity," Darcy said, "for if I could keep up with the reel, I would certainly ask if you might be interested in a set." Elizabeth's eyes turned towards him again. She smiled then. "It is fortunate then that you cannot, since I would be deeply disappointed to disappoint you." "Are you certain that you would have been impossible to convince contrariwise?" Miss Elizabeth smiled and shrugged. There was hardly room for another couple. "Ah!" Sir William exclaimed. "I must speak to your friend Mr. Hurst. He asked me about the port we had for dinner. A very fine port. I assure you, Mr. Darcy, we have no reason to be ashamed of our table." So saying, he jovially rubbed his hands together and walked off. The archetypal, hale and well-met English gentleman. Elizabeth said once he was distant, "I apologize if... Well, it is always my determination to look upon the foibles and follies of others with delight, rather than to take offence." "Do you refer to how he spoke of the way I find walking a matter of unusual difficulty these days? In truth, I prefer when a man speaks directly of my infirmity, rather than speaking around it and pretending it does not exist. I am only a little annoyed that he would use a word such as cripple or invalid to refer to me, for I consider myself neither." Darcy gestured to the seat next to him. "I beg you to sit down, Miss Elizabeth. I find it most awkward to be seated while a lady near me stands." She sat down next to him. Darcy had a strong awareness of her body just a few inches from his own. He had a half-crazed impulse to place his hand on her knee. "Do you find it difficult to remain standing for a long time?" "Oh, I apologize if it is a sensitive matter to ask. My curiosity gained the better of me."
Not at all. Should I find offence in an honest question? It is difficult to support myself for a great period of time without moving. The sinews of the arms were not so well shaped by their creator for motionless tension as those in the thighs and calves. Yet should I rest on the crutches, the area under my arms will become painful quite quickly, so I must constantly keep that tension. This is easier for me today by far than at first.
You truly do not seem bitter.
And I ask, for what reason ought I feel bitterness? These are my circumstances now, and they're not so bad. I can still walk a reasonable distance, ride a horse, navigate stairs, shoot grouse, swim, write letters, conduct my business, and in some ways I am healthier than I ever have been before. I am yet possessed with considerable means of finding enjoyment and pleasure in life, and I think my situation, all things considered, would be a matter of envy to more people than pity.
Ah, Miss Elizabeth suddenly smiled and shook her head.
What portends that expression?
Merely that I now wonder how your behaviour in company, and at the assembly in particular, would have been different before your unfortunate illness.
To what does this question tend?
Darcy asked, tilting his head. Miss Elizabeth's mischievous smile in reply was quite delightful. Merely making out your character. I take delight in drawing such sketches in my mind, and settling the particulars of everyone around me. Do please answer. Do you imagine that you would have been a sociable man, speaking to everyone in the room and dancing every dance at the assembly ball?
The deuce, no.
Darcy winced and grimaced at the thought of being such a giddy butterfly in such a company. His companion laughed. No, not at all.
I dare say I would have been obliged to stand up with Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst for a set. But I always found it insupportable to be expected to dance with any woman with whom I was not particularly acquainted.
Ah, so you would then have conversed with everyone garrulously until you were well acquainted with all the ladies in the room, at which point you would have begun to dance only during the latter part of the night. She grinned at the way Darcy's nose wrinkled, and he drew back in response to that suggestion. But somehow Darcy felt as though he was included within the humour, rather than the object of the humour.
One cannot become particularly acquainted with anyone in the course of a single night.
You would not have danced at all. She raised one fine eyebrow, her eyes dancing with a look as though she were laughing at him again. Yet there was a warmth, nearly approval to that laughter.
No, I do not believe I would have acted differently in essentials at all. I prefer a smaller party at home to such a crush. I tended for Bingley's sake, more than my own. I confess I had rather forgotten in the year I had been shut up convalescing how little I enjoy such amusements.
Elizabeth laughed. There is an excuse which cannot be impeached.
Further,
Darcy frowned and tilted his head side to side.
How might I say this without seeming ungentlemanlike?
With an introduction such as that, I am exceedingly eager to hear what shall follow. Darcy flushed.
If one suspects that one will offend, one ought not speak at all. Yet the sentiments I mean to express are ones that I cannot repent, so I shall simply attempt to say it directly. The Darcy name is a great one. My estate is wide and fine, and there are few in England whose consequence is superior to mine. My fortune likely outweighs that of everyone else in that room, tallied up on one side together. Not that such a situation justifies the rudeness I display to you. You correctly identified that as a behaviour which was inconsistent with my character as a gentleman. But I possessed insufficient cause to rationally expect any conversation to be of interest.
Ah, now I understand. Darcy had a sensation from the way her eyes were dancing with amusement that she had switched to laughing at him rather than simply laughing. Ah, Rudeness is never justified, but contempt and a disinteresting conversation with ones who are inferior is always rational. He groaned. I knew that what I would say would offend. That is not what I meant. Not at all? Elizabeth raised her eyebrows. Then what, pray, did you mean? No. She raised her hand as though to stop herself from speaking. I shall not become missish, nor offended. You are vain of your name and position, but you cannot help it. The blame, no doubt, lies with your parents, and none of us can choose them. My parents were the best of persons, Darcy replied sharply, rather offended himself. So then, who taught you to think meanly of the worth of those without sufficient wealth or position? No reply immediately rose to mind. They were silent and looked at each other directly. Miss Elizabeth then flushed and said, I do apologize. I fear that despite your apology, some resentment due to your words the other night remained, and I have perhaps sought a dispute with you to give vent to my feelings. Might you forgive me? The look that she gave him was so sweet that it was impossible for Darcy to do anything but smile at her. She smiled back. Darcy then surprised himself. I certainly was mistaken in what I said to Mr. Bingley. He looked to the side and felt his face heat. You are handsome enough to tempt any man. She blushed and looked down, clearly pleased. No flattery. He smiled back at her. I suspect, Elizabeth suddenly said, that we may have both wholly mistaken the matter. You are awkward in company, are you not? No. Somehow Darcy's voice made his intended statement into a question. I think you are. Perhaps I do not have that ability that some are blessed with, of easily catching the tone of a new acquaintance and sympathizing with their interests and speaking to them within 5 minutes as though we were deep friends. Perhaps you ought to practice. You heard me at the piano. My fingers did not run so flowingly as those of many other women, because I do not put myself to the trouble to practice sufficiently. But that is not true. I've seldom watched anyone play with more pleasure. Darcy spoke with complete sincerity and seriousness, and their eyes met as he said that. She flushed again, and then looked down. Darcy felt that lightness again, like butterflies in his stomach. He could not recall any such sensation since he was a callow lad of 15 or 16. He was in danger of being seen to flirt with her, and that it was wholly possible he might give her expectations, even though she was, like the community, decidedly beneath him. Miss Elizabeth would not think highly of that thought on his part. She would describe him again as thinking meanly of the worth of those without equal wealth and influence. But it was not thinking meanly of them to believe they were in a different station in life and belonged to separate spheres. He was also in danger of allowing himself to think that he might want to give her expectations. After all, he did intend to marry within the next year. Darcy leaned away from her, and Elizabeth herself moved a little away from him. She then, after glancing at him again, rose and made a little curtsy. I just thought upon something I wish to ask Miss Lucas. Darcy could not contemplate with complete satisfaction the end of their tete-a-tete, though he knew a conclusion to their disconcerting conversation had been necessary. That night he did not fall asleep easily, because his mind insisted on running over the conversation with Miss Bennet, like a river overflowing its banks. What could he have said to make her see the fundamental justice of his maintaining reserve and distance between himself and strangers in the assembly of a country market town? Darcy drowsed into a fitful sleep. Suddenly he was not in Netherfield. The vibrant red silk coverings of his own bedroom, mahogany panelling of the ceiling, the thick coverlets, but he could not push them aside. His bladder swelled, and he desperately needed to relieve himself. But he could not. Voices. The doctor approaching with a knife to bleed him. Pain in the legs. unable to move, struggling, pain everywhere, his back aching. He needed to do something. His arms were weak and unable to move. First the weakness in the back of his right arm, like it happened once already. But now the weakness spread with a startling rapidity. He desperately struggled to move his arm, but it wouldn't move. He tried to grab his right arm with his left, but though he struggled, the left also would barely move. He couldn't make his chest draw in air. The muscles hurt so much, like when the doctor had ordered them to be massaged during the first few weeks. Darcy tried to scream, but he couldn't breathe. Gasping, couldn't. He was trapped forever, just watching flickers of motion around the bed. Georgiana's face, his father's, Mr. Wickham gloating. A cripple! A cripple! The serious manner of Mr. Thompson, his physician. Stroked chin, shaken head. Hopeless. The case is hopeless. Darcy woke suddenly, jerking up from his pillow. He profusely sweated. His heart raced. The gentle gibbous moon gleamed through half-open curtains that wavered in a draught. The night air was cold on his face. He pushed himself up to a half-sitting posture and grabbed the bed frame to pull himself, dragging his legs on the bed till he could lean against the head of the bed in a sitting posture. Darcy's breathing calmed down. One breath after another. Don't think about the fear. Don't remember the fear. Don't think at all. One breath after another. That bloody, devil-take-it, damn nightmare. He thought he'd had it for the last time after more than 2 months without that dream. Darcy pushed himself till he was able to swing his legs, still swaddled in his bedclothes, over the edge of the bed. His feet pressed against the ground. They were useless except as leverage for the muscles which still possessed their proper motive power. At the house in Bath he'd kept one of the maids awake all night in exchange for some extra salary and reduced daytime duties, so that she could fetch him tea, chocolate and biscuits after these nightmares. But he'd not had that arrangement established here in Bingley's house. Darcy sat on the edge of the bed for a while, mindlessly watching the fluttering shadows made by the moonlight through the window. That hollow feeling in his stomach was back, and he hated to feel scared, helpless in the face of his own anxieties. Suddenly, a wholly unexpected thought. I wish I could talk to Miss Elizabeth right now. Conversation with her made him feel more alive, as though his crippling really didn't matter, as opposed to him simply making the pretense to himself that it didn't matter. He grabbed his crutches from their hook and pushed himself to stand up, then went over with careful steps to the writing desk that sat right beneath the window, and on the desk, and he lowered himself into the chair and hung up the crutches on the hook to the side. In the moonlight, he found the tinder box kept on the desk. He opened it and pulled out the flint, striker, and brimstone matches. Darcy removed the inner lid of the tinder box, and with a few quick strikes generated a spark that caught on the char cloth in the bottom. He lit one of the brimstone matches and used that to light each of the 3 long beeswax candles that sat in a candle holder made from gold on his desk. After blowing out the brimstone match, he removed a bottle of brandy from the desk, a carefully wrapped mix of chocolate and sugar, and a stack of paper with his coat of arms imprinted as a watermark. He poured himself 2 fingers at the fine spirit and leaned back in the chair, sipping it as the reflection of the candlelight flickered against the windows. A bite of the chocolate, and now the anxiety in his stomach from the dream was properly leaving. From experience, Darcy knew he would not be able to sleep again for at least an hour. A few times Darcy had taken laudanum in the first month of the illness to allow easier sleep, but the regular use of either laudanum or any large quantity of alcohol would have set him upon a course he would not have admired in another, and which he thus could not tolerate in himself. Fragments of the dream remained with him. Desperation for air, wanting to scream, the loss of what abilities yet remained to him. Darcy placed the brandy glass to the side, still half full. He pulled up the tilted writing surface of the desk and quickly penned a letter to his steward on a matter that he had just remembered. Then, setting that sheet aside to dry, after he scrawled his signature on the bottom, Darcy embarked upon the production of a longer letter to Georgiana. He began by describing the afternoon party, the rooms, the chief persons in the neighbourhood, and that there was dancing. Somehow it seemed more pleasant in the letter than it did in Darcy's memory. His pen had a mind of its own, and within a few minutes what flowed from it was a detailed accounting of the dancing and flashing eyes of Elizabeth Bennet, her dark hair that had a tint of auburn in the sunlight from the window, her long eyelashes, knowing expression, excellent figure, and the way she smiled at him confidently when she challenged him or disagreed with his words. When the page was full, both sides, Darcy yawned and picked up what he had just written to study. The deuce! This all made him sound like he was half in love with Miss Elizabeth after one proper conversation with the creature. He wasn't. Nonsense. Deuced nonsense. She was a pretty thing. Light figure, fine curls falling over her hair, the black slippers she'd worn, with just a hint of white stockings and ankles visible, the way that her evening dress had shown off a modest expanse of her chest, the line and curve of her leg underneath the dress. That letter. No, he'd need to begin it again, and write something different to his sister tomorrow. He could not send this. By George, he was fagged. Blown out candles, rubbed eyes, and a return to bed. Darcy quickly fell into a sleep filled with dreams of taking Elizabeth Bennet in his arms and kissing her while they talked upon all sorts of topics. Dreams that, while more pleasant by far, were in their own way as disturbing as the nightmare that had awoken Darcy from his first slumber. Chapter 4. No, I do not admire him. Elizabeth laughed merrily as Charlotte raised her eyebrows sceptically. No, Mr. Darcy, the man who is too far above us to see any politeness as a personal requirement, the man who will discourse at proper length upon how he has no need to speak to those beneath him, if he does not wish to, and that it is not their place to judge him. I might, maybe, perhaps have admired him if he were not so arrogant, if he were not so... Gah! Elizabeth threw her hands up and laughed again. No, I do not like Mr. Darcy. I do not admire him. I do not wish for his esteem. There was no intention to set my cap towards him, as you seem to suggest. My bonnet shall remain straight. Charlotte pulled Elizabeth out of the way of the deep puddle left by the early morning rain. Elizabeth shook her head bemusedly, glancing back at the muddy water. She'd nearly walked right through it in her distraction, and her petticoats would have ended up 6 inches deep in the mud. So we both agree that with his fitted coat, Charlotte slyly winked at Elizabeth, and the wide shoulders, and his very tall form, that Mr. Darcy is a fine-looking figure of a man. Well, yes, Elizabeth replied to her friend dreamily. The sun caressed her face, and she saw a sudden vision of Mr. Darcy, holding himself high on his crutches, with that sort of boyish smile that he got as he talked to her last night and teased her back. His arms bulged as he held himself up. I'd never have imagined, Charlotte said, that a man could appear so much the sportsman, so capable, and so entrancing. Charlotte licked her lips and dreamily sighed. So entrancingly attractive while having such a disability. An odd twisted jealousy arose in Elizabeth upon hearing her friend talk about Mr. Darcy in such a way. Whoops! She tripped on a stick disguised under the piles of leaves that lay deep on the side of the road where the two of them walked.
Elizabeth laughingly ran forward, waving her arms to keep her balance. I'm fine, Elizabeth replied when Charlotte worriedly caught up with her. Are you certain? I doubt you would manage to be such a compelling vision as Mr. Darcy if you could not walk. Elizabeth stuck her tongue out at Charlotte. She was jealous to hear a friend speak with such lewd intensity about Mr. Darcy, and Elizabeth realized that she very much wanted Mr. Darcy to admire her. Likely he did, because he had complimented her in a way that she suspected was unusual for him. And he had apologized for insulting her, before, of course, explaining that he had been wholly right to disdain everyone. He does apologize, Elizabeth said. Not everyone is willing. I admire that. An ability to admit wrongdoing is the only admirable quality in your view? Elizabeth stuck her tongue out again at Charlotte. Autumn was her favourite season. Lovely, golden, almost warm. She loved to watch the scurrying squirrels hurry to hide food against the winter, and the human farmers in the fields harvesting their crops for the same purpose. I think it is that he offended your vanity, Charlotte laughingly said, and you have not yet forgiven him for that. It is the only explanation I can find for why you are not determined to speak to him at every opportunity. What makes you think I am not? Charlotte did not reply to that, but instead said in a contemplative manner, as she paused and looked around at the trees, dripping golden leaves, I must say, in my view, with so much in his favour, wealth, grand estate, the adulation of his friends, such very good looks. Elizabeth clucked her tongue at that statement. And his excellent and intelligent character, I confess that I am not at all offended by his pride. For such a man not to be proud would be a false affectation, or a sign of some hidden infirmity. That he insulted my beauty, Elizabeth replied with a rosy blush. That is very much forgotten. It was. What was remembered was when he said, I have seldom watched anyone play with more pleasure. Sounds! His eyes then could have charmed a nun into renouncing papism so she might marry. Her mind ceaselessly replayed the way he'd looked at her, his large expressive eyes, the intensity in his manner, his fine strong hands, with calluses where he gripped his crutches, the healthy glow in his skin, and the way he then flushed in embarrassment when he realized he had been too pointed in his compliments to her. The leaves softly crunched beneath them as they waded through the detritus on the ground. I confess it. Elizabeth ruefully smiled at Charlotte. You may say I told you so. Of course I did. You do like him. Yes, but do not do it. Do what? Do not jump from admiration to love and from love to marriage. You will sound like my mother, who was apt to do that upon an even slenderer basis. You admit that your mind has already made the jump? He likes his family name far more than me, believe me. Elizabeth was suddenly annoyed. She picked up a stick from the side of the road and banged it against the trunks of the trees they passed until she hit it hard enough for the wood to splinter. The man cannot stop. I swear he cannot. Talking about how superior the Darcy name is to that of everyone in this whole neighbourhood. How he was of greater consequence than everyone else in the assembly hall put together, and how for that reason he need not stoop to please those in this company if he does not want to. One would think he was related to the king, rather than a mere earl. A mere earl. Charlotte laughed, imitating Elizabeth's tone and voice. But did he say all that? Truly? That and more? Such was at least implied. At last Charlotte frowned. Elizabeth replied with a triumphant exclamation. So you see, he is not perfect, no matter how tall and noble he looks when he pushes himself to his full height. At Charlotte's knowing smirk and raised eyebrows, Elizabeth added, I am not blind either. If he openly spoke in the way you suggest,
That does suggest he may also be vain of the family name. You mean to say you are no longer so sure that he'll make an offer to me simply on account of liking me, and my liking him? He'll never be the husband of a girl with an uncle who lives in sight of his cheap-side warehouses. Elizabeth was again filled with irritation at that thought, as though she cared. It appeared she did. No one had ever irritated her the way Darcy did. She had never felt inferior when speaking to anyone. No one else ever made her want to impress him, and never before had she been convinced of her inability to measure up to the standard he held. That made her angry, and part of her wanted to find some elaborate way to prove to Darcy that she did not care a whit for his disdain for her family condition, which, as already noted, it appeared she did. I cannot understand, Elizabeth added as the two began to near the fork in the road, where on one side lay the Gouldings' house, which Charlotte would continue down, and on the other side the road up to Oakham Mount, which Elizabeth would follow. Why it bothers me so that his manners are not what they ought to be. Oh, that is simple, and we have established it simply. You are fascinated by him. You like him, and you even admire him. Elizabeth swatted the back of Charlotte's head. Her taller friend ducked and laughed. I can't tell that he will like you in return, but the matter is by no means hopeless. More than one gentleman has inclined himself to stoop down and pluck a wife from beneath his station. You ought to strive to get him if you can, yet at the same time you must keep your heart free of attachment, unless you gain an offer, because I fear that it is likely that the fascination he has for you will never lead to any such gesture. Charlotte, that was the most ghastly speech you have ever made to me. I shall be wholly convinced that you said it in jest. You would never advise that to yourself or to any friend. Strive to attach him. We have conversed properly once. I hardly know his character, his habits, or whether we would suit in any way. Happiness in marriage is wholly a matter of chance. There is so much change in the character of people and in the nature of their relationship to each other over time, that I am wholly convinced that were two persons to make a detailed study of each other over the course of a year, that their odds of long-term happiness would be no greater, and in fact perhaps less, than if they had just married after a fortnight's acquaintance. It is not sound. It is not sound, Charlotte added with a smirk that showed Elizabeth that now she was speaking in jest, at least in part. But the fortune of the husband is a known fact that can be relied upon. Until, Elizabeth replied, laughing, the character of the gentleman changes, and he becomes a gamester. I can hardly imagine, Charlotte sniggered, our Mr. Darcy is a gamester. Thus, I should rely upon my assessment of the gentleman's character before I strive to attach him. My dear Charlotte, do be consistent. They looked at each other, and both ladies grinned and laughed. Ha! You are always clever, Charlotte said, and threw her arms around Elizabeth, embracing her before they parted. Make fun if you will, but do pay attention to what opportunities you have, and use them while they are present, for they might not always be there. The expression that Charlotte finished with was quite serious, and she held Elizabeth's eye until Elizabeth nodded and said, I shall pay attention and use my best judgment, for I am not of such a character that I am like to substitute your best judgment for my own. But I will be in no rush to judge negatively. Charlotte set off on the short remaining tree-lined avenue up to the Gouldings' house, and Elizabeth off on the remaining mile of walk up to Oakham Mount. Elizabeth trampled happily over the lovely deep piles of leaves. They softened the stride in a delightful way. The air was crisp and cool, and kept her from sweating in her light lavender pelisse. Autumn was her favourite season, except, of course, for spring. The sounds of nature and wagons, the wind rustled the leaves, the warm sun on her face, A golden moment crystallized in time. A fragment of music echoed in Elizabeth's mind, the song she had played while Mr. Darcy watched her at Lucas Lodge. She hummed the tune, and then reached the top of the hill. Happy. She was happy. Elizabeth took off her bonnet, stretched her arms, and turned her face up to the sun, and then she took off at a run down the hill, going as fast as her legs could pump. She was full of the delight of being healthy and young, in the best of spirits and looks, with motive power infusing every limb. Gasping, Elizabeth pulled to a stop at an intersection where the road crossed another, and she stood there, leaning over with her hands on her legs as she caught her breath. The sound of a horse snorting and scratching at the dirt of the road brought Elizabeth's eyes up. Mr. Darcy sat on the back of a fine mare that had come up the road that crossed the one which Elizabeth had been following. He observed her with an intense gaze. Elizabeth could not quite determine whether it held disdain or approval. They looked at each other in the morning October sun. Their eyes met. She longed to brush the hair falling over his forehead aside. Darcy's horse made a snuffling sound, and it broke that paralysis that had fallen over both of them. Mr. Darcy tipped his hat to Elizabeth as she made a curtsy in her slightly dirty dress before working to refasten her bonnet.
"Miss Elizabeth,"
he said.
"A fine run."
"You did not see that." She laughed, both with embarrassment and a bit of the remaining exultation from the exercise.
"On the contrary, madam," he replied dryly, "I saw the entirety of the race, and I believe you won."
"I had been fairly certain I lost." Elizabeth laughed, and then she groaned. "If Mamma ever hears that I've been seen running, I'll never hear the end of it."
"This shall then be our secret."
He slyly placed one finger over his lips. Elizabeth felt her stomach bubbling. She grinned at him, turning up her face, and spoke in a light, rapid tone. "And you? Engaged in the gentlemanly exercise of a morning ride? Have you raced yourself, and did you win?"
"I always win when I enter a conflict with myself,"
Darcy said firmly. But he then grinned at her with that boyish smile of his.
"Or so I wish everyone to believe. But I in fact have lost my race, since I am lost. I was informed there is a local eminence, Oak Mount, which is worth seeing the view from the summit of. But the details of the route—"
He lifted one hand to the side and waved it vaguely, while gripping a horn on the front of his saddle and the reins with his other.
"It has been my sad experience that the most detailed of instructions will often fail to point a stranger to where he wishes to go, once he is off the main route."
Elizabeth realized that the horn Darcy gripped allowed him to keep his place in the saddle without any strength in his legs. "I myself was going to Oakham Mount, and if that will serve as a substitute for Oak Mount, I would be happy to lead you there so you do not lose your way." Darcy grinned at her.
"My memory of the directions was so deficient that I could not even specify the name of the location correctly. I must submit myself to your direction, else I will be lost forever, at least until I reach halfway to London."
Elizabeth laughed at his oddly self-deprecating manner. It was a different picture of this man, to see him quite willing again to admit a deficiency. He voiced a command, and the horse immediately began walking along the road by Elizabeth's side. He had both of his crutches strapped to the back of his horse. How Darcy got down from the horse, though, without the help of a strong footman, was quite a mystery to her. It was an impossibility for Elizabeth to not glance again and again at the horse with some nervousness. She pressed one hand against her hip. The greatly oversized animals had always rather frightened her. It had not been a matter of seeing some accident when she was a girl or being part of one, but simply that despite her general readiness to rise to any attempt to intimidate her, the friendliness of horses trying to be friendly did intimidate her. They walked forward in silence, and Elizabeth kept glancing at Darcy and his big horse. and Darcy's eyes flicked towards her repeatedly. His expression was similar to how he had looked at her when he found her running. However, he did not say anything. Difficult, teasing, confusing man. And then Elizabeth stumbled over a rock, the second time today, fell and caught herself on her hand with an unladylike curse.
Miss Elizabeth! Miss Elizabeth, are you well?"
His voice was tight and tense. Elizabeth rose from the ignominious dust, studying the red marks on her scraped hand and down at the damage to the knee of her dress. She looked up at Darcy and shrugged. "I believe so." Something in his expression told her that he felt deeply guilty that he could not leap from the back of his horse and grant her his gentlemanly aid. "You poor man," she shook her head. "I imagine it must be difficult."
"What?"
"To be unable to play the dashing hero and save distressed maidens." Darcy studied her, like she was a problem, his face unreadable.
"You really are well?"
"Never been better, except for my dress." The scrape did not draw blood. "I foresee survival."
"That pleases me."
She stretched out, turning from side to side, and shaking out the arm that she had stopped herself with. She bounced up and down a few times on her toes, and then stepping closer to Darcy's horse, Elizabeth brightly said, "I confess I find it more than a little odd, somewhat disconcerting to hold a conversation with a gentleman towering quite so far above me."
"Ah."
Darcy seemed still pensive, but his eyes were also fixed on her. Elizabeth blushed to realize that by stretching in such a way, she had displayed her figure to great advantage. She reddened even further to realize that she had meant to do so. Darcy shrugged and smiled at her.
"There is a simple solution to that problem."
"Oh?"
"The next time we meet in such a way, you must join me upon your own horse, and then we shall be quite at the same altitude."
"No," Elizabeth shivered. "I am no horsewoman."
"Truly?"
She flushed. "I am sure there is some simple thing that you cannot do which everyone else considers wholly ordinary, but—" Darcy gestured down at his legs with one hand in a sardonic expression. Elizabeth choked out a startled giggle. Oh my. I apologize. I forgot."
"You forgot?"
"You look so very capable up there on that horse. Quite like a Norman knight preparing to ride over the Saxon lines."
"So you forgot?"
Darcy smiled to himself.
"I rather like that."
"Ha! I told Charlotte."
"What?"
When Elizabeth did not reply.
"That is, if you wish to say."
Elizabeth looked to the ground in embarrassment. "I am not used to being caught flat-footed in conversation."
"Nor I. We unsettle each other."
"Do we?" Elizabeth glanced up at him. She smiled. "I believe we do."
"But, Miss Lucas, what did you tell Miss Lucas that prompted that pleased exclamation? You pounded your hand against your fist. Very expressive, Miss Elizabeth."
"I have been told that is one of my chief virtues, my spirit."
"It is,"
Darcy replied fervently.
"but I must hear the story."
"Oh, nothing scandalous. Simply that I had thought that were I to have such a difficulty as you have been faced with, I would far prefer to be seen much the same as I always had been, simply with a few added frustrations."
"As I always had been, with simply a few added frustrations."
Darcy paused and then nodded with a decided air.
"That is very much how I try to view myself. And as everyone has a great many frustrations from time to time, I am in no way remarkable."
Elizabeth laughed. "Oh, you are you are highly remarkable, and you like being that way."
"Do I?"
Darcy replied with a little confusion on his face.
"I do not think I enjoy being remarked upon."
Elizabeth frowned at that, but did not reply immediately. They were now going immediately up the slope of Oakham Mount, and she breathed a little heavily. Was Mr. Darcy shy? Such a man raised in wealth, with breeding, position, consequence. everything. Shy? No. And yet, Elizabeth was suddenly sure he was shy. What if she were a person who did not like being remarked upon, but who was yet surrounded by a vast crowd of strangers who she correctly surmised were talking about her, speculating upon her character and fortune, and wondering if they might foist someone upon her as a spouse? Perhaps his frequent ill temper was, if not justified, at least excusable. Darcy's horse easily managed the slope, going up the trail with sure footfalls. While in no way well versed in the judgment of horseflesh, even Elizabeth perceived that his horse was an exceptional specimen, beautifully groomed and with muscles that rippled under the glistening coat. They reached the top of the hill, where a circle of fine stone benches sat that had been paid for by subscription from the local landowners. "And here we are," Elizabeth exclaimed, stretching her arms and twirling around to indicate the view. It was the best view that Elizabeth knew. The fields of Longbourn, and further away, Netherfield, the houses of Meryton, the spackling of little managed forests, and the endless fields of grain. The areas that were fallow this year and enclosed for the grazing of cattle, all of the human activity divided up by the long lines of dark green hedgerows and the lighter brown of low fences. To the southeast it was possible to see a haze that was the edge of London. Eventually the land around dropped beneath the horizon. "Lovely," Darcy breathed out and led the horse in a small circle with the reins. Elizabeth sighed. "You must have an even better view from so high up." "Undoubtedly, it is another advantage of having the facility to ride a horse." He said that dryly, but Elizabeth knew he was teasing her, and she had a strong urge to stick her tongue out at him. Instead, she laughed and smiled. "Maybe one day I'll acquire that accomplishment, but not today." Darcy pulled out from one of his saddlebags an apple, took 2 bites from it, and handed it to the horse. Then, to Elizabeth's surprise, he said, "Sit," like he would to a dog. And the horse actually squatted and settled down on first its rump and then its knees, like a trick horse at a circus. Darcy swung his leg over the saddle, so he sat with both his feet now lightly pressing against the ground on the same side, and he untied the crutches and settled them on the ground, then levered himself up to stand. The horse then followed Darcy's lead by standing again, and she licked his face once. Darcy giggled and said, "No, no, Athena, no." Leaning heavily on one crutch, he pushed the mare's head away, who walked away now with a satisfied air. Looking at Elizabeth with a slightly embarrassed air, Darcy said, "I'm sure I might train her to cease doing so, but it is not so great a bother, and I rather like the gesture of affection." Elizabeth laughed and looked at him fondly. "You misjudge me wholly if you think I will judge you upon such a matter." Darcy laughed with her. He had a deep-voiced laugh, and she liked to hear it. "It is a general rule amongst horsemen that we assess one another upon whether we manage our animals in the proper way. Now, let's take a look around." Darcy then worked himself around the top of the hill, carefully observing where he placed the crutch or his foot with each step, and only looking out at the view when he was not moving. "You are quite mobile," Elizabeth exclaimed with some admiration as she strolled beside him. She thought that with the way he swung himself forward, step by step, that he could likely move faster than she could. "It helps that I have a fine horse and a fine stable-master to keep her trained and exercised," Darcy replied. "A great deal of work has gone into teaching Athena until she can be fully commanded by voice, even on market day in the centre of Bath. And it was no easy task to teach her to manage all of the motions necessary to aid me." "That was not all that I meant." The gentleman had a satisfied air in his reply. "You can see, then, why I refuse to consider myself as having anything to repine over. I confess I do tire easily, especially on such uneven ground." And saying such, now that he'd made the whole circuit of the hill, Darcy sat on one of the grey stone benches. Elizabeth sat on the bench next to him, aware that it would be forward and perhaps a little improper to sit directly next to him. Her seat was rather more in the sun, and she leaned back and smiled at him. He smiled back at her, and the day was perfect. They fell to talking upon ordinary matters, like Elizabeth might speak of with Papa, books and music, town or country, whether Gothic novels were fine entertainment or corrupting the fragile minds of young women. Elizabeth and Darcy twice over-switched sides in that conversation, both of them being able to see that there was some legitimacy to each side of the great debate, and yet still enjoying the opportunity to canvass it. Darcy spoke of his home, of hiking in the peaks, and sailing boats in the lakes, and of fox hunting in Scotland. His way of speaking and telling stories, even though they were ordinary, left Elizabeth riveted, wanting to know more about him. Just the ordinary sorts of subjects that made up a good conversation. After a period of time that was perhaps rather too long for propriety, the two arose, and Darcy shared several more apples with both Elizabeth and his horse before he remounted in the same way as he had dismounted. The two walked together down the hill, still conversing, and there was a little glow in Elizabeth's heart when they separated outside of the avenue that led from the main road to the entrance to Longbourn. She'd been gone at least an hour longer than she had meant to be. Her hand was still a bit scraped, and the knee of her dress was very scraped. All that was impossible to regret. What was possible to regret was returning to the loudness of Longbourn. Elizabeth no sooner reached the drive that Mamma burst out of the door and ran up to her, exclaiming, "Heavens! You have been gone so long! And your dress! Oh," she moaned, "Lord, it is ruined! And you are so dusty! You must quickly change and cease to act the hoyden. Our cousin, Mr. Collins, arrived unexpectedly." Chapter 5. Elizabeth quickly learned that Mr. Collins had a few weeks previously written to Mr. Bennet to express the solicitous and benevolent intention worthy of a member of the Church of England to call upon his honoured cousins and heal the unfortunate breach that had existed between his regretted father and Mr. Bennet. Mr. Bennet received this letter and replied, assenting to the visit. However, due to a mistake about the dates, the blame for which lay wholly on Mr. Collins's side, the clergyman arrived a full week earlier than expected. The ladies of Longbourn had no notion that he was to come at all, as Mr. Bennet had retained the information to himself, intending to spring it upon his wife at the last reasonable moment to entertain himself. As it happened, the effect upon Mrs. Bennet of suddenly having this stranger appear, who was to inherit the house after his decease, was all that Mr. Bennet had hoped for, and to be honest, more. She panicked. She accused Mr. Bennet of bringing his cousin here because he suffered from a fatal illness that he just didn't wish to tell her about, so that his final joke would be his death. She became immediately delighted with Mr. Collins once he conveyed to her the important information that he was here to bring peace, and implied to her that even more significant point that he hoped the method of peacemaking would be by marrying one of her daughters, famed for their exquisite and lovely appearance. She then descended upon the cook and Mrs. Hill to order them to engage in every possible exertion to make the evening meal worthy of their beloved cousin, the heir of the house. She saw him enamoured of Jane, and had a minute's anxiety because Jane had been intended by her to catch the greater prey, formed by Mr. Bingley's larger fortune. She implied to Mr. Collins then in a conversation, while he examined the marble fireplace and stirred up the fire with the long poker, that while his cousin Jane was likely soon to be engaged, her next daughter was nearly her equal in beauty,
and that cousin Elizabeth was very compliant, very fit to pay regular attendance to Lady Catherine, a figure about whom Mrs. Bennet had already been given ample information, and even more perfectly fit for the position of a clergyman's wife. If only Mrs. Bennet could find such a man to court Elizabeth. She then worked herself into nearly a frenzy in frustration that Elizabeth was away from the house on one of her always ill-timed and ill-considered rambles. Did that girl have no consideration for her mother's nerves? Finally, when Elizabeth arrived back, she was wholly unfit to be seen. An unsightly scraped injury on her hand, the knee of her dress dirty and nearly torn through, and a general air of happy incompliance. Mrs. Bennet was a woman with a difficult life, and seldom had she faced such a trying and difficult day. But she rose to every difficulty, to every challenge, and to every test that could be conjured forth by the daily travails of the wife of a modest country gentleman. This admirable woman successfully pressed Elizabeth upstairs and into her room without being seen, she hoped, by Mr. Collins. She then made her bemused daughter change into one of her best day dresses, a piece of clothing which was both modestly cut, because Mr. Collins was a clergyman, and yet with fabric that clung to Elizabeth's cleavage and female curves, because beneath his white clerical collar, Mr. Collins was a man with such desires as every man, or so Mrs. Bennet hoped. For her part, Elizabeth's first meeting with her cousin, after being primped, beribboned, and redressed, was not propitious. A man of medium height, whose neck bulged out over the white clerical collar. His clothes were too small for his frame, and coloured black on black, while his face was a pasty white. It made Mr. Collins look like a severely overweight ghost. "Dear cousin," he took her hand and bent over to wetly kiss it after they were introduced in the drawing-room. "My dear cousin, it is a delight to meet you." He studied her critically with his slightly protruding eyes. "You are lovely. Such ivory skin, like a porcelain from China. Perhaps too tanned. But it is proper for a woman to walk out often to visit the cottages and poor families of the parish." Elizabeth twisted her mouth at that way of phrasing it. She was rather offended, in truth. "You are nearly as lovely as your sister, who, I have been informed," he turned his eyes and hands heavenward and sighed with loss, "is likely to soon enter into an attachment with one of your neighbours." He continued without giving her any chance to speak. "You will be a graceful and lovely ornament for the house that you will be mistress of after you have married." My kindest, I thank you kindly for that compliment. But, however, Cousin Elizabeth, it is incumbent upon me to advise you upon a matter in which you have erred. I would not speak so soon after we've met, except that I am a clergyman, and it is my role and duty to advise any person in the land within whom I espy a need of correction. Furthermore, attached to my general right to offer humble and benevolent criticism to all as a clergyman, there is that more particular interest I have as your cousin in your welfare, and in your proper behaviour. As lovely and angelic as you are, you will listen and learn about your mistake, and correct it with delight." He paused now, as though he expected Elizabeth to exclaim with delight on the opportunity to be corrected. "I confess," Elizabeth said at last, "that I have no notion what might be the sequel to such a speech as you have already made." "Lovely, elegant, dissembling cousin, of course you are innocent of any awareness of your fault." He pursed his lips together. "My dear cousin, I espied you returning from the drawing-room window, where I sat next to your excellent glass, though of a wholly inferior quality to that which was used to cover all the windows at Rosings Park, at a price of many thousands of pounds. You were alone in the company of a gentleman.
Now that sentence does not pass, replied Elizabeth, her mouth turning up mischievously in amusement. I was either alone, or I was in the company of a gentleman. Mr. Collins severely shook his head slowly, like a funeral dirge, looking at her with mournful eyes, as though he could smell in her words the death of all female manners and modesty in England. My dear cousin, your levity is misjudged. Why, Lady Catherine will scold any young lady who she sees standing in conversation with an unrelated man, no matter the situation. I've already spoken to your honoured father this day upon the grave unwisdom of allowing a woman to walk about unescorted by a trusted servant. What an oddly astonishing man! Elizabeth could not quite decide whether to laugh openly at him, make the effort to keep her countenance and smile politely, or subtly cut him. It was quite an astonishing thing to be criticized for. That a woman should not walk with a man, ever, might be written in an etiquette manual, authored by a woman of 70, or in a sermon written by a vicar with far more certainty about how society ought to function than how it did. But that had little connection to how people actually behaved. Certainly a woman ought to show a great concern for her reputation, and be cautious in showing too much favour to a man who has not offered to marry her, but simply walking outdoors with a man on a well-frequented road was in no way disreputable, nor a matter that anyone of any sense would criticize. Very few people acted as though it was. Mr. Collins and this woman he cited as his authority seemed to live in an imaginary society, one better fitted for the pages of a novel than the sort of place in which actual humans might live. Who is this Lady Catherine who dispenses her advice so frankly? Elizabeth asked, after due consideration. Who is Lady Catherine? You do not know who Lady Catherine is? I refer to Lady Catherine de Bourgh. He emphasized the last name as though that ought to have been enough to explain the matter to Elizabeth. It was not. I confess my astonishment, Mr. Collins said, in an aghast voice, to hear that you do not know of my most gracious mistress, my benefactor, my dearest friend, the one who I position deepest in my heart and reverence, above even the memory of my own father. She is the finest gentlewoman in all of England, and the product of the noble Fitzwilliam line, whose pedigree stretches back centuries, and her estate is one of the glistening emerald jewels of Kent, which is the finest county in England, possessed as it is by the presence of Lady Catherine and her daughter Anne de Bourgh. So her daughter is not married, then? Elizabeth fixed on the one solid point that she could derive from the remarkable speech. No, but she is engaged to be married to her cousin, and their union will create one of the finest estates and marriages in the history of the British Isles, and I shall marry myself soon, for Lady Catherine believes that it is incumbent upon a vicar to marry. Marry, she said to me, and let her be a gentlewoman for my sake, and a useful creature for your own. And further, she told me that I ought to go to my cousins and make peace with them, for in her view it is no good thing for a family to be disunified, or for wealth to promiscuously abandon the ties and bonds of blood. And so I am here. To find a wife. The astonished reply escaped Elizabeth's lips before she could stop the words. This is one of my chief aims, as is bringing an olive branch and the laurel of peace to Hertfordshire. And now that I have first complimented you and then scolded you, I shall compliment you once more. That is hardly necessary, so that I might erase any ill will that my reproof may have given. Warranted and necessary though it was, as you must acknowledge, I shall now compliment you once more,
This is what Lady Catherine advised me to always do in conversation. Let a person be softened up and made aware of your friendliness towards them first, and only then speak to them upon the manner in which they have misbehaved and made a mistake, and then compliment them once more. She, of course, need not do this, as she is so far above us all that no one could mistake her reproofs as anything but the kindest condescension. Of course not. Papa must love Mr. Collins, at least until he spoke so much that Papa became bored. Lady Catherine will always feel free to deliver any correction she wishes. Oh, my perfect cousin! So now let me say that your elegant person makes you the brightest ornament of Longbourn, or indeed in all of Hertfordshire, excepting, of course, your even lovelier sister, Cousin Jane. Unfortunately, after this astonishing speech, Mr. Collins maintained a constant attendance on Elizabeth's elegant person for the whole afternoon, speaking to her without break. This left Elizabeth little leisure to think for herself, or to consider what she now thought of Mr. Darcy after the delightful time they had spent together in conversation during the morning. Elizabeth found dinner both uncomfortable, due to how Mamma had seated Elizabeth next to Mr. Collins, and amusing, because of how Papa contrived to draw out from his cousin the most ridiculous and amusing statements, all the while keeping a straight face. It became clear to Elizabeth during the course of the evening that Mr. Collins and her mother had determined that she would be the peace-offering to the Bennets, and the vicar's wife desired by Lady Catherine. Fortunately, Elizabeth was fully in possession of the ability to refuse such an unwanted posting, but it would be better, of course, if she might discourage Mr. Collins's pretensions before matters reached such a head. Alas, no effort that Elizabeth made which fell short of rudeness seemed capable of discouraging Mr. Collins, and she was not yet prepared to be actually rude as a preventative measure. Jane was out of sorts that evening, and she regularly twisted her head side to side and rubbed at her neck. It appeared she was uncomfortable, but Elizabeth was unable to escape Mr. Collins for long enough to question Jane closely and overcome her sister's disinclination to ever claim herself to be ill. But at last, rather earlier than was her usual wont, Jane retired to bed complaining of a headache. The next morning, upon rising, Elizabeth found Jane sitting in the breakfast-room with her hand covering her eyes as she faced away from the window. "My dear," Elizabeth sat next to her and put her arm around her sister's shoulders. "Are you well?" Jane shook herself, as though very surprised to be approached and hear a voice. She grimaced and rubbed her neck with her hand, and then her forehead. "It is nothing at all. Certainly nothing to complain upon." "Jane?" Her sister laughed at Elizabeth's tone, and then grimaced while twisting her neck around again. "I confess," she spoke quietly, "that I am not wholly well, but I only have a headache. Feels rather odd, though, but I will be well after another day of rest, I dare say. Only it is so bright. Should we call Mr. Jones?" At this Jane forced herself to straighten up and smile. "No, by no means. Not at all. There is no need. I am wholly sure I shall be better by far tomorrow." Over the course of the morning clouds came up, and the sky turned quite grey. It promised rain, and Elizabeth did not look forward to an afternoon trapped indoors with Mr. Collins. Though he would have followed her if she'd walked into town or to Charlotte's, his presence would not have been quite so bad in an open space. About noon a note arrived from Netherfield, inviting Jane to dine with Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst, while the gentlemen were away dining with the officers. Mamma grabbed the note from Jane's hand and frowned at it, pacing a little and looking out the window. No, this is most unfortunate. With the officers?" She glanced out the window. "Ha! Rain! It looks decidedly like rain."
She beamed at the clouds, as though she had caused them to come into existence. "Jane, you shall go by horse, and then they will be obliged to let you stay." Jane shook her head, pressing her hand against her temple. "I am by no means determined upon going. I feel rather unwell." "Not go?" Mrs. Bennet exclaimed, in a tone rather more appropriate as a response to a woman who had indicated an intention to walk several miles to town in the winter stark naked. "Not go? Do not be ridiculous. Of course you shall go. You have never appeared to be in better health." Jane sighed. "If I must go, I would prefer the carriage." "Mr. Bennet cannot bring the horses up. They are needed for the farm. Is that not correct, dear?" "The horses are required more often by the farm than they can be got," Mr. Bennet replied. "But they are certainly not more necessary than on any other occasion. I will happily have them called around." "Nonsense! They are not available. Jane, you shall go off on horseback, and you must head off now, so you might arrive before the rain." With a sigh, Jane obeyed her mother. Elizabeth watched her stand worriedly. She continuously rubbed her forehead and neck, and she held her head at an angle, as though it would be very painful to hold it straight. Not 10 minutes after Jane set off on her horse, the storm that had been threatening burst out. Elizabeth spent the whole of the afternoon and evening worriedly looking out at the grey, wet grounds. She was scared for Jane. Mr. Collins constantly insisted on speaking to her, which made it impossible for Elizabeth to escape her worries by reading a novel or busying her mind in some other way. Once Elizabeth nearly snapped at him. Then, the next morning, a note arrived early saying that Jane had taken sick with a fever and a severe headache, though the apothecary had said when he called upon her that morning that there was no particular reason for worry, but that she certainly should not be moved until she had recovered. Elizabeth immediately determined to walk to Netherfield to see her sister for herself. Chapter 6. Darcy had a presentiment of anxiety for Miss Bennet's health. "My head feels so odd." The apothecary, Mr. Jones, said he was sure she would be well and that there was nothing to worry about, just like they had insisted there was nothing to fear in his own illness. Darcy, his sisters, and his Matlock relations had been summering at the lakes, and he had gone out for a swim that afternoon. But he felt rather ill, and his back had hurt, and he turned to bed early. When he'd woken, he'd been feverish and barely able to stand, barely able to support himself with his legs. They called a local physician to look at him then, but the physician had assured Darcy that he merely had a bad flu, and that he would be well in another few days. But the oddness of the sensation in his legs had told him already that something more serious was wrong. It was probably nothing, so far as Darcy knew. There was nothing that any physician could have done for him that would have changed the course of the disease. Perhaps he should send an express to the physician who had managed his case when they went to London to consult after the immediate crisis was over, even though it was unlikely that it was both the case that Jane was faced with a serious problem undetected by Mr. Jones, but which might be diagnosed and successfully treated by a superior physician. The simple fact of the matter was that despite the innovations in surgical techniques developed over the past century and the great strides in knowledge of the human body, medical science was woefully inadequate for aiding most sufferers in any way, but through reducing their pain by the prescription of laudanum. Mr. Jones had already prescribed that to Miss Bennet. Anxious, dull, and anxious inside. There was nothing he could do, so Darcy collected his crutches and went out to the park to walk around. He needed to be careful to avoid placing the crutches in muddy patches where they might slip, but despite the inclement weather of the previous day, he was determined to go around the house several times.
What mobility he had, despite his illness and the near-complete lack of strength in his legs, was the product of consistent hard work, and he would not ever risk losing it due to laziness or a distaste for managing a soft and uneven ground. Darcy did in fact slide once, in a patch of deep mud hidden by fallen leaves that gave way suddenly, despite how he'd tested it before putting his full weight on the crutch. So it happened. A muddy, painful knee was a small price to be able to tell himself and the world that he was not a cripple, and that he could walk, even if it required the aid of 2 pieces of wood. Darcy levered himself up again with the crutches, using carefully practiced motions and a great deal of upper body strength. As he finished the second circuit of the house, Darcy saw Elizabeth walking up the way. Dusty, her petticoats were 3 inches in the mud, and she had a ruddy glow on her face from the exercise. She looked lovely to him, trim, sprightly, and mobile. There was a crisp elegance to her appearance in the morning sun. "Hello!" he called out to her. "Come for your sister?" She brightened at seeing him, and with a smile hurried over to where he rested, leaning on the crutches. "Mr. Darcy, is there any change since the note was sent this morning?" He shook his head. "No, but Miss Bennet will be delighted to see you. Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst have attended her for much of the morning, but the affection of a sister is of greater worth than nearly anything to an invalid." Elizabeth looked at him warmly. She glanced towards the house, as though to hurry up towards the doors. However, she took in a shaky breath and then looked back towards him, and asked in a voice of forced cheer, "You have a sister, do you not?" "Yes, Georgiana. She is very dear to me. She right now is in Ramsgate with her companion, Mrs. Young, a respectable woman who was the niece of our steward in my father's day. But come." Darcy started walking towards the house. "You did not walk 3 miles to listen to me rattle on upon my sister, but to see yours." "Wait." Elizabeth held up her hand and she studied the facade of Netherfield. Her eyes were watery and distant. Darcy thought her lips were trembling. "I am so scared. I do not know why. The note said there was nothing wrong that rest shall not fix, but I have a terrible presentiment. I can hardly bear to look at the house, as though if I enter, I will learn some dreaded thing." Darcy wanted to grab her hand and promise her that everything would always be well. He could not. "Have faith in the Almighty. Be brave. And also, likely it is nothing but a particularly unpleasant headache and flu. But if it is worse, then you can face it with the certainty that you will be strong under whatever burden you must face." "Jane hardly ever gets headaches." Elizabeth took in a deep breath. She let it out. Another deep breath. "I am ready. I am here to simply keep Jane company while she recovers." The conversation had intensified that anxious feeling for Darcy as well. He found he could not pay much attention to the book that he had chosen from Bingley's slender library. It was a 3-volume overview of the agriculture of Hertfordshire, and while interesting enough, the words about sheep rot, mould, flies, drainage, mild winters, and the spread of enclosures all melded together. "Hey, Darcy!" Bingley stuck his head into the library. He looked distractedly around and walked to the window. He frowned, glaring at the sun as though it had offended him. Then suddenly Bingley angrily punched his hand against the windowsill. "Let's take a ride. It's dried out enough." "I think it's dried out enough." "Oh, devil take it. I hardly care if I'll get muddy." Darcy grabbed his crutches and stood. "Miss Bennet will be well." "Yes, I know. That's what the apothecary said. But Miss Elizabeth, I just saw her briefly when she went down to the kitchen to order a family recipe for a hot drink for Jane. She isn't confident. No, She does not think that Jane is well. I can tell from her manner. Jane's fever is higher. Much too high, Miss Elizabeth said. Jane? Darcy raised his eyebrow. I'm too anxious to pay any attention to that nonsense. Let's just go for the ride. Of course. I have some anxiety myself. You? Bingley peered at Darcy suspiciously. Do you think she shall die? Darcy shook his head and said in a reassuring manner, Nothing of the sort. People do not die from simple headaches. Then why are you worried? Do you like Miss Bennet? You looked at her last night a great deal before she took to her bed. Darcy rolled his eyes. I've told you before. She's a lovely girl, but she smiles too much for my taste. What nonsense, Bingley laughed, and there was a nervousness to the sound. But how can you have no interest in her? Miss Bennet is the loveliest creature I've ever seen. Bingley, you need to fear no competition for her from me. I certainly have no designs on Miss Bennet. The two of them took a long ride. Darcy led Bingley back along the same road he'd taken out to Oakham Mount. The two of them kept their horses next to each other, mostly still once they'd reached the summit of that peak. Darcy enjoyed the view, though despite the sun, today was much cooler than the morning he'd spent here with Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth told me, Darcy commented after they'd both been there quiet for several minutes, each with their own thoughts, that the smudge to that direction is the haze from London. Miss Elizabeth? You were up here with her? By chance we met on the road, both intending to enjoy the same view. Bingley nodded. And you can easily see Longbourn, where Jane lives. Jane? Darcy again asked pointedly. I think I must counsel you to be more cautious in how you refer to that gentlewoman, especially as she is at present under your roof, and thus under your protection. My protection? Bingley sighed rather happily. I cannot stop thinking about her. No? I believe I am in love. Are you? Darcy? Bingley turned to him with annoyance. You have such a disapproving tone. There is no one else who I know who can express so clearly what they think while saying so little. Darcy smiled at that. If I want to marry Miss Bennet, it is my business, not yours. I would never presume to disagree with you upon that. I would merely beg you, as your friend, to take your time. Consider carefully for yourself what you are about, and determine whether you believe that the obvious disadvantages incumbent upon such a match are worth it. Obvious disadvantages? Have you not observed the behaviour of Mrs. Bennet and the younger sisters? You seem to like Miss Elizabeth a great deal. Leastwise, the two of you have talked several times. I do not refer to Miss Elizabeth. Bingley rubbed the back of his neck. I've no idea what the rest of her sisters are like in honesty, but I wouldn't be marrying them. Now I say, do not look at me like that. I'll not be precipitate in this matter. I've made no promises, and I know that our acquaintance is still too slight for a reasonable man to marry without at least a few more weeks of knowledge of the woman. But this is the way that my thoughts tend. Do you think she likes you as much as you like her? Bingley's eyes went wide at this question. She speaks to me a great deal, and she is sweet. She always has a light in her eyes when we speak, and she smiles at me every time we talk. Miss Bennet smiles at everyone, Darcy replied. Bingley slapped his hand against his thigh several times. I do not know, but my feelings must be matched by hers. Must be. No other chance. None, Darcy replied dryly. Athena shuffled forward and bent her head to snack on the grass. Not that disapproving tone again. I promise I'll observe her carefully the next time we speak. and try to determine what her sentiments towards me are. I'll rush into nothing. I'm not a fool. But cannot a man know after a brief time? Is that not also a reasonable thing and spoken of by the poets? The poets, replied Darcy, as is well known, are not reasonable men. Bingley laughed. Let's get off this hill. Too exposed to the wind. Once they'd reached the bottom of the hill and turned back towards Netherfield at a walk, Bingley said, I'd been worried when you accepted my invitation to come. Darcy's lips tightened. About what? Upon my honour, do not get that angry look on your face. I had not seen you since your illness. You'd spent all your time simmering in hot water at Bath. You know what a horror I have of the place. Besides, you remember my mother. It took a force of will to unclench the tight grip Darcy had on his saddle horn and reins. Bingley was one of his dearest friends, and he did not wish to be offended. I only saw her once, and we did not speak, Darcy said in reply. She was different before she became blind. Wholly different. I returned from Eton and everything had changed. We'd been happy before, and after, quiet everywhere. Never allowed to shout. Never allowed to run and play. Nothing, lest we unsettle her nerves. Barely able to speak at all. And she could not see me. Papa doted on her helplessly for those years. Everything was changed. Ruined. Awful. I hated it. That is part of why I begged for those opportunities to visit you during the holidays. I could not stand to be at home once it was so changed by my mother's blindness. The presence of a cripple ruined everything. And you were afraid, Darcy leaned forward in the saddle, that I would be like that? Well, I confess I'd had some concern. It was hard for Darcy to decide what he felt about this confession. At last he just said, As I have said, I do not consider myself a cripple. Precisely! Bingley jovially looked at him. Precisely the point. There are a few matters you cannot manage. Billiards is not the same since you need someone to hold you in place. No fencing, but trivialities. We can entertain ourselves with shooting, riding, cards, whatever. You are still my friend. In your... He waved his hand around in a circle several times. At the deepest level, there has been no change. Precisely. Bingley turned pensive. I wish everything had not changed with Mamma. I miss my childhood, before she was sick, before Papa was changed by anxiety, and when we were happy. You are still happy, not the same. Never the same as an adult. I'll not be maudlin. You've lost both your parents as well. As soon as they returned to the house, Miss Bingley started speaking with an annoyed frown. We'll have to host 2 at the Bennets now. The way they multiply, I dare say all the sisters and their mother will have joined us here in another 3 days. Miss Elizabeth did not fall sick, Bingley exclaimed with concern. No, Miss Bingley shuddered. That would be ghastly. If they had brought something contagious with them. I have a horror of contagious illnesses. Thank God. No, dear Jane said so pathetically that she was happy to have Elizabeth here. And when Elizabeth and I talked about plans to send her home in our carriage, Jane looked so sad that I had no choice as a matter of politeness but to invite her to stay. A footman was sent off with a note and to fetch articles of clothing for her. Oh, Bingley smiled. I could not be happier than to have Jane's sister as well. I'm delighted you invited her to stay. Yes, delightful. Miss Bingley glanced meaningfully at Darcy, as though she hoped that he would share her attitude. But he also was happy that Elizabeth would be here. That evening, Elizabeth left a maid to sit with Jane, so that she could dress and then join them for dinner.
But her manner was wholly different from what Darcy was used to seeing in her. She was pale, nervously worrying at the sleeve of her dress, and she stared through the table.
"Is there no change?"
Darcy asked once the footman had brought out the soup.
"How does Miss Bennet manage? I know you well enough to be confident that everything that can be done for her comfort is being done."
No change." Elizabeth picked up a spoonful of her soup, and then turned the spoon over to let the green split-pea soup drip back into the bowl. She absently stirred the spoon around several times while staring down into the bowl. "I'm sure," Miss Bingley said brightly, "that Miss Bennet shall quickly recover. She has a good constitution. In a day or two she shall no doubt be in a perfect condition to return home." Elizabeth's spoon clanked against the side of her bowl. Mr. Hurst ate hungrily, quickly scooping one mouthful of soup after another into his gullet. But no one else at the table had much appetite. Darcy added some salt and forced himself to take one bite after another. "The fever seems even higher, very high." Elizabeth looked up. "Jane can hardly move her head. She moaned about how it hurts." That ended all hope of conversation. Even Mr. Hurst seemed to catch the anxious mood, though it did not stop him from eating. "Charles, I just received a letter from sweet Annette. You recall her? Mr. Fordham's sister?" Miss Bingley spoke firmly, apparently having decided that, as she was the hostess, she could not permit an entirely silent and gloomy table.
"Oh, yes, her,"
Bingley replied absently.
"And what did it say?"
Miss Bingley chatted on, regularly asking questions from her brother, sister, and occasionally Darcy. Elizabeth just stared at the soup, swirling it around and around. She had exactly 3 bites before the bowls were taken away and replaced with a plate of pheasant that had been shot the previous day. Darcy had counted. She stared down at the delicately roasted pheasant, poked it with her fork, and then suddenly stood up. "My deepest apologies. This is no insult to your chef, nor your fine company. I am authentically grateful for your kindness, but I find I have no appetite this evening and would rather rejoin my sister while she is still so ill." "Of course," Miss Bingley said, with what seemed to Darcy to be a hidden smirk. "Under such a circumstance there can be no blame." As soon as Elizabeth had left the room, Miss Bingley turned to the room. "Well, I never! How rude to leave in the middle of dinner. If she had meant to not eat with us, she ought to have announced that she would not before the staff had gone to the work of setting a place for her." Mrs. Hurst made an expression of agreement.
"That is not my view at all,"
Darcy said.
"Nor mine," agreed Bingley. "It shows an affection for her sister that is most becoming."
"Did you see how she appeared?" Miss Bingley said, "when she came in this morning, having walked the whole way. No ability to call her own carriage, I don't doubt. Her petticoat 6 inches deep in the mud, and with that sweaty, wild look in her eyes. Mr. Darcy, you could not have wanted to see your sister make such a display."
"Were my sister to walk 3 miles across the countryside to come to my bedside while I was ill,"
Darcy replied severely,
"she would be welcome and praised for the effort. There is nothing more important during a serious illness than the presence of those with whom there is the strongest mutual affection."
"Serious illness? No, Darcy, no. Please, please do not say that." Miss Bingley's face turned green in a way that clashed quite horridly with the colour of her dress and hair. "Imagine if she were to die here. I can conceive of almost nothing worse than having a near stranger die in my house. That would be the rudest possible way for a guest to treat her host. Nothing can be done at this point. She cannot be sent away."
"Caroline!"
Bingley exclaimed.
He slammed the spoon down. "That speech does not show Christian charity. Miss Bennet shall not die. She shall be wholly better soon, and I can conceive of nothing that makes me happier than to be of service to her now while she is ill."
Do not pretend that it would not be most inconvenient if she died here." Rather than replying, Bingley looked at his plate with a sick expression. He said nothing more. "I do wish them the best," Miss Bingley added. "All of the Bennets. You cannot say that I do not wish them well. But the poor creatures will find it difficult to marry. Everyone knows about their uncle in Cheapside, and how small a business their country town attorney uncle in Meryton does."
"I do not care a whit for how many relations they have in Cheapside."
Bingley stood up from the table, as though he intended to stomp off, rubbed his arms, shivered, and then sat down again.
"Are you well?"
Darcy asked.
"I know you. I hate to hear Jane spoken of in such a way, as though she is a matter of a commercial arrangement, like purchasing an excellent horse who is on the verge of death. She will not die."
"Of course she will not," Miss Bingley said. "We have determined that she would not possibly be so rude. Sweet thing. But we know that the Bennets are beneath us. It will be difficult for them to ever marry any men of consequence in the world."
"I do not care a whit," Bingley repeated. "You hear me not at all."
He stood and left the table. Darcy sipped at his wine. His friend was very likely to make the mistake of marrying a woman with vulgar relations and no connections or dowry worth speaking of, and perhaps he would be happy for it. Bingley could do this, but he was Fitzwilliam Darcy, the master of Pemberley. He expected better of himself. It was that drive to be worthy of his family name that had forced him to work till his muscles ached and twitched to gain the strength that allowed him to walk for the better part of a mile on his crutches, if he pushed himself. It was that drive that kept him from mourning and acting like a cripple. He was Darcy. He would always be worthy of the family name. He could not marry Elizabeth. What? Where did even the thought of marrying Elizabeth come from? After dinner, Darcy wrote a letter which he sent off by express to Mr. Thompson, the physician he had worked with in London, to ask him if he could come tomorrow to examine the patient. Perhaps he was being ridiculous, but there was something about Miss Bennet's case that convinced them all that it was more than just a fever and a headache that afflicted her. This proved to be prescient. The next morning, Elizabeth burst into the breakfast room with deep bags around her eyes, disordered hair, and a pale, frightened face. "We must call the doctor again. Jane has become far worse. Her fever is higher. She is delirious. And worse." Elizabeth swallowed. "Half her face is paralyzed. I believe she suffered a fit of apoplexy during the night." Chapter 7. Elizabeth clutched her father's hand and watched helplessly as the doctor that Darcy had brought from London examined Jane. Even in her misery, Elizabeth felt a strong gratitude to Darcy. He had sent for Mr. Thompson yesterday, before Jane's condition had deteriorated so far that the necessity was clear. The left side of Jane's face had completely collapsed. The lips, cheeks, everything drooped and hung loose, and still Jane kept her head perpetually tilted towards the right side. The physician palpated and pressed, and he felt around her neck with his white hands. Jane moaned piteously when he tried to bend her neck with his hands. Oh, God, it hurts." Elizabeth knew how hot Jane's skin felt. Was her sister, the dearest creature in the whole world, dying? Papa stared at the proceedings with dry eyes, but his grip on Elizabeth's hand was tight and desperate. Her fingers hurt. "Miss Bennet, can you flex your toes?" the doctor asked. She moaned. He repeated, "Miss Bennet, can you flex your toes?" Another piteous moan.
It would be very kind of you if you moved your toes. At last, this time Jane flexed her feet. The doctor observed and nodded. He smiled. Very good, Miss Bennet. Can you raise your arms? This time Jane immediately did as asked, and then she groaned. My head hurts so much. Lord, it hurts so much. Yes, I'm afraid it must. Poor girl. How much laudanum have you given her already? Upon hearing the answer, the doctor mixed another cup for Jane, dripping considerably more of the drug into it. Here, drink this. It will help with the pain. Now Elizabeth was able to do something. Papa held Jane so she sat up, while Elizabeth held the cup to her mouth and helped her to drink. Not too much was spilled. The doctor, for his part, looked closely at Jane's eyes, sniffed her breath, and then stroked his iron-grey moustache and looked worried and serious. After Jane drank the glass of laudanum, it was much more laudanum than Elizabeth was used to seeing prescribed. Everyone but the maid whose job it was to lay cool cloths against Jane's forehead left the room. Is my daughter dying? Mr. Bennet paced as soon as they had gone into the hallway, where Mr. Bingley also waited, anxiously pacing. The doctor shrugged. Her condition is very uncertain. I believe that she is suffering from dropsy of the brain. That is an accumulation of water around the neck and the base of the skull. It is quite unlikely that she has suffered an actual attack of apoplexy, because in almost all such cases, with a complete paralysis of the face, all of the limbs on the affected side should be greatly weakened and immobile, and I can discover no sign of harm to anything but the muscles of her face. Yes, that will be of great comfort should she live. Will she die? Some recover, some do not, Mr. Bennet. I cannot say. She's young and appears to have a strong constitution. The case is by no means hopeless, but you must prepare yourself for the chance. No, Bingley exclaimed. He looked devastated. Mr. Bennet looked at their host with something rather like a sharp, pained annoyance. He turned back to the doctor. So there is nothing that you can do? There is a course of treatment that may lead to better outcomes. As the condition is caused by too much fluid collecting around the brain, several physicians have had some success in treating it by attempting to dry out the body, so that less fluid can gather there to swell the brain. I will give her ipecac as an emetic, so that she vomits up enough water to reduce the severity of the dropsy. I believe your local surgeon apothecary bled her already earlier today. Elizabeth nodded. Mr. Thompson continued, Hopefully that shall have a further salutary effect. I do not wish to bleed her overmuch, as I do not find these complaints to be sanguinary in nature. Ipecac to make her vomit now, and then again in 8 hours. No more water to drink until tomorrow. And pray to the Almighty that the best guess we have of what shall help her will actually aid her recovery. Mr. Bennet closed his eyes and pressed his forehead against the door to Jane's room. That is all you can say or promise? A quack treatment that even you do not believe will work? I believe it will improve her odds. Mr. Bennet did not reply to that at first. Then he sighed. I suppose treatments that are certain to work are the ones offered by those with no expertise in medicine. After saying that, Mr. Bennet went downstairs to speak to Mrs. Bennet. She had fallen into hysterics upon seeing Jane, and the sound she had made had seemed to bother Jane and lead to her moaning more than otherwise. She had thus been kept in the drawing-room and away from the invalid for the remainder of her visit to Netherfield. Elizabeth went back into the room, and she sat next to Jane's bed, taking her hand and squeezing it. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. I wouldn't survive it if you died. Bingley knocked on the door. Can I know that it is not my place, but I cannot simply pretend Jane is not here, that she is not terribly ill."
Elizabeth motioned for him to come into the room and sit down in the other chair near Jane's bed, right by her head. He looked agonized as he stared at her. Bingley hesitantly stretched out his hand and brushed his fingers over her forehead.
"Why do such things happen?"
"She will recover fully. I am sure of it," Elizabeth lied.
"I have never. It shall haunt me till the day I die. The way that she smiled during our first dance. And now, look at her face. She cannot smile."
"Her heart and soul will always smile, no matter what happens."
Bingley did not reply. He had cemented his gaze on Jane's face, like he was a man in the desert drinking the last water in his jug. After a while, he leaned close to Jane's ear and whispered something that Elizabeth was unable to hear. This was improper of Elizabeth to allow, but if Jane was dying, what was the harm? Mr. Bennet returned a little after that with Mr. Thompson and the housekeeper. Mr. Bennet smiled tightly when he saw Bingley sitting there, and he looked at Elizabeth with a question in his eyes. She spread her hands open, and he shrugged. For her part, Jane seemed to be half asleep from the laudanum and half delirious from the fever, and wholly unable to understand what was passing around her. They lifted Jane up again, and she was made to drink the ipecac wine. They quickly replaced the glass with a chamber pot into which she repeatedly vomited, moaning piteously the whole while. Then, once she'd ceased to vomit, she sickly lay back down in the bed. The doctor looked at the amount of fluid in the chamber pot. He frowned and tilted his head consideringly and looked back at Jane. "I suppose she's not a large woman. I would have hoped for a little more fluid. In any case, once again, in 8 hours." Mr. Bennet looked at Jane and kissed her forehead. "Come, Lizzie, you need to take leave of your mother before we return home. I'll be back tomorrow morning. If anything changes during the night, even at midnight, do not hesitate to send for me so I might be here." Elizabeth made no motion to move. She just stared at Jane's face, half of it paralyzed and drooping to the side. "Lizzie?" She started up and nodded to her father. They left the room, bringing Mr. Bingley, who looked back longingly at Jane, with them. Mrs. Bennet and Mr. Collins sat there speaking loudly to each other in the drawing-room about how great of a sad pity it was that Jane was dying. Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst attended them without saying anything, though their annoyed frown spoke volumes. They were healthy. They had no fears. The tragedy that was occurring within the walls of their rented abode was of no moment to them, except that it brought a group of unwanted guests that they had no choice but to tolerate. Darcy also sat on a chair by the window with a book on his lap, but he looked up from it as soon as they entered, and he looked at her with sad, comforting eyes. That look warmed her. She knew that Darcy could do nothing to help Jane, except send for an expensive doctor from London who could diagnose Jane's condition of dropsy on the brain and prescribe something that may or may not aid in its treatment. But it still comforted her greatly to have him there. "You must come home, Lizzie. You must." Mrs. Bennet put her hand around Elizabeth's shoulders. "Mary or even Kitty can come to replace you." "No." Elizabeth shook her head. She felt the tears prickling at the inside of her eyes. "I'll not return home while Jane is sick here." Mr. Collins said, "I ought to go upstairs to comfort my unfortunate cousin and counsel her upon preparing her soul for meeting the Eternal, the Almighty, that which comes after the breath and soul have left the body. She must be ready in her heart for what will come next, should the worst outcome arise. And after she has breathed her final breath and been loosed from these painful bonds of earthly flesh, it will be a blessing to her in her condition to have her suffering end, which I understand is intense."
After making this speech, Mr. Collins picked a macaroon off a platter of sweets on the table next to the tea and other refreshments, bit into it, and complimented Miss Bingley on the quality of her kitchen. He had seldom tasted a better sweet confection, except, of course, at Rosings Park, when enjoying the hospitality of Lady Catherine. Miss Bingley replied with a cold thank you. For her part, Elizabeth wished to claw Mr. Collins's face. He was healthy, hungry, happy. She hated him for each aspect. Mr. Darcy spoke loudly. "From what Mr. Thompson said, it is far too early to despair or lose hope. My dear Mr. Darcy, my benefactress's beloved nephew, you must realize that it is always best to live life prepared for death, especially when one is likely dying, as Cousin Jane is." "Mr. Collins," Darcy's voice snapped out, "Miss Bennet's soul and character is such that should the worst come, she will be prepared. But I consider it most unlikely that she shall die. I myself have lived through a worse illness, and I will not allow you to speak further upon the matter. But you disappoint me. Be silent." Darcy spoke with a tone that Elizabeth had never heard from him. But it worked. Mr. Collins, for the first time since Elizabeth had met him, was silent. Mrs. Bennet anxiously stood and pressed her hands against her face. "Lizzie, we will bring Mary here to replace you. You must come home. I need you to come home." "I have already said I shall not." Elizabeth felt a terror in her gut of Jane dying while she was not there. Jane dying alone. Mrs. Bennet motioned for Elizabeth to come to her side by the globe and flowers in the far corner of the room, and reluctantly Elizabeth did so. "You must come home. Think of me, of all of us. You cannot be this selfish. If Jane should die—" Mrs. Bennet lowered her voice and glanced at the other persons in the room. Only Mr. Darcy was close enough that he might overhear her whisper. "If Jane dies, she won't be able to marry Mr. Bingley or anyone else. And then—" "You sent her here," Elizabeth hissed. "You are trying to kill us so that we can marry some gentleman who will satisfy you. You knew she was ill, and you ordered her to come." Mrs. Bennet moaned and flapped her hands nervously. Lizzie, my dear Lizzie. Oh, I feel such nerves. I could faint, but I do not complain. Lizzie, you must come home." "I shall not." "I am ordering you to return home." In that next, almost terrifying moment of anger, Elizabeth saw red. She nearly slapped her mother. Her chest was tight with rage. Then it receded, and what was left was an anxious, scared feeling, and she saw her mother for what she was, another anxious, scared woman, and Elizabeth knew she had nothing further to say to her. Mamma began again, wringing her hands together. "Please, Elizabeth." But Elizabeth, without apology or further word, walked away. When she reached the door, she made a small curtsy to everyone else in the room and returned to Jane. Chapter 8. 4 days after Mr. Thompson had been brought to examine Jane, Mr. Darcy made his way out of Netherfield and went to sit on a chair outside in the November cold. A great many lovely golden leaves covered the ground. The wind stirred them up, making them blow in lovely patterns. He tapped the letter in his coat again with annoyance. He would not allow his irritation with that man to damage the happiness he felt at believing that Jane Bennet was in fact improving. Her fever was almost nothing now, and over the course of yesterday the left side of her face had begun to be mobile again. She was speaking, with no sign of the delirium that had been there before, and also with no sign that her mind had been affected by her serious fever. It was more by far than they had any right to have hoped for.
and Darcy thanked the Almighty for this apparent miracle. When they had spoken briefly during breakfast, Elizabeth had looked at him with a deep gratitude, as though he had saved Jane's life by calling Mr. Thompson to her side. Darcy believed he had done nothing of the sort, but rather simply acted as any gentleman would. Also, Darcy was not wholly sanguine yet. It was not unknown for a person to appear to be recovering from a serious illness, and then to have a sudden relapse. He thought it would be worse for Elizabeth if Jane died now than it would have been had she never begun to recover. As Darcy sat, with his crutches leaning against a tree next to his chair, he saw Elizabeth come out, dressed warmly. She walked back and forth, pacing and turning 3 times, rubbing her hands together before she saw him. As soon as she did, she bounded to sit by him at another bench nearby. Her smile was probably the most perfectly beautiful image that Mr. Darcy had ever seen in his life. "Jane smiled at me." "Of course she did." Darcy smiled at her. "Wait, you mean—" "Yes, there was no sign that it had ever been paralyzed. It is a miracle." Darcy grinned back at her. "She sent me out to take a walk so I don't grow so pasty as a marble statue. She spoke clearly, barely any slurring. She's very weak, of course, but I could detect no fever. When I kissed her forehead, it felt cool to me." Elizabeth grabbed his hand and squeezed it. "I do not think I have ever been so happy." He smiled at her. His heart glowed. It was Mr. Thompson's treatment. Something so simple, to induce vomiting, to dry out the body, and it worked. I can still hardly believe it, but it did. If you had not called him," Elizabeth shuddered, "I am certain that Jane's condition would have continued to worsen and she would have died." "If not me, then Bingley or your father would have called for an expert physician who would have diagnosed the condition," Darcy replied. She still held his hand. Darcy looked at her smiling eyes. There truly had never been anything so beautiful as Elizabeth Bennet's smile. No, you acted faster," she said, "and Mr. Thompson was the correct man. Darcy, I thank you. I thank you. I thank you." The way she looked at him did something to his stomach. He felt happier and capable, and she was beautiful. So perfectly beautiful. He nearly leaned forward to kiss her, but something made both of them realize the intimacy of the moment, and at the same time, as though by mutual agreement, they turned away, and Elizabeth let go of his hand. Darcy missed that warm touch. He ached to take her hand back, but he had enough wisdom and enough control over himself to resist the temptation. But it would be so easy to say, "Elizabeth, marry me. Let me always take care of you." He should not. He knew he should not. But it would be easy. Darcy looked at the thick piles of raked leaves and the ever fewer leaves still sitting on the trees. He sighed. "What bothers you?" Elizabeth still smiled at him, but it was now with a certain sympathy, rather than simply joy. Well, he could not tell her what had actually been on his mind. Darcy found himself immediately speaking. "I received a letter which unsettled me a little." Darcy frowned. "But it is no matter of moment. At least I hope it is not." He did not say anything further and lapsed into thought again. At length Elizabeth said softly, "If you would prefer solitude, I shall not take offence." No. It is just so wholly annoying. So wholly... Well, it is also a scandalous matter, but..." "I would not have you speak of your private business if you do not wish to." Darcy looked at her with a sudden intentness. "I hardly understand myself," Darcy said. "I do wish to. I think it would comfort me very much if you heard the tale." Elizabeth blushed. "You may tell me anything, and you may always trust in my discretion."
Darcy thought that beyond his evident admiration for her person, he saw her also as a friend, a real friend who he might speak to and depend upon. There was a nugget of warmth inside of his chest that scared him, and that he knew he could not permit himself to think about too hard. With a bright smile, Elizabeth added a little joyfully, clearly still elated by the progress of Jane's recovery, "Scandalous, you said. You know that every woman wants to hear any story that is scandalous. With such an introduction, I expect to be exceedingly entertained, though that may not be the emotion I ought to feel." Darcy laughed. He felt as though every ill humour he had ever felt could be driven away by her teasing. "I have given you too much hope. It is not that scandalous, or even unusual. By the by, it is not odd that we all wish to hear gossip, yet pretend that to gossip is a great disgrace." No, I'll not be distracted. I wish to hear your gossip, not your thoughts upon gossip." Darcy grinned. "I had thought you were of a philosophical bent." Elizabeth raised one eyebrow expressively. "I have been reviewing in my mind the history of a relationship. My father's godson has turned out very poorly. He'd been raised with an expectation that a career would be found for him in the church. But he proved to be a dissolute man, filled with habits that were objectionable in themselves, and far more so in the case of a man of the cloth. Fortunately, he knew his own unsuitability for the church, and he had no wish to wait to enjoy what fruits he might get from the living promised in my father's will. Shortly after my father's death, he wrote to me that he wished to study the law rather than enter the church, and I gave him a sum of 3,000 in exchange for the expectation of the living. From your manner, I deduce that he is not at present a barrister who makes his way on the bar with distinction and honour. As he claims at present to be in straitened circumstances, I assume he is not. But I have sought no knowledge of his doings or goings, and I am almost wholly ignorant of them. The man who had the living recently became deceased, and Mr. Wickham called on me while I was still in Bath, and he asked for me to now give him the living, as had been my father's wish. You can well imagine my response." Elizabeth nodded. "At the time, he was quite angry and abused me viciously with slanderous words. But," Darcy shrugged, "I considered it as of no moment. I received a letter from him in the Morning Post in which he demanded another £3,000, and threatened that he would revenge himself upon me and upon my good name if he did not receive it. And so I came out here, to this lovely southern autumn view, to think." "Can you involve the authorities against him? Do you think that he might use some sort of violence?" Elizabeth spoke quickly, with real worry in her voice. No. Darcy waved his hand. "I fear nothing of the sort. I doubt very much he has the tenacity to carry out any other sort of scheme, nor the consequence to bring it to fruition, even if he has the tenacity. It was not that which made me so solemn, only memories of childhood, of my father, whether he would be proud of me, and how he would be sad to see what became of Wickham. He loved Wickham very much, as a son. But," Darcy sighed again, "and now I am talking too much." "You do not think that you ought to present this letter to the authorities? If he is threatening you, that is quite frightening." "You have never been threatened?" "No." Elizabeth shuddered. "I am glad that you have not. I find, though," Darcy shrugged, "I have lost the use of my legs, and it has not hurt me. I doubt he can strike at me in any way that would be closer or dearer to my heart. Besides, an unspecified threat in such a letter is no matter upon which a prosecution can be based. He's broken no law, and I doubt that he will. He is not the sort. Not a violent sort of man." Elizabeth looked at him seriously, listening. Darcy smiled. "I do not know why I was unsettled. I thank you for listening. I would happily— anything. She flushed. If my audience helped you, it was the least I might do. Elizabeth soon rose again, saying that she must complete her walk and then return to Jane. Darcy smiled at her and waved her off, standing himself. I've been seated out in the cold rather longer than I ought. My legs are beginning to ache again. They tend to. He returned to Bingley's library and sat in a chair by the window, but near the fireplace, with the final of the 3 volumes of his book about the agriculture of Hertfordshire on his lap. He could not concentrate once more, but this time it was because he was just smiling out at the world. The leaves were blown in little swirls, the clouds were white and puffy, the fire was yellow and leaping, and Elizabeth Bennet's eyes were deep and lovely. The door to the library opened suddenly, and Elizabeth rushed in, her face pale and frightened once more. Mr. Darcy, you must call Dr. Thompson to return. Jane's eyes. She can barely see the sunlight. Chapter 9. It was a nightmare returned. Instead of an afternoon sun, it was an early morning sun that beamed through the windows. Outside, the world was more windswept, the ground was covered deeper in detritus, and there were fewer red, golden, brown leaves sitting on the branches of the oak trees in the yard. In essentials, nothing had changed. Once more Jane gripped Papa's hand while she watched Mr. Thompson examine Jane. Jane's beautiful eyes were unharmed by whatever was killing their sight, but over the course of the afternoon, the sight in them had progressively worsened until she could barely see the candles. And this morning she woke wholly blind, unable to even perceive in which direction the sun came from. This was for Elizabeth the worst thing that could happen. Not Jane. No, I beg you, Lord. If one of us must be blind, let it be me. Not my sister Jane. Anyone but Jane. At least Jane was alive. That was what Elizabeth had to keep telling herself. At least she was alive. And there was hope. There's always hope. This morning in her body, Jane was healthier than she had been during the whole duration of her illness, able to easily stand up and support herself, able to walk about and stretch, and with no fever or sign that her face had been paralyzed. She looked beautiful, ordinary, healthy, except that vacant look in her eyes which no longer focused right, except that she could see nothing and stumbled over everything on the ground. Mr. Thompson frowned as he kept his head uncomfortably close to Jane's. He stared into her eyes through some set of magnifying lenses, while the maid held a bright candle up so close to Jane's face that Elizabeth was afraid the hair would catch fire. Mr. Thompson occasionally made clicking sounds with his tongue as he repositioned himself, Jane and the light from the candle during his examination. Yes. Well, at last, after 10 minutes, he stepped back from her. Well, Miss Bennet, I can detect no abnormalities in your eyes. The orbs are free of any imperfection. You said they do not hurt. Not at all. He made that clicking sound 3 more times, and then nodded decisively. Well, that is that. He patted Jane on the shoulder and looked at Mr. Bennet. Papa frowned back at him, and Elizabeth's heart seized. No, there must be hope. They again retreated, leaving Jane to the care of the maid, while the doctor announced her condition to them. This time, Papa led them to the drawing-room before asking the doctor about his daughter's fate. Bingley, his sisters, and Darcy were all there. Darcy looked at Elizabeth with a comforting gaze that was not quite a smile, but which showed he understood what she felt. Elizabeth took in a shuddering breath, and she sat down in the chair closest to the divan that Darcy occupied. Is she permanently blind? Mr. Bennet growled. Mr. Bingley stood by the window. He clenched his fist so tight that the knuckles turned white. Elizabeth thought he looked nauseated, ready to vomit. Mr. Thompson said evenly to Mr. Bennet, "That is the most probable outcome of her case, though on occasion this form of blindness resolves. I have never heard of the sight being recovered when its cessation was so complete as Miss Bennet's. I would judge that as exceedingly unlikely." "Blind, then? Unchangeably blind?" Mr. Bennet snapped back. "That likelihood is what you must build your plans upon." Time stopped for Elizabeth. There was a drone of voices. Darcy sharply asked several questions about details, information about how to help a blind person regain capabilities and independence. Mr. Bennet's face was stricken. He looked out the window, staring at the sun, with the morning sun lighting up his wrinkles. Not Jane. Not Jane. It was very much like Darcy to jump immediately to such practicalities. He tapped a finger against the sofa he sat on to mark each point the doctor made. Elizabeth's stomach hurt. Papa looked lost. Voices. The doctor's intelligent face with a high forehead and grey sideburns, grey moustache, grey skin, black clothes. Miss Bingley's gasp, white face, hand pressed against her mouth. Mr. Bingley, completely silent, eyes directed firmly out the window. Perhaps he felt the same horror at Jane's fate that Elizabeth did. The sky was a patchy mix of greyish-white clouds and splotches of deep blue. Elizabeth's feet were cold. The portrait of the baronet who'd built Netherfield hung over the fireplace, a dull image, soot-darkened by decades of ash. Miles away from home. Home wasn't a safe haven either. Darcy's voice spoke to her. He leaned close to her, but she couldn't hear what he was saying. She couldn't quite see his face right. "Miss Elizabeth! Miss Elizabeth!" Darcy turned to Mr. Bennet. "Mr. Bennet, I believe your daughter is in shock. Perhaps she ought to be sent to lie down." No, I'm well." Elizabeth shook herself. Her mind half returned to the present moment, but there was a strong sense of unreality to it all. Maybe this terrible thing was happening to another woman with a different sister. It wasn't her Jane who had been blighted and blinded for life, but someone else. Perhaps not even someone real. Perhaps she wasn't real. "Mr. Darcy, do forgive me, but I did not hear what you had asked me."
"You have spent the most time with Miss Bennet. Do you also concur that she could be brought home tomorrow morning?"
"Home? Longbourn? Yes, that would be best." Papa sighed and pulled at his nose.
Yes, I want her home. Dr. Thompson will start making those changes. She should rest for several days longer before she starts learning to walk without sight. Above all, regular habits and quiet. The blind have sensitive hearing, and things must be kept exactly the same so that they can navigate without sight. You will destroy her nerves if there's too much noise, and you must teach the servants to not leave anything on the ground athwart the normal path she walks. And you all must keep your voices down so that her nerves will not be constantly tormented by the situation."
Papa had a wry expression.
"That, I dare say, will be harder than the rest, but if we must, we must. I'll away after seeing Jane quickly again, and then speak to Mrs. Bennet upon the matter. We'll prepare things for her. The carriage will come tomorrow morning. Lizzie, I've missed you."
Elizabeth nodded. Papa came to her. He squeezed her shoulder and looked for a brief point of time as though he were on the verge of saying something else. He shook his head and walked into the hallway. Chapter 10. Soon both Mr. Bennet and Mr. Thompson left. Elizabeth knew she should return to Jane's room.
Exceedingly unlikely.
How likely was exceedingly, huh? Not very. Not likely at all. No, anyone but Jane. Was there hope? There was always hope. Blind. The day outside was decked in lovely golden late autumnal glory. During winter, snow would come, decking the world in white, and then the green of spring. All the books that Jane would never read, all the places she would never see, all the... Should she and Bingley have children, Jane would never know the look of her child's smile and eyes. Why? Elizabeth swallowed. She saw Darcy observing her. His eyes, the thought of how he had survived his own loss, gave Elizabeth hope. Hope that Jane should not despair. But Jane was perfect, fragile, and anyone but Jane. I wish it had been me. Darcy put his hand on her arm.
You shall support her. That matters a great deal, I promise. No one will be able to care better than you for them.
A thought made both Elizabeth and Darcy turn towards Bingley. He'd been steadily staring out the window, his face pale. He breathed heavily, the air hissing from his lungs. I won't.
I won't.
I can't. Mr. Bingley, Elizabeth said quietly, I believe you have some feeling for Jane. This does not change...
No, not like Mamma again.
Elizabeth felt something inside her start to burn. Bingley had seemed so attached to Jane. She had let him sit beside Jane and speak to her often as she recovered. Now, what did he mean?
I want her. I love her.
I do.
I do, but I can't.
Not if...
It would be like it was with my mother.
Charles. Miss Bingley pressed her hand into her mouth and gnawed at the knuckles. I never approved of your... She glanced at Elizabeth. Papa and Mamma were happy. You can't...
No, I won't do it.
Bingley slammed his hand angrily again and again into the wood on the side of the windows. Elizabeth's eyes popped to see him acting in such a way. He then plopped himself down onto a red velvet chair. He hung his head down and would not look at any of them.
I won't. Oh, if only everything was as it had been 2 weeks ago. If only I didn't need to make this choice. But I know what will best constitute my own happiness. I'm sorry for poor Jane, but it is no longer her. I wish for her sake, perhaps for mine as well, that she had died.
Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! Elizabeth could not even remember standing, yet she stood in front of Bingley's chair glaring at him. She had a sense of oddness, as though she were observing herself like an actress in a play. Is that all you have to say for yourself? Bingley looked at her, as mournful as a dying puppy. You snivelling, little, useless, weak, irresolute, disgusting, deceptive, disappointing, honourless villain. You villain? Yes, a man can smile and be a villain.
I am resolute in this,
Bingley replied. He sat higher and stiffer.
You'll not make me lose my determination by comparing me to the hunchback king.
Elizabeth slapped him as hard as she could. The crack echoed across the room. She stared at her hand, then at the red mark growing on Bingley's face. He did not look angry, only sad. Caroline Bingley looked at her in white shock, while Darcy rose and made his way across the room with his crutches, and then he leaned heavily on one crutch and held the other one out between her and Bingley, softly pressing her away from him. His intense eyes for once were easy to interpret. They were pitying and understanding. Suddenly, Elizabeth could not stay in the room a moment longer. She turned and fled, wiping the furious tears from her eyes as she went. Chapter 11. All was silent in the drawing-room after the reverberations of the door that Elizabeth slammed when she left had quieted. Darcy studied Bingley. He hardly knew. Part of him had never been so disappointed in a man as he was in Bingley. Well, Miss Bingley stood and she grabbed Mrs. Hurst's arm. I shall look in on dear Jane to give her my condolences on her fate. 'Tis this sad thing, and one which is wholly not her fault, and which wholly does not leave her unworthy of affection. I remember my mother, and that she still loved me, even when she could not see. Darcy was more than a little surprised to see Miss Bingley's anger at her brother, but that she had many flaws did not mean that she had no virtues. The two gentlemen were left alone in the room. Darcy still leaned on his crutches, standing by Bingley. He sighed and walked back to one of the chairs and settled in it. He studied Bingley again. Devil take it! No! Bingley ground his teeth together. Darcy had not needed to say anything. Bingley stood from the chair, returned to the window to lean over it, looking out at the half-bare branches. No, 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 no! Upon my honour, a dozen times no. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds. Then I never loved, Bingley spat back. I'll not say no man ever has. I know my own disabilities. Damnation, man! Devil take you! Must you both quote the bard? Not a week before you counselled to not marry Jane Bennet, or at least to be in no hurry to make a decision. And now, I have not given any advice. Don't judge me with those eyes. With your manner. He walked back and forth, clenching and unclenching his fists. I hardly understand why you even asked me such a question. No, I will not tie myself to a blind woman for life. Could you imagine being unable to ever even dance at an assembly with your future wife? Very easily, Darcy replied coldly. Bingley looked at him. He flushed red and then chuckled awkwardly. Yes, well, hey. He rubbed at the back of his head, and Darcy was glad to see Bingley's evident embarrassment, because it suggested to him that his friend was about to return to his more ordinary and pliable state of mind. Now, Bingley, I can assure you that such a loss of a part of the ordinary bodily functions does not change a person in essentials. You had said you were coming to love Jane. I believe it now, and that she loves you as well. I have seen how you worried over her during her illness. Love is a matter of essentials. If only, by God, will you quit on the matter? Let it go. Let it go. Bingley, by God. Bingley's face turned into a bitter sneer. Are you so confident that I cannot know my own mind? Make my own decision without your counsel? I assure you I am full capable of being my own man, and I'll not marry a blinded, blighted girl to accommodate your sensibilities. This is my own business, and not yours. Darcy tilted his head, rather surprised by Bingley's firm tone. I had thought, she's gone. I'll always mourn the Jane Bennet who I danced with and talked with so many times. But she is gone. All that is left is a lesser thing, a stub of the person who was there before. The too early burnt-out candle. I have never. That is the worst nitwittery I have ever. Is that how you think about me? You are not a woman who I am considering for marriage. But it does not signify in terms of your friendship or conversation.
This is not about you, not your business. It is my business who I marry. I'm done. I shall leave for London tomorrow, as soon as Jane Bennet vacates the house. I suspect I'll not return to Netherfield any time soon, if ever." "I see," Darcy replied, and he did see. "If you do not object, I shall remain a few days longer to make parting calls upon the acquaintances I have made here. That is your business, not mine." Bingley pressed his hand against his face. "Darcy, you have been like a brother to me. But the way you get at a matter like a bulldog, never giving up on trying to make the world behave as you wish to see it work, it can be a deuced unpleasant thing to be the subject of all that gnawing and shaking." "What do you mean?" "Damnation! Every word. Every damned word. Everything you say. I hear that judgment in it. Perhaps it is your own better self speaking to you. If it is, then devil take my better self. I'll not marry a cripple. And you may have an unmeasurable sympathy for everyone else crippled like you are, and demand we all pretend like nothing is changed. But it has changed. Mr. Bingley, you are a cripple. Jane Bennet is a cripple. If you are so insistent that she hasn't lost her value, marry her yourself." Like his father taught him, take deep breaths. Count them off. Do not reply in anger. Pay attention to the reddish glow of the coals in the fire, to the waving of the tree branches through the window, to the indrawing of air, and then the exhalation. Let the anger drain out, and say what you mean to say as a gentleman. But hearing this from Bingley hurt. "If you continue to speak to me in this manner," Darcy said at last, after consideration, "you are likely to do irreparable harm to our friendship." Bingley sighed. "Be who you wish to be. You can manage yourself. Women are different. Fragile, less than us, less robust, with less ingenuity and determination, unable to stand up under the blows of fortune. You, Darcy, I admire you beyond anyone else I know. But I'll not marry Miss Bennet. That is the end of it." "I suppose it is." There was really nothing more to say, so neither of them spoke more. Bingley stared out at the sky, studying the approaching grey clouds of a storm. After a while, Darcy retrieved his book upon the agriculture of Hertfordshire and read the last chapters of it. It was time to finish the book, as he would be leaving Netherfield, Hertfordshire, and Elizabeth in a few days. Chapter 12. The whole day after Elizabeth and Jane returned to Longbourn was filled with noise, tumult, and Jane tripping while Mrs. Bennet awkwardly tried to lead her somewhere. Mr. Collins could not cease talking to her. Elizabeth had hoped he would have disappeared while she was at Netherfield, but he had not. Loud sermons harangued forth from Mr. Collins to Jane upon how bearing up under misfortune was the duty of all Christian subjects, how blindness was oft a curse delivered by the Almighty upon the wicked, and how Mr. Collins was certain that she would now be for ever a burden upon her family. When he said that, Mrs. Bennet moaned in agreement, though she added, "I still have some hope for Mr. Bingley." "Depend upon it," Mr. Collins replied, "no reasonable gentleman would marry a blind woman if he was not obliged to." The whole time Jane kept a soft, accepting smile on her face. Elizabeth ached for her. She ached for the past. That evening, Papa carried Jane up the stairs to the second floor because she was still very tired and weak from her illness. Then, as the noise of Mrs. Bennet and the younger girls preparing for bed slowly subsided, they gathered together in the same bed, as they often would as girls, and talked.
Jane mostly spoke upon her acceptance of matters, how things had been easier than she had expected them to be, how she was so delighted to be back home and surrounded by the noise of her family. Then she said, "I wonder if Mr. Bingley shall call tomorrow morning. I was quite surprised that he did not see us to the carriage this morning, but Miss Bingley did say he had urgent and unavoidable business." Elizabeth had not had the heart to tell her the previous day, and perhaps it was even worse now that another day had passed, and Jane did not yet know the truth of that reprobate that she had fallen in love with. It was in the tone of her voice. It was in the soft smile that she had when she said Bingley's name. Jane was in love with him, and she had trusted him, a trust he proved unworthy of. Elizabeth gripped Jane's hand. One deep breath. Another deep breath. "Lizzie, you make me frightened. What is it?" "Mr. Bingley, he won't be calling on us." Quiet. Sound of the flickering flames in the fire eating at the wood. Jane's soft breathing. The groaning of the house and the heavy winds. What do you mean?" Jane's voice was queer and thin. "Is he well? Mr. Bingley told me while I was ill that it doesn't matter what he said. He isn't worthy of you. He isn't. He said he loved me." Jane's tone was suddenly anguished. Elizabeth realized in that instant that a part of Jane's seeming acceptance of her new state of blindness had been that the horror of how she had been struck had been matched by the happiness of forming an attachment she had every reason to believe would lead to marriage. Was a promise made to you?" Elizabeth said in surprise. She thought very little of Mr. Bingley, but to imagine that he would break a settled engagement, that was outside of the scope of her previous imaginings. "No." Jane forced a serene smile on her face. Her face was suddenly an emotionless mask. "It must have been a dream." Jane's tone was tinny and false. Elizabeth's heart broke for her. "I thought I had heard him whisper that he loved me when you all visited me. That day Mr. Thompson examined me first. You all believed me to be asleep, but I was quite sick, but my ears were open, or so I thought. I thought he had inclined himself close to me and whispered in my ear, begging me to live, saying he loved me and that we would be happy together once I was well. That notion, but it was nothing. Clearly a dream. I let him speak to you in that way because I feared you would die, and I then believed him to be a good man, and, oh, Jane, my dear, dear Jane, I did wrong. It was wrong, and I ought to have known, but you say he shall not return?" Jane's voice stumbled over the words, slurring. She spoke too fast. "But surely it is nothing to me what he does or does not do, whether he calls or not. No, nothing at all to me. We shall meet in company then. Yes, in company, and I will be perfectly serene, and we shall be as though we were nothing but friendly acquaintances. We are nothing but acquaintances. After all, no promises were made, except those whispered into the ear of a woman he feared was dying. In any case, he said this to you himself?" Jane's question was sharp. "When it was known that I shall not recover? You were quite agitated when you returned yesterday, after I was examined by Mr. Thompson, and he told you all that I was blind. I thought it was only that you were sad for me. You need not be. I am perfectly fine. I will always be perfectly fine. And Mr. Bingley, he is nothing to me. Nothing. He is nothing. All from his own mouth, with my own ears. I hate him for you." Elizabeth looked down at her hand. She could barely see it in the moonlight through the curtains and the low glow of the coals in the grate. At present, with no light, she was almost as blind as Jane. The feel of her slap echoed up her arm again. "Oh, no, no, do not hate him. You ought to remain friends with him. For my own part, I have nothing to complain about. No, no, it is just such a surprise. I wish he could say himself to me that, but if he was full of emotion, yes, yes. Jane, you can cry. You can be sad. Don't pretend to be serene and feel nothing." "Oh, but I do feel nothing. No, nothing at all." Jane gripped Elizabeth's hand so tightly that it hurt. "You see, I have nothing to complain of. I am alive. I am without any significant pain, more than I had any expectations upon merely a week ago. I am wholly and completely satisfied." "Jane." "Lizzie, I beg you." Jane was stiff, not moving. The pain in her voice was real. So Elizabeth embraced her tightly and said nothing else. After a while, Jane let herself soften, and she embraced Elizabeth in return and wept. And then once she had cried herself nearly to sleep, and Elizabeth had almost fallen asleep as well. Jane rolled over and embraced her. "And I have my Lizzie. So long as you are near, I'll never be able to repine upon any account." The next morning, immediately after breakfast, Mr. Collins left to return to Hunsford, as he did not consider himself at liberty to use a curate for another Sunday's sermon. But as he climbed into their carriage, which would take him to the post station, he looked at Elizabeth with a grotesquely meaningful look, and promised to return in just a few days. Shortly after he had left, Mrs. Phillips called on them, shouting and exclaiming as she entered the apartment. "The news! It is awful!" Mrs. Bennet embraced her sister. "What further tragedy has befallen us? You'll not believe it. Mr. Bingley is removing the whole household to London for the winter. I heard it directly from Mrs. North. There is a huge amount of provisions they shall give to the poor. They had set aside a stock of white soup for a planned ball, decorations ordered, stationery for invitations, everything. All cancelled." Mrs. Bennet gasped. Her mouth fell open. She pressed her hand to her chest and said with a small yelp, "No, but what about Jane?" "That's the worst of it. That's the worst of it," Mrs. Phillips exclaimed. "They say that now that she is a blind woman, he'll refuse to have anything to do with her, that he would hang about her room night and day. That was what the maid said. Only Lizzie would also be sitting there, but it still was intimate, enough to clearly set expectations. Then, as soon as he heard she was blind, he decided to leave Netherfield the next day. Mr. Bingley is already gone to London." Jane and Elizabeth both sat in the corner of the drawing-room while their aunt exclaimed upon this. Mrs. Bennet clasped her hands together. "Oh, oh, oh! That is not the only part of it. They say that Mr. Bingley's mother was blind, and that he hated her for it. And this is why he'll have nothing to do with our Jane. What a horrible, ill-featured man! I dare say I never liked him in the slightest. There was something about the way that Mr. Bingley always smiled. No one could like such a villain. Oh, 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 Jane, you'll never marry now? If only Mr. Bingley had fallen in love with you while you were ill. A gentleman is quite likely to do so with a woman in such a position." "It is all right, Mamma," Jane said softly. She forced a smile that made Elizabeth's heart hurt. "I am happy, wholly happy and content with my situation. I need nothing but my family, the love of you all. Say nothing, Lizzie. I can remember what it was like to see, and what each of you looked like, and I'll never be angry for any cause. Never. I am content.
It is all Mr. Bennet's fault, Mrs. Bennet exclaimed. I should have made him call the carriage to take you. I wanted to, you remember, but he said the horses were needed for the farm.
That is not what happened. Elizabeth's hands fisted the fabric of the sofa. Her anger was like what she had felt when Bingley said he would abandon Jane.
It is. Your father is always so tight with money, never spending when he must. And now Jane is...
Mamma. Elizabeth spoke with the low, deep warning growl that a dog might use before it leapt on an intruder. Mrs. Bennet looked at her, and Elizabeth clamped her teeth together. Jane would not wish to see, no, hear, since she could only hear, her become really angry at her mother, and she would not harm Jane for the world.
If only I had insisted the carriage be called for. Mrs. Bennet wiped at her eyes. I thought I ought to. I care very much for Jane. My nerves were such a tangle that day. You would never have fallen ill.
No. Elizabeth harshly sneered at her mother. You did not. You do not. No. Jane put her hand on Elizabeth's and squeezed, trying to calm her and keep peace as she always had. It really will be well, Mamma. It will, cried Jane. But Elizabeth knew Jane mainly spoke to her. It was as though slapping Bingley had let something loose, and all her control over herself was gone, like she was a tower of rage and ready to snap at anyone or anything. Jane didn't deserve this. How dare the world treat the sweetest person so maliciously? No, it won't, Jane. It won't be well. Mrs. Bennet rocked in place and panted as she replied, wringing her hands compulsively. It will not be well unless you convince Mr. Bingley to marry you. No one will ever marry a blind woman. That's what Mr. Collins said. Lizzie, you must marry to save us all. But you are such a contrary, wilful child. Lizzie, when Mr. Collins returns on Monday, you must convince him to marry you. I believe he means to ask. I will not. Mrs. Bennet moaned piteously. Mrs. Phillips watched them all, her eyes glinting with something like happiness at how her sister's family exposed themselves while she was present. But Elizabeth was beyond caring. Oh. Mamma spoke to Jane again. If only Mr. Bennet had not made you go to Netherfield without the carriage. Now we're all ruined and... You, Mamma, you! Elizabeth spoke over her. I will never forget that it was you who wished for Jane to go by horse, so she would be required to stay the night at Netherfield if it rained. You! Now, Lizzie, you did this. All for the pursuit of a worthless young man who determined he wanted nothing to do with my perfect sister, within 2 minutes of the doctor proclaiming her sight was not likely to ever be restored. What? Now it was Jane who exclaimed. Elizabeth had not meant to ever tell this part of the story directly to Jane. It could only leave her unhappy to know the full details of Bingley's abandonment. Oh, Mrs. Bennet moaned. I knew it must be so. I knew it. And it is your fault, Elizabeth spat out. Lizzie, that is ridiculous. It was your papa who lied to yourself, not to me. Cold silence. Jane groped blindly for Elizabeth's hand, and with her other arm she reached towards Mrs. Bennet. Please, I beg you both, please, Elizabeth sighed. I will for you. Now, Mrs. Bennet took Jane's hand. Your sister is being most disrespectful. I have a notion to complain to Mr. Bennet. He is the only one who can control her. You dare call me a liar. Mamma, you just did not remember rightly, Jane said with forced cheerfulness. But you had wanted me to go without the carriage. I never. That is nothing of import. I already felt ill that day before I left, but I did not want to complain. And I did not think that what ailed me was contagious. And since no one else became ill, it must not have been. Elizabeth said, without the rain you would not have become so ill as you did. Only God can know that. You certainly cannot. Jane spoke quietly. Somehow her sightless eyes only strengthened the ordinarily serene impression that she gave. Now I am quite tired. Might you both help me to my bed? I must rest again. Mr. Thompson said I must have quiet. With a sensation of intense guilt, Elizabeth helped her sister up the stairs, holding on to her hand to guide her. It should not be Jane's place to be the peacekeeper. I know I shouldn't have spoken like that to Mamma, Elizabeth said as she helped Jane sit on her bed. I know, but I just... Lizzie, Jane said, just remember that Mamma loves us both very dearly, and there really was nothing to be done. Elizabeth sat on the edge of Jane's bed and held her hand. I can stay and read you something. Just... Jane began speaking snappishly, but then cut herself off. Please, you do not need to. She waved her hand in a vague circle. I am wholly well. I will be. But even though I cannot see you, I can sense you, worrying. Let me sleep. But I do worry. And it is so... Jane took her hand and squeezed it warmly. Thank you, Lizzie, but please, I want to rest. Elizabeth nodded and left the room, her gut churning with anxiety. Despite her pretense of acceptance, Jane was not well. Rather than going downstairs to see Mamma and Mrs. Phillips again, Elizabeth escaped out the door, and she went on a long ramble through the carefully cultivated woods nearby, all branches bare due to the season. When she returned, Mr. Darcy was there, calling on them before he left the neighbourhood.
Chapter 13. Elizabeth Bennet looked luminous in Darcy's eyes, and he felt a sharp pain in his belly, because it was quite likely that he would never see her again. She sat on the Bennets' worn blue-green Chesterfield, with her slippered feet inelegantly placed on the velvet upholstery, her arms around her legs. Elizabeth's normal smile was gone, and there was a stillness to her. She looked at him with dark, sad eyes, and when she spoke, it was slowly and without much animation. Darcy wished he could do something to make her happy, to bring the happiness back to her eyes. Departing our rustic neighbourhood. Yes, off to London as soon as this call is done. My servants have already been informed that I shall dine at my townhouse tonight. Elizabeth nodded. She did not say anything else, or look at him. How fares Miss Bennet? I really would have rathered it if it was I who'd lost my sight. I could be brave then. I could face that. But Jane, and to see her so crushed by Mr. Bingley, I'd done wrong. I let him sit next to her when she was near death, and then while she recovered. He may be your friend, but I shall always despise him. I do not know if he deserves hatred. He whispered to Jane while she was sick that he loved her. And then he said, I cannot love a blind woman. It would have been better if she had died. I did not slap him hard enough. I fully agree. Elizabeth's lips quirked up, and she looked at him directly. Are you not supposed to say that I was unladylike? That one ought never behave in such a way, in company even, no matter the provocation.
Ah, yes, of course. Consider me having said all that.
Darcy smiled weakly at her.
But I much prefer you as you are than I would some lady who in actual truth could never be provoked.
Truly? An actual smile from Elizabeth. Darcy's heart clenched at how beautiful the look in her eyes was. How could he leave and then never come back?
Truly.
Elizabeth then sighed, her glum mood quickly returning. I also yelled at my mother, quarrelled with her. It made Jane unhappy. I shouldn't have. I hardly know myself.
Then trust me. I know you. You are affectionate, dedicated, capable, tender, and sweet. You have endured much. You are indefatigable in the care for your sister. And you have provided precisely the concern and care that Miss Bennet has needed. That you are... A man can be like a rope, scraped at too much. Once frayed, it might snap. You need rest. And you have earned rest now that your sister is mending.
She smiled again, a half-smile this time. That was not a complimentary metaphor. I am like a worn-out piece of rope? Darcy half coughed and half laughed.
It is for good reason that I have never developed any pretensions of a literary nature.
An actual laugh from Elizabeth. No, you must not. And then the time for a polite call was done, and Darcy was required to leave. He looked at his watch, and Elizabeth sighed at seeing him do so. So quick?
I'm afraid I must head off. Otherwise it shall be dark already when we reach London.
You would be unable to see. She stared at her hands.
I believe that Miss Bennet has the soul and strength inside her to flourish and prosper in this new state. Believe me, I know how painful it is, but I also know that any person can overcome such difficulties.
I have thanked you before, and I must again. I believe it was you who saved Jane's life. Elizabeth spoke fervently.
Nonsense.
I will miss you very much. There was some additional meaning in the way that she looked at him.
I will miss you also.
Goodbye, Mr. Darcy.
Goodbye, Miss Elizabeth.
They shook hands, and she walked with him as he swung himself out on the crutches. She could not smile, and her eyes were watery. It had been clear during his call, from Mrs. Bennet's manner, that she wanted him gone, associating him with Mr. Bingley, who all the Bennets now had valid reason to hate for disappointed hopes. Elizabeth had given Darcy yet more reason to be disappointed in his friend. Disappointed, and more. Even if he had not believed Jane to be awake enough to remember, a gentleman who was a gentleman had no right to abandon a lady after whispering into her ears that he loved her. There was not the slightest doubt in Darcy's mind that the story was true. All of Bingley's behaviour in those days when they thought that Jane was likely to die was of the same sort of sentimentality. But as Darcy left the Bennet house and looked back at Elizabeth from the window of his carriage, once he had swung himself in by gripping the bar in the ceiling, he had an odd thought. Am I any better? He was leaving Elizabeth behind, when he had some reason to think she perhaps admired him. Or did she? He certainly admired her. And he was leaving because he thought her family was insufficient for him. But if he married her, it would not be her family and her connections that he was marrying, but her. It would be like plucking a pearl out from the muck. The pearl was not harmed by the fact that it had been cast before swine. It was still as worthy an ornament as ever. There was a longing in Darcy's throat. Elizabeth. No. He had to remain true to himself, his judgment, and his character. There was no other choice. Her family was beneath him. It really was that simple. He had done everything for the Darcy name and to maintain its position. Her family was beneath him. He would say that to himself as many times as it took. Beyond that, her two youngest siblings were disgraceful. Her mother was vulgar, and her father did not put himself to the trouble to discipline them. He had not set aside the money required to give his daughters a dowry that might attract respectable men. A refusal to attach himself to such a family was sensible. Darcy still felt guilty and frustrated. Why did being a Darcy mean he had to deny himself everything he wanted? Chapter 14. The days were cold, grey, gusty, gloomy and dingy as autumn blurred into winter. To see Jane's low spirits tormented Elizabeth. Jane could not be snappish or angry. She always was a picture of serenity and contentment itself. She hardly knew how to complain. But Jane was unhappy, and Elizabeth believed she often sobbed when alone. Added to Jane's loss was Elizabeth's own unhappiness, an unhappiness that she had no right to admit even to herself. She missed Mr. Darcy. It was that simple. In love with him? No, Elizabeth would not confess to being so far fallen. If she was broken-hearted, she would be an object of pity to herself. No, she simply missed a man who she admired enormously. Certainly he had too many flaws for her to love him. He had a great many. Elizabeth simply liked him. Monday afternoon, due to the unfortunate failure of a carriage accident to prevent him, Mr. Collins returned. That evening they all went to a card party at Mrs. Phillips's, including Jane, who believed she had become strong enough to bear the carriage ride and evening company. Elizabeth wanted to sit by her sister the whole time, but Mr. Collins kept speaking and speaking. Everyone watched and studied Jane, and she received many speeches of sadness at what had happened to her. But Elizabeth could not help but believe she saw a sort of pleased superciliousness in everyone. Jane was beautiful, and she had lived a charmed life until this point. Other girls, who had always been jealous of her appearance, could now comfort themselves that at least they weren't blind and jilted. The need to keep up a pretense of sociability wore on Elizabeth. She had never been so ill-inclined for company. She had never been so inclined to forgive Darcy from her heart for his frequent ill temper in company. Hour after hour, conversation after conversation. So many officers tried to talk to her. So many speeches from Mr. Collins. Some men still crowded around Jane, as they always had. But there were fewer. Her beauty was unchanged, but her appeal was. Then, the next morning, the event that Elizabeth had been unhappily awaited came about. As soon as breakfast had finished and Mr. Bennet had returned to his study, while the rest of the Bennet family went to the drawing-room, Mr. Collins stood and he announced to Mrs. Bennet, "Madam, I must beg from you an opportunity to have a private conference with your most lovely daughter." He looked meaningfully at Elizabeth and smiled, showing off his crooked teeth. Oh, Mr. Collins, of course." Mrs. Bennet leapt up and started ushering her younger daughters out of the room before pulling Jane to her feet. Elizabeth sighed. "Mr. Collins, I am sure that you can have nothing to say to me which you might not say in front of us all." "My dear cousin, you are too perfect, too modest, but you must know why I wish to speak to you." "I have no idea." Elizabeth flatly lied. "My dearest cousin, then you shall be delighted to hear." Mrs. Bennet dragged Jane, pulling her along. Her mother had not yet practiced guiding Jane, and in her hurry she did not give Jane a proper chance to adjust her footing as she went over the door-sill. With an ugly crash, Jane tripped and went down, pulling Mrs. Bennet with her. Elizabeth rushed over to them. Jane grimaced a little with pain,
but Mrs. Bennet pulled her up again as she shooed Elizabeth back into the room. "Perfectly well. I'm perfectly well. I insist Jane is as well. Back in there. Back into the room. Listen to Mr. Collins." She shut the door on Elizabeth, closing her in with Mr. Collins. Elizabeth sighed. There was nothing for it but to listen politely and then sweetly refuse his offer. "From the moment I entered your house, that I must say, nearly from the moment I entered Longbourn," Mr. Collins said in a rehearsed voice, "I had selected you as the companion of my future life." "Mr. Collins, no, let me speak before you engage in your expressions of joy. There is a proper order for these things. Where was I? Yes. I have selected you as the companion of my future life. But let me first explain the reasons I have for marrying you." He droned on and on. Elizabeth ordinarily would have at least made a strong effort to attend to his words. It was a significant event after all. Her first proposal of marriage. Even a man such as Mr. Collins deserved the consideration from a woman that she at least listened to him before she refused his hand. Elizabeth was tired. Her mind drifted away, seeing through Mr. Collins. It was Mr. Darcy's intense eyes that she saw. He'd been so kind, and he approved of her display of temper. Slapping Bingley, the feel on her hand, the rage she felt in her chest, her terror when Jane's face had been paralyzed. At least Jane was alive. A fragment of music she liked to play. What would they eat for dinner? Mamma had ordered fish, but when Mr. Collins went off in high dudgeon, would Mamma still have it cooked and served when he was not to be her future son-in-law? "And now all that remains is for us to tell your father the news that you have made me the happiest of men, and ask for his blessing." Mr. Collins now bowed slightly to her and began to step as though he were to walk towards the door. "Wait! I have not yet replied." Yes, the formalities." "Mr. Collins, while I am deeply flattered, and I must express my gratitude at having been the recipient of your attentions, I must refuse your offer of marriage." He blinked at her and pulled at the hair on the side of his head. You mean to say you wish to refuse my offer of marriage?" Why couldn't he or Mamma have taken the clear hint that this was her preference? "That is, I must have misheard you. You wish me to tell your admirable mother before I ask for your father's blessing?" "I wish you to tell no one." "Now, Cousin Elizabeth, I'll not participate in a secret engagement, and I see no reason—" "Mr. Collins, do not be obtuse. I have no intentions of marrying you." He smiled at her complacently. "Now I begin to understand. You mean to increase my affection via suspense, in the usual manner of elegant females." "I mean no such thing. I mean to refuse you." "Miss Bennet, though it pains me to do so, I must accuse you of dissembling. I consider it impossible that you can rely upon ever again meeting such an eligible offer as my own. Further, your sister Jane will now be dependent for her entire life upon the charity and affection of her family, as it is certain to me that she will never marry. In such a situation, it is wholly and entirely impossible for you to seriously mean to refuse me." Why, after all the stress and unhappiness of the past weeks, did she need to listen to such a man proclaiming her empty future in which Jane would have no one to care for her? Elizabeth rose and lifted her chin high. "Mr. Collins, I am now at a loss what to say if you mean to ignore my plain words and claim that I am dissembling. So I shall merely repeat what I have already said. I will not marry you. I do not want to marry you. I do not like you. I do not like your tendency to speak endlessly without ever attending to whether the person you are speaking with wishes to hear what you have to say. I do not wish to serve attendance on Lady Catherine, as she gives me unwanted advice. Let me be clear. My feelings towards you are of the sort that it would be impossible for me to accept your proposal." A flash of anger went across Mr. Collins's face. He glared at her and swept his arm in a wide arc. "This is what you have to say to me? I can hardly believe such. I had thought you a well-bred woman. Your mother had told me that you are a compliant girl, but I see she was mistaken. Yet I still cannot believe this. Aha! You hope for another offer, do you not? Perhaps from that crippled man, Mr. Darcy?" "You ought not insult him in such a way," Elizabeth replied flintily. "Ha! The cripple!" Mr. Collins chortled. "A crippled man? But you must realize that with his disabilities you can hardly expect him to perform the duties of a husband, while I am a whole man." Elizabeth sneered. "You are not even a third, nor a quarter of the man that Mr. Darcy is." "It is him. But he'll never marry you, for he is not at liberty to do so. I must inform you that he is destined to marry Lady Catherine's daughter, Anne de Bourgh. She has a heritage worthy of such a man, while you are wholly beneath him." He pulled his lips back and clapped his hands together. "What do you have to say to that?" What a small and petty man. When Elizabeth did not reply, Mr. Collins chuckled again, and he rubbed his hands together. "Now, since you know for certain that you can expect nothing from Mr. Darcy, and that there is no saviour who can protect you from your sad fate following your father's death, except for me, I shall ask you one last time. Will you make me the happiest of men?" "I find it utterly mystifying," Elizabeth replied, "that you continue to pursue this line of questioning. I have made my sentiments utterly clear, and I begin to think that you have no true feeling of affection towards me. Mr. Collins, be honest with yourself. Surely you do not think we will suit?" There was a look of confusion that crossed his face, as though he was attempting to think, and found the exercise exceedingly painful. Then he said, "But you should listen to what your mother says. Surely she will tell you to marry me. I have come here twice now courting you. What will Lady Catherine say?" While Elizabeth never found out what Lady Catherine said, her mother had a great deal to say upon the topic of Elizabeth's refusal of Mr. Collins's hand in marriage. Screaming, shouting, gesticulating, exclaiming, and cries of "Oh! Oh! Oh! You ungrateful daughter!" Unfortunately for Mrs. Bennet, Mr. Bennet showed no inclination to support his wife in the matter. Instead, he simply said that he would by no means encourage Elizabeth to marry Mr. Collins, and that he requested Mrs. Bennet to be quieter for the sake of Jane, and retreated back to his study. This did nothing for Jane, as the instant that the door closed on Mr. Bennet, Mrs. Bennet began to shout and gesticulate again, with many questions upon how it would now be impossible for Jane to survive at all after Mr. Bennet died, which he no doubt would without any delay worth speaking of. But at long last the drawing-room quieted down. Mrs. Bennet had been taken by a fit of nerves, such that Elizabeth thought her mother had worked herself into a state where she was actually unwell, and she retreated up to her bedroom. Mary busied herself reading and copying out extracts in the reading-room, and Lydia and Kitty went out to call on Mrs. Phillips in hopes of meeting officers on the road to Meryton. Just Elizabeth and Jane in the room. Elizabeth dropped onto the sofa next to her sister and took her hand. "What a difficult morning! What a morning! Why could Mamma not have seen that there is no conceivable world in which I would have married Mr. Collins? Lizzie, Jane's voice was strained, though Elizabeth did not know why. She is the author of most of our discontents. I am quite sure she pointed him towards me as the daughter to try to marry. Mary would hardly be pretty enough for him, and you cannot believe that either Kitty or Lydia would have made a good clergyman's wife. Irrelevancy. She ought to have sent him off, or left him to shift for himself. How could she have thought I would accept him? Does she not know me better than that? Yes, Jane said slowly, in a soft voice that Elizabeth could barely hear. Yes, you refused Mr. Collins's offer of marriage, and then she accused me of having no concern for you, as though the only way to care for you would have been for me to marry Mr. Collins. You, of course, were not asked for your opinion upon whether I should marry Mr. Collins. No, no one asked me whether you should marry Mr. Collins. The flat, echoing tone with which Jane spoke made Elizabeth look at her carefully. Jane's hands were folded tightly together. Her eyes still looked lovely, but they did not look anywhere in particular. Jane wore a white and blue dress Elizabeth had seen on her dozens of times, and her lips were thinly pressed together. Her feet bounced up and down in a tapping motion. If this had been anyone but Jane, Elizabeth would have thought she was tense and annoyed. Jane, surely you don't think that I should have married Mr. Collins? No reply, except Jane's hands clenched tighter together till the knuckles went white. Jane, what are you thinking? We'll manage. If Papa, it doesn't matter. Jane, you do not care about me in this. You did not think of me. You did not ask yourself at all about me. Heavens! Lord, look! Look at yourself. Go to a mirror and stare at yourself because you can. You are angry because an eligible man with an honourable profession asked you to enter the honourable state of matrimony with him. What is the matter, Janey? You had your choice. At least you chose. At least you can marry. Men still want you. No one abandoned you because you are now damaged and undesirable forever. No one proclaimed they loved you and then left without the decency of telling you why. You can walk about, you can look out the window, you can look at your hands. You can see your own reflection. You can see Mamma. How can you be so angry at her when you can see her? I'll never see Kitty, Lydia, Mary again. Never. And that view, the last thing I will ever see clearly was a dreary grey November rain. Who wants to see a dreary grey November anyways? It will stick in my mind always, more prominent than the people I love. And I don't want it. None of it. I want to be able to see. Jane, I had no idea that... Of course you don't. I'm always serene. I'm always content. Jilted? Well, why would I mourn? I still have my loving family. Blinded? Why would I complain? I am still alive. Useless, ugly, unmarriageable? Why would I complain? Who needs a husband? Who even wants to marry? Wilhelmina Goulding told me that the whole marital act is dreadfully unpleasant anyways. So no, I don't complain. I'm just happy. Jane faced in roughly Elizabeth's direction with a fixed rictus pretending to be a smile. I am now dependent, and I always shall be. You heard how Mr. Collins spoke of me. If even he would not marry me now, what can I expect? Surely you wouldn't want to marry Mr. Collins. I want to marry someone, and I want to be asked, even if I would say no. I would like to be such a person as might be asked such a question. Elizabeth was quiet. Not every man is such a fool as Mr. Bingley. I hate him. I never imagined I could hate anyone. And now, Jane, but you said, I lied. I'm the sort of person who can hate. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him with all my heart. I want to claw his eyes out so he can be blinded too. Jane abruptly stood, pulling herself away from Elizabeth, and violently walked away. She accidentally stabbed her foot into an unseen table that clattered, overshattering the glasses that had been on it. Jane gasped in pain. By bloody hell, devil take us all! Elizabeth grabbed Jane and pushed her to sit down. We shouldn't have any tables. Nothing anywhere that I might wish to walk. Why was that table even there? Jane exclaimed. Why can't I just see again? For one moment? Elizabeth helped her to sit down again. Mrs. Hill rushed into the room, drawn by the noise of the glasses shattering. The housekeeper exclaimed, Oh, the Wedgwood blue set! Jane, are you well? Jane did not reply. She sullenly kept the blank, blind look towards the corner of the room. She sat stiffly, and for the first time that Elizabeth could ever remember, her sister refused to relax into her embrace or hug her back. The two of them said nothing as Mrs. Hill and the maid cleaned up the shattered china and searched the wooden floor for any tiny shards that might remain. When the two women were alone again, Elizabeth took Jane's hand once more and squeezed it. There was a long pause, and then Jane squeezed it back. Neither said anything for a while. Elizabeth felt wholly miserable in her stomach. Suddenly she exclaimed, If any man who I can respect, and who could give a secure place for you, does court me, I will accept him, Janey. I hadn't thought of you, and Lizzie, I hadn't. Of course you are scared. And Papa, he doesn't trouble himself. It is the business of a woman's life to marry, and I promise I'll find a good husband for myself and see you. Lizzie, I didn't mean to. I don't even really hate Mr. Bingley. I'm scared, but you can't. I know you. You have always determined to marry for the deepest affection. Don't ever let go of your dreams just because mine have been ruined. You are my sister. I need you to be happy. I can never be happy while you are miserable. Don't be ridiculous. I am not miserable. I only am not always so serene as I make myself seem. Elizabeth started sobbing, and she threw her arms around Jane. My poor dear Jane. Jane embraced her back. I wouldn't ever want you to marry Mr. Collins. You do not like him, and the two of you would not suit. But I am scared. It shall be difficult when Father dies. There's so little money, and I know I will depend more than ever on the servants to do little things. If I find myself in an unpleasant situation, it will be impossible for me to escape by becoming a governess or a companion. I cannot marry, and everything is changed. I always believed I would eventually marry quite well. I do not like to appear vain or puffed up, but I always knew that my beauty was something exceptional, and that marriage with a decent man would always be simply a matter of appearing willing to accept an offer. It still is. No, and I beg you, Lizzie, I hear that huff in your breath. You wish to argue with me, but let me mourn now. Oh, Jane, Elizabeth embraced her tighter. I shall always, I know. That night Elizabeth could not help but be dissatisfied with herself. She found it difficult to sleep. She had been so heartless and callous as to believe that only because Jane desperately sought to keep a serene countenance, that underneath it she was mostly serene. There had been Jane's tears the first time that they had spoken of Mr. Bingley's abandonment, but since then, While Jane had been clearly sad, Elizabeth had seen no sign of this sort of eruption. She should have known. If only Mr. Darcy had not left town with Mr. Bingley. She wished very much that she could talk to Mr. Darcy again and tell him about how unhappy Jane had been, and ask him what he thought she should do. She missed Darcy. She missed his comforting presence, his smiles and his conversation, far more than she would have imagined. He would have known what to say to her to make her feel better. Jane's unhappiness made Elizabeth feel a deep guilt at any twinge of her own unhappiness. She and Darcy had never behaved as lovers. He had never given her any hint that might be construed as a promise or an act of courtship. Yet that open-hearted friendship and desire for her company had always been there. Not flirtation, but affection. Her friend had gone away to another county, to London, and likely she would never see him, even though he was the best gentleman she had ever known, and even though he had saved Jane's life by bringing Mr. Thompson to take command of her treatment. The end of the Bennets' connection with Mr. Bingley meant that she would likely never see Mr. Darcy again. Even should both of them be in town at the same time, she could not call upon him. Papa would have no interest in calling upon him, and Elizabeth could not imagine Mr. Darcy ever calling at Gracechurch Street. To picture him in her aunt's cosy drawing-room, perhaps surrounded by her dear nieces and nephews, an appealing but unlikely picture. So she had lost a dear friend. That was a good excuse for a little unhappiness. Chapter 15. Upon arriving precisely at the specified time in the afternoon for his dinner with his uncle at the Earl of Matlock's town-house, Darcy was helped out of the carriage by his footman. Once the door was opened and he made it into the entry vestibule on his crutches, he found a rolling bath chair with the footman to push it. A very fancy and elegant example of the species of rolling chairs for invalids, silk embroidery, gold threading, decidedly oversized, and with an arrangement around the single front wheel that he might steer by. Very kind of his uncle to ensure that such a provision was there for an invalid, even though if Darcy had the slightest intention of using a bath chair, except for rare and specific circumstances, he would have brought his own. He ignored the chair and settled his crutches to begin swinging down the hallway towards where he knew from long experience the drawing-room was. The butler who'd opened the door said, "Sir, would it not be more comfortable if you sat?" "No," Darcy replied flatly. Well, her ladyship was most insistent." The butler wiped his forehead. "Are you wholly certain you would not be more comfortable?" "Aunt Amelia?" Darcy asked with a bit of confusion. His uncle's wife was many things, many of them admirable. Sufficiently insistent to frighten their butler of many years was not one of them. "No, sir, Lady Catherine." "Ah, Lady Catherine." Darcy shook his head with a smile, and without any further words proceeded in his own ambulatory pattern to the drawing-room. Perhaps if he lived in a different world, where there were ramps everywhere, and not a great many stairs, he might make more use of wheeled chairs, or if they were better designed to manage rougher ground, or if an easy method by which their user could propel them himself was developed by the ingenuity of artificers. From conversations he had in Bath, Darcy knew that only in the past 50 years that the art of producing chairs in which a man might be pushed had advanced considerably. As matters stood, he quite disliked the prospect of being pushed around in such a device, especially as he regularly would need to quit the chair and return to his use of his crutches and the considerable strength of his arms and shoulders, if there was any particular roughness in the road, which there always was.
Lady Catherine was here. Well, he could well imagine upon what topic she wished to speak with him. Darcy had implied in a letter to his uncle that he might be willing to marry sooner rather than later. It was a point that his time at Netherfield had not changed. His illness illustrated with perfect clarity that one ought not endlessly wait with the expectation that tomorrow would be as good as today to accomplish an important goal. Marriage and the first efforts to produce an heir ought to occur within the next year. Darcy swung his way past the larger-than-life row of paintings of the Earls of Matlock that decorated the hallway. That must explain the intensity of his attraction to Elizabeth Bennet. Though wholly unsuitable to be his wife, she was more suitable than any other lady he had met in the neighbourhood, and that part of his mind which was looking for a proper prospect to enter the state of holy matrimony had thus selected her. Doubtless, now that he was in London and likely to see other women who would be even more eligible, his fascination would light upon them instead. The key question that must be determined tonight was this: could he transfer this desire to marry specifically upon Anne? They were all there in the drawing-room. Lord Matlock, his face ruddy and healthy, despite nearly being 60 years old. Lady Amelia, who smiled at Darcy and waved at him. Darcy had always liked her. Anne sat near the fire with her companion, her face rather pinched and tired, though she also smiled at Darcy. Lady Catherine sat on the centre of the Chesterfield, taking up all 3 cushions with the force of her presence as she discoursed to the others. It was unusual to see her and Anne this far from Rosings, as Anne's supposed poor health usually kept her from coming to town. However, in his time with knowing her, Darcy did not believe he had ever seen anything which would give him cause to believe that she could not bear children, or would be unusually likely to die in the childbed. Upon entering the room, Darcy inclined his head to his relatives, and then settled in the seat which the butler drew out for him. At least someone amongst the staff, or maybe it was his uncle or aunt, had remembered what he said when they visited him in Bath about the kinds of chairs he had found with experiment to be easiest to sit in and rise from. Lady Catherine sniffed as she looked at him. "Where is the chair I sent for your use?" "Still blocking the doorway," Darcy replied dryly. "I found no use for it." "Bah! You rather mean to say you are too stubborn to take the advice of a woman who knows better than you. You ought not insist on always going everywhere on those crutches. It would be far more dignified and better if you were pushed around in a fine chair, decorated with a bit of gold. That is what all of my crippled friends do." Darcy controlled his expression and did not roll his eyes in amusement and annoyance. She was family after all. "Madam, I have discovered over my life that there is a fair amount of value in appearing tall. The crutches allow me to maintain that benefit." She sniffed haughtily. "Nonsense. Any well-fed peasant boy can grow tall, or use crutches. A true man of worth and consequence will not expose his infirmities in such a visible way to the public eye. What a peasant boy cannot do is afford a manservant to push him everywhere. If the appearance of height is of such a concern to you, you ought to hire that tall, well-fed peasant boy to push you. You might even find one who is taller than yourself. That is what will display your income and consequence to the best advantage." Darcy pressed his lips together to keep from smiling, and then he said, "I shall think upon what you have suggested, and ignore it," Lady Catherine replied peevishly. "I know that expression of yours. It is the same in all my nephews, that determination to ignore the wisdom of their elders." "I am delighted to see you as well, Aunt," Darcy replied with a friendly grin that he had always known to soften Lady Catherine, "even though I am possessed, as I apparently often am, with such a determination to ignore your wisdom." His smile worked on her once more, and Lady Catherine rose and delivered a kiss upon his cheek. You look just as my sister did. The dimples and glint in your eye when you smile in such a manner. After the matter of Darcy's use of crutches was settled, the group canvassed a variety of other topics, plans for Christmas, and where each member of the family would be, a determination upon when they would all meet for the season, a mutual agreement upon the virtues of Wellington and their general distaste for Boney, comments upon the excesses of the Prince Regent, and of course, as usual, there was a half-hour of dispute about whether Georgiana ought to be brought out for the season next year or the year following. Shortly before the dinner bell rang, the Matlock's youngest son, Colonel Fitzwilliam, exploded into the drawing-room, all grins and bright conversation. "Darcy, I heard you came up from rusticating in the countryside, from Bath to an abandoned rural town. I'd rather have been shot in battle, but you were always odd." Darcy grinned and shook his hand. Richard had always been his favourite cousin, and even though their personalities were in substantial ways distinct, they never failed to enjoy time spent in each other's company. "Stand up now, stand up. Let me see how you've come to manage those crutches. You look remarkably fine. I note how your shoulders have expanded at least 2 inches since I saw you in the spring." Darcy grabbed the crutches that he'd leaned against the armrest of the chair and pushed himself up, clicking the braces in his knees, locked as he did so. "You stand quite straight, still taller than me. The deuced fact is I'll never win upon that matter, not without directly shooting your feet off." "Were you to hit?" Darcy raised his eyebrows in a manner that suggested scepticism on that score. "You would still be shorter than most gentlemen you meet, so I suggest you would derive little advantage from it." Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. "Mind making a display of how you walk?" Darcy obliged by using the swinging gait to go around the room once, and then the slower gait that involved going one leg and crutch forward at a time to go around once more. His cousin clapped Darcy on the shoulder once he'd sat down again. "Very agile. I can only think of one fellow who seems even more of a master of the crutches. Man from my regiment whose lower spine was shot right through at Albuera." "Oh, how horrid," Lady Amelia said. "Richard, do not say such things." Colonel Fitzwilliam shrugged. "Well, he certainly was shot in such a way. Brawniest fellow of my acquaintance. Can manage as well as anyone, even though his legs are a whole dead weight. Unlike yours, which I believe you said can do a little." In reply, Darcy tapped his foot a few times. "They are only exceedingly weak, not insensible. You look well, Darcy. Look very well." "As it happens," Darcy said laughingly, with a look at Lady Catherine, "I have been strongly advised that for the sake of my dignity I ought to leave off the use of the crutches and limit myself to the use of a bath chair. Were I to hire a very tall footman to push me around, it would make a fine display of my consequence." Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed heartily, and he replied as Lady Catherine huffed. "Are you wholly certain that even you could afford the wages a man taller than yourself can command?" "Wholly certain." "Then I concur with Aunt Cattie's advice." The woman in question, detecting from her nephew's tone of voice that he was wholly unserious in his agreement with her, made an annoyed sound and said, "Whatever you two might say, locomotion upon those crutches is unsightly, undignified, and makes you look more like a beggar than the possessor of one of the greatest fortunes in the land." The dinner bell rang, ending this discussion. At the table, Darcy sat next to Anne. He made some effort to engage her in conversation, but she spoke little for the first half of the dinner, and what she did say was mostly upon how her feet were perpetually cold in the winter, and a litany of health complaints, much as usual. However, at one point, As the group was engaged in a general conversation upon the improvements which Lord Matlock was considering in making to his estate, Anne suddenly exclaimed to Darcy, "Our new vicar has written to us about the kindness which you showed to his cousins while in Hertfordshire."
"You mean Mr. Collins?"
Darcy asked after having to think for a moment. Though he had met the man several times, the vicar had not made any impression, except as a bore.
"Yes, Mr. Collins. Is he not such a kindly man? He always says the nicest things to me."
Anne seemed serious, but there was something about the way she spoke that gave Darcy the impression that this was meant as a joke. "What is this kindness that you showed?" Lady Amelia asked, with a smile at him. "You were always such a generous boy."
"Nothing of the sort,"
Darcy replied. "One of his cousins became very sick while visiting Mr. Bingley's sisters at Netherfield, and I merely called from London the physician who developed my plan of treatment to examine her." Lord Matlock laughed. "Called a London physician 25 miles out of town to consult upon a case? You must depend upon your patronage a great deal." "Mr. Thompson's aid was invaluable in setting me on the correct course to recovery," Darcy replied, a little stiffly. "You haven't recovered," Lady Catherine replied. "You cannot walk." "I can. Crouch walking is not walking." "Madam," Darcy replied to his aunt, "in the previous sentence you referred to it as walking." "What? Should you now claim that if you were to walk upon your hands like a circus performer, that too would be walking?" Lady Catherine replied sharply. Darcy always believed that his aunt enjoyed arguing about the proper use of a word as much as he or any other disputatious gentleman did. It was rather a pity in Darcy's view that the oldest daughter of the Earl had not been the youngest son, and thus sent off to study law. She would have made a fabulous barrister or judge. "And what happened to the girl?" Lady Amelia asked softly, to break up the argument between her sister-in-law and nephew. She never enjoyed watching such disputes. "Did your doctor cure her?"
"No,"
Anne answered for Darcy, her voice light and soft.
"Mr. Collins says that she is completely blind, with no hope of any improvement. Must be a curse of God upon her, for she was very beautiful."
"Only poor luck,"
Darcy replied annoyedly. "She was only unlucky, and at least she survived." "Oh, how horrid," Lady Amelia said. Darcy's mind returned to Elizabeth. What had she been doing since they parted? It had not been long at all. She had been so worried for Jane. Anne turned to Darcy, and she also said,
"Mr. Collins also said you had been kind to the cousin of his who he has the most particular interest in."
"What?"
"And Elizabeth? That you two talked often."
"Mr. Collins has a particular interest in Elizabeth. I mean, Miss Elizabeth," Darcy replied with some surprise. "I saw nothing of the sort." Except he had. Something about Mr. Collins's behaviour with his lovely cousin implied that he was likely to ask her to marry him. Perhaps he already had. No, Elizabeth was too clever to marry that fool. Certainly she was. Darcy felt a terrible anxiety. What if Elizabeth was to be married to him? He found it very hard to continue spearing the meat on his plate with his fork. 1 bite. 2 bites. Lady Catherine said with some asperity, "Anne, I have no sense why we are speaking of Mr. Collins, but he wrote that he was refused by his cousin and has transferred his affections to the daughter of one of their neighbours, a most useful woman. For my part, I have no notion why youths these days believe themselves to be at liberty to not listen to their parents and other superiors in understanding when determining who to marry. I am certain that no one at this table would marry in such a way as to disoblige their relations. She had refused Mr. Collins. Colonel Fitzwilliam coughed, choking on his wine, and waving away any help with his hand while looking like a grinning maniac. "Fine, fine, fine. Merely wished to say, Lady Catherine, I certainly would never disoblige you in marriage." "If you would," she said, "I am certain you are the only one." Elizabeth was still free. Something in his stomach loosened, and Darcy took a large swallow of his wine. He was happy, but it was stupid to be happy over such a matter, since he did not intend to, as Lady Catherine had said, marry to disoblige his relations. He did not want any of them, even Colonel Fitzwilliam, to see the relief on his face. After dinner they all returned in a body to the drawing-room, and at last the argument that Darcy had known was approaching for the whole night came. But he was more firm in his decision. The minute of wondering whether Elizabeth had married Mr. Collins had been enough to convince him that even if she could never be anything more to him than a friend, that his feelings for Anne were such that she could never be anything more to him than a cousin. Lord Matlock began the discussion. "Darcy, my fellow, Darcy, Cathy and I've been talking. And, dear boy, we've decided it's time for you to marry." "Oh?" Darcy raised his eyebrows and drew out the word. "Have you now? Don't put up your bristles. Your life and all. We know well that you can't be browbeaten to anything. No. I admire this about you. I have always been determined to live up to the Darcy name," Darcy said, "as I best see fit. I, of course, do so solely to gain your admiration." Lord Matlock pursed his lips and shook his head. "Kindly let down your hackles for a few minutes. We are all here because we care for you. You cannot be pushed into anything, so you will not be. But you are too dutiful to not listen and give us all a chance to speak." "Of course not. Now, Darcy, will you also promise to seriously consider the matter?" His uncle stood and leaned forward on the back of a velvet wig-backed chair. "I have. Yes, well, I mean, to seriously think upon what we say." Darcy grinned. "I shall do my best to set aside any annoyance at having you discuss my affairs, and seek to consider if there is any wisdom in the discussion." "Well, and I hope you set aside any offence my words might cause. But we are family. No need to be prickly. Our goals are all the same. The simple fundamental of the matter is this. You've always expected to marry brilliantly, and have held off marrying Anne in hopes of finding a brilliant match." Lady Catherine sputtered at her brother, but he talked right over her, saying, "She tends to illness, Cathy, and Darcy tends to an excess of good looks. Perhaps he would have found an heiress with beauty and excellent health who is Anne's equal in fortune, or failing that, a woman with an excellent dowry who would impress the whole of society. But, Darcy, you know that is impossible now. At least, very unlikely." "Oh?" Darcy replied coldly. "Do not play a game of pretense with me. Any really brilliant match is a girl pursued by every clever bachelor in the town. Such a girl and her family would not consider you, and you cannot pursue her through dancing attendance on the girl at every ball. If you tried with some incomparable, you would merely make a fool of yourself. So, son, time to marry Anne." This time Darcy felt really offended, mainly due to a belief that what his uncle had said was true. There was a certain sort of woman, maybe a dozen such girls entered society every season, who were considered as diamonds of the highest water, incomparables, the women who every idle man wandering the ballrooms dedicated themselves to the pursuit of. When the chase for such a girl ended, the lucky hunter who had brought her down was always feted and praised,
and the men around him looked at him with an additional heap of jealousy for acquiring a wife who combined at once excellent accomplishments, beauty, connections, and wealth, though which of those four was most predominant varied. Darcy had of course danced with such women, and while he had never met one who he had been tempted to pursue, he had fully believed that he could, that any eligible woman in the kingdom was his for the asking. Lady Catherine exclaimed, "There is no woman more worthy than my Anne. Look at her." Anne smiled a little vacantly and waved at them all. She seemed surprisingly undisturbed to hear herself spoken of in such unflattering terms by her uncle, and to be the onlooker to a conversation which meant to settle the future course of her life.
"Any case," Lord Matlock said, "can do nothing but make the best of it. I am not blighted, and if I might not be as desirable of a companion as I once was, I assure you I shall have no difficulty finding an ample number of women who would be willing to enter the married state with me." "Yes, but your cousin is the best option, or at least the best sure option."
Darcy again glanced at Anne. He could not imagine being spoken of in such a way. But then none of them had ever seemed to show an excess of concern for her feelings. Perhaps that had been wrong of them. But Anne was simply not to his taste.
"Darcy, I insist you cease making us wait and finally do this," Lord Matlock added. "You insist?"
Lord Matlock winced at Darcy's tone of voice.
"You know what I mean. You are your own man. You know that I would never dream of actually trying to dictate your business to you. However—"
Colonel Fitzwilliam interrupted.
"Papa, Darcy gets picky with small untruths. Confess it. You would dream of dictating to him."
They all laughed, dissolving much of the growing tension in the room. Lord Matlock cheerfully agreed.
"It certainly would be a dream, and never could I have a more fanciful one. I have no present intentions to immediately marry,"
Darcy cautiously said, hoping to not insult Anne further.
"You'd suggested a few months ago that you also thought the time had come,"
Lady Catherine said.
"Do you mean to claim that you have been too inconsistent to hold to one resolution for so long?"
Lord Matlock peered anxiously at Darcy.
"Not marry? I thought you implied that your illness had not interfered with your hopes to sire an heir. Did some weakness progress further since?"
"No, all of those faculties are yet fully intact." Darcy looked pointedly at Anne.
"This is hardly a proper discussion in any case."
Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. Lord Matlock waved that consideration away.
"If you are going to marry her, she will learn about such things soon enough."
He laughed, rather crudely. "What things?" Anne said with a quiet smile. There it was again, that little flash of humour in her eyes, as though she'd asked the question chiefly to tease Lord Matlock, or maybe her mother.
"Nonsense,"
Lady Catherine said to Darcy, ignoring her daughter's question.
"Besides the point anyway. The essential consideration is this. You two are formed for each other, descended on the maternal side from the same noble family, and on the father's from respectable, honourable, and though untitled, ancient families. Only 3 generations since a de Burgh came back with all that money as a nabob."
Colonel Fitzwilliam gaily exclaimed,
"I will not be interrupted. Hear me in silence."
To that order Colonel Fitzwilliam pantomimed a retching, but he did not say anything else.
"The fortune on both sides is splendid," Lady Catherine continued. "They are destined for each other according to the voice of every member of the respective families of any significance."
She glared at Colonel Fitzwilliam, clearly implying that he was of no significance.
"Darcy, if you are sensible of your own good, you shall immediately make your proposals to my daughter, and we can see you both married by special license before the week is out."
A silence followed this ringing demand. Darcy sighed after it began to appear to him that Lady Catherine was preparing another speech. He said to Anne, "Dear cousin, I must apologize for this scene and for any disappointment that you may feel, but my feelings make it wholly and entirely impossible for me to enter into matrimony with you." "I know." She smiled back at him.
"You do?"
Lord Matlock exclaimed in surprise.
"We planned your engagement in your crib. Darcy, you are honour-bound to marry Anne. Your honour demands it. Your standing as a gentleman would be ruined if it came to be known that you had jilted your cousin. Your position in the world, if you do not marry her, you will expose yourself to the scorn of the world, of society in general, of all your friends, of all your relations, and of everyone who has ever shown the slightest pennyworth of concern for you." "Catty," Lord Matlock said, "that goes rather too far. Besides, we'd agreed we could not browbeat Darcy into anything. Now, Anne, you mean to say you have no particular desire to marry Darcy?"
"No, not at all."
"Why not?"
"He does not like me." She smiled. "Shouldn't a husband like his wife?"
"Of course he likes you, darling," Lady Catherine said. "If he knows what is in his own best interest, he does."
"Anne, you are my cousin. I always will have that affection for you appropriate to our connection, but—" "You do not love me, not as a wife." She smiled. "I do not mind. I would be rather frightened, I think, if you did. But now I must retreat. I confess I am rather tired after this long day." After she had vacated the room, Lady Catherine said,
"See how heartbroken Anne is."
It was Lady Amelia who replied, in one of the very rare occasions when she directly opposed Lady Catherine. I rather think she was relieved and pleased. No surprise. With her poor health, childbearing would be like to kill her. Were I in her position, I would much prefer to remain unmarried and in control of my own fortune." Lady Catherine sneered at her sister-in-law.
"It is a wonder you have raised any children at all. I know what Anne wants, and it is to please me. Darcy, I have not finished with this. You will hear me out, and you will in the end agree to fulfill the promise your mother made to me." "I shall not listen." Darcy rose on his crutches. "I have made my intentions wholly clear, and I will not be moved. I bid you all good evening. Perhaps we might see each other again during my remaining residence in London. I will return to Pemberley at the end of the week." Colonel Fitzwilliam followed Darcy out of the drawing-room. "Dear cousin,"
he said, laughing, "does your disinclination for further refined conversation with your relations apply to all of us, or only to the older and more female members of your exalted clan?"
"What, old fellow?"
"The War Department is not paying you enough to keep yourself in really good brandy, and you hope to leech some off of me."
"Nonsense. I mean they're not—"
"And I do, but I am chiefly thinking of you. To drink alone is desperately sad, and you are not desperately sad. So the only way that you shall enjoy your fine brandy is if you invite me over." As the two of them bantered, they went out to the street to wait for Darcy's carriage to be brought round. "And you think," Darcy said, leaning on the crutches and smiling, "that I could find no other friend to share my brandy with?" "Of course you could, but any other friend would be wholly inferior by virtue of not being me." "If that is your argument, I cannot reply without causing such damage to the esteem you hold for yourself that I think you would never recover." Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed, and he climbed first into the carriage when Darcy gestured him to, and Darcy then grabbed the upper bar, pulled himself up, and swung his bottom onto the seat.
His cousin whistled at that. "You have become strong." "It took a fair amount of effort, but I absolutely insist on not being a cripple." The two of them were soon settled by a warm fireplace in Darcy's drawing-room, with a game of backgammon between them, of course sipping the brandy that Darcy knew was at least a little bit of the draw his quarters held for his cousin. "I really was a bit frightened for you," Colonel Fitzwilliam said. "From how Papa talked when he said you would dine over tonight, he at least considered it quite likely that you were ready to sacrifice yourself to the great principle that great fortunes ought to be consolidated." Darcy grimaced. "I think 3 months ago I was 3/4 prepared to do so." "What changed?" Darcy did not reply. He rolled his dice, which made a nice clicking sound as they tumbled on the wooden board. "You wild young buck! You found a woman while rusticating in Hertfordshire." This led to a coughing fit on Darcy's part, as he had been swallowing some of his brandy right as his cousin spoke, and it went down incorrectly. Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed and slapped him on the back as he did so. "I only hope to congratulate you, not kill you." "I am like to survive," Darcy croaked and pointed at a decanter. "Water." He swallowed back a whole glass, though there was still a bit of burning from the strong alcohol in the back of his throat. "Hate when that happens," his cousin said sympathetically. "But tell me about the woman you've met." "No." "So why did you not come back here to announce your attachment to her? What is the difficulty?" "I am not going to marry her." "I contrived to make you admit she exists." Darcy rolled his eyes. "I admit nothing." "You have, too." Darcy drained his drink, threw his dice, and made a move that allowed him to win the current game of backgammon. "It appears," he said, "I've won one and lost one." "Yes, and I won the more significant game," Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. "Well, why ever not? But you do not need to tell me. I've seen how you look at women, only with an intent to criticize them for how they fall short of some ideal you have in your mind." "No, I do not," Darcy replied, rather pricked by that description of himself. "So is it not some perceived imperfection that drives you to draw back? Assume then she is married." Darcy had been ready for his cousin to say something outrageous, so he took a sip of his brandy without losing his countenance. Why wasn't he going to marry Elizabeth? "You hound! I'd never have guessed you to go mawkish towards a married woman." Colonel Fitzwilliam set up the board for a new game and made his first move, then took a proper swallow from his glass. "Cousin, I believe in your abilities. You can steal her away from this husband. Not respectable, of course, but Byronic scandals are all the rage this year. You'll be fashionable when you take off with her and turn Pemberley into a nest for sinful couplings." "Why did I invite you to my house?" "Because I am your favourite cousin," was the immediate, cheerful and confident reply. Darcy took a deep swallow from his drink. Was he being unreasonable, pointing at a minor flaw? Connections and trade, and a family he did not like, to keep him from seizing the happiness with Elizabeth that seemed to be in front of him? "Do not look so gloomy. If the husband is such a problem, we can do him in. Make her a widow. That's respectable enough." "Killing a man to marry his wife?"
"No, marrying a widow."
"She is not married, so you shall need to save your murderous impulses for the French. Damn unfortunate. Has anyone ever suggested to you that your morals might be deficient?"
"Frequently. Wait, no. You formed an attachment to a housemaid. That will set Aunt Catherine awry."
Darcy laughed. "Of course not. She is a gentleman's daughter, though too far below me to think of." "Well, why not?" "I have a duty to my family, to myself, to Georgiana, to my ancient, respectable, and honourable name, to the memory of my father, and stop spouting nonsense. You sound like Lady Catherine. You also have a duty to yourself. If your goal is to consolidate family wealth, I would not consider convincing Anne a hopeless prospect. Otherwise, go and marry your chambermaid. She is not a chambermaid. You are too touchy upon that point. Go marry her. Wait, is the girl that cousin of Batty Catty's clergyman? The one you called the physician for when she went blind? I called the physician before she went blind. And it is not her? Because you speak of her too calmly. Wait, the other cousin, the one who refused the clergyman. Aha! I see it in how you blush. Darcy did not reply. Obviously. But he was fairly sure that the way in which he did not reply only gave his cousin further confirmation as to the correctness of his guess. Well, that hardly sounds so unrespectable as a chambermaid. I'd visit you if you were married a chambermaid. Any case, I win this game. He yawned. Mind if I sleep here? Too late to be wandering through the cold, dark, no doubt icy streets while seeking my own lodgings in a less fashionable quarter. Darcy rolled his eyes. You know you are always welcome. Then I'll venture to say it once more. I think you are in love with this girl from how you appear. I can tell the signs. And if you are in love with her, you ought to marry her, no matter what her family is like, what her deficiencies are, and what other considerations might lead you to hesitate. Darcy thought about this after it was just him sitting by the fire. He admired the brandy in the glass, turning it this way and that in the firelight. Maybe his cousin was right. He ought to marry a woman who he loved. And even if he had not been blighted by his illness and the resulting difficulties, he had suffered. He deserved some compensation, and marrying as he wished would be a very good compensation for his suffering. He always did what the Darcy name required. But perhaps he should for once, in one and only in one significant matter, act to please solely himself. Darcy was a man who was scrupulously honest with himself, and that honesty required him to admit that at times a man might permit himself an indulgence without damaging his general character and credibility in the world, and at times he might even deserve such an indulgence. To make a wife of a diamond picked out of the muck of the Bennets' pigsty. To make a wife of a woman who he would be always proud of, though he could never be proud of her connections or antecedents. This was a worthy choice. His judgment and his character had seemed opposed to the choice of such a wife, but he now saw that that was a wholly mistaken attitude. He owed his family something, but he also owed himself something. Chapter 16. Each day Elizabeth spent hours outdoors, enjoying sodden English fog, branches bare of leaf and songbird, and the distance from Mamma and her yet undiminished resentment. She really ought to be there, at home, scolding everyone every time they spoke loudly for bothering Jane's nerves. But that would also bother Jane's nerves. In fact, if Jane was to be believed, her nerves rather preferred the comforting noise of home and her sisters to the sodden quietness that the instructions from Mr. Thompson said were necessary for the well-being of a blind woman. Elizabeth looked up at the sky. One cloud was a carriage and four, while another was shaped like France. Jane couldn't see them. But Elizabeth knew that Jane did not want her to feel melancholy, and Elizabeth was in no way fitted for melancholy feelings. She was young, in full possession of her faculties, and autumn had almost flipped into winter. So few leaves remained on the branches. The piles of leaves on the ground were browning and mulching and slowly turning into soil. Happiness, such a fragile, effervescent thing. Elizabeth could not keep it away, even when she viewed it as inappropriate and ill-timed. Jane was becoming happier day by day. That was a reason for Elizabeth to be happy. That outburst, the chance to rail angrily against the universe, the Almighty, and those around her, had paradoxically left Jane better pleased with all three. The following day, Elizabeth saw Jane authentically smile, more than once, and when she cried, she did not hide it from Elizabeth. Jane's strength had recovered now to the point where she could walk and stand nearly as well as ever, and they had practiced guiding her up and down the stairs, around the walks outside, and through the dining rooms. She had a pair of canes now, and though it annoyed Lydia when something she had dropped was put away in the last place Lydia would ever look for it, which is to say, where it belonged, Elizabeth ensured that the floors were always clear of any obstructions which might trip Jane. All instructions, except for the unachievable demand for quiet, which Mr. Thompson gave them, were minutely studied and carefully executed. A new servant whose job was specifically to follow Jane around and help her had been taken on. Mr. Bennet did not cavil at all upon the extra cost. However, perhaps he had been affected by the anxious worrying upon money that Mrs. Bennet had plunged into since Bingley abandoned Jane and Elizabeth refused Mr. Collins. At any rate, he had encouraged one of the footmen to take a new place that was offered at another estate, and he had not replaced him. He also had sold off several valuable books he had collected over the years, reduced the clothing allowance of the girls, and refused to allow Mrs. Bennet to purchase a particularly fine fish for a dinner that they had thrown for the neighbourhood. Papa was also setting a small fund aside for Jane's support after his demise, and Elizabeth was pleased to see her father exert himself, even though it would require many years for him to set aside enough for Jane to survive off of the income. After only a few stabbings of the finger, Jane found she was as able to thread a needle and embroider or knit as well as ever. When she was home, rather than tramping the many country walks around about, Elizabeth sat next to her reading aloud. This was congenial to both, as Elizabeth preferred reading to knitting, and Jane had always preferred knitting to reading. It was a pretty day at the end of November. Elizabeth had already enjoyed her early morning ramble, escaping a morning of listening to the bustle and noise of the apartment. Lydia and Kitty shouting, Mamma complaining, Mary loudly but incompetently practising. This day she had returned rather earlier than she might have preferred, as they were at an interesting point in the novel she was reading to Jane, and she sat next to Jane to read to her. As Papa had a particular interest based on a conversation with Sir William in gaining a familiarity with the novel that Elizabeth was reading, he had joined them, and he often interrupted her reading to argue about the lack of plausibility in the characterization of the heroine. Elizabeth could not quite decide if her father's presence in this case was a pleasant, happy thing, or an annoyance which she could do well without. After she had read for 20 minutes that day, Lydia exclaimed from where she sat by the window, boredly watching the world, "A carriage is coming up the drive. I cannot imagine who this could be. I do not recognize the carriage, but it is a chaise and four." Mrs. Bennet shuddered. "No unexpected visitors. No, I'll not have it again. The last time such a visit arose, it was Mr. Collins, and now he is to marry Charlotte Lucas, even though everyone agrees she is quite ugly, and they'll throw us into the hedgerows as soon as Mr. Bennet is cold in the grave." "My dear," that gentleman replied, arising from where he'd sat by Elizabeth and Jane, and going to the window himself to examine the visitor in his carriage, "I have determined upon outliving you all by at least a year or 3. This includes Mr. Collins. So you are not to—" The deuce! Mr. Darcy? Jane, was he also a suitor of yours? Elizabeth rushed to the window in time to see him settling himself on his crutches and beginning to swing himself with that quick pace the crutches allowed him towards their front door. He did not look up, as he always carefully watched the ground when he took steps. A tall figure, well dressed, using mahogany crutches. Mr. Darcy. The sound of his knocking echoed faintly in the drawing-room, and then before Elizabeth had time to prepare herself emotionally to see him, he was introduced to the room. How he moved always fascinated Elizabeth. That combination of confidence with partial incapacity, the strong, neatly trimmed hands, how he lifted himself up on the crutches, swung both legs forward, and then moved the crutches again ahead of himself, and repeated. Just a few times, and he'd reached the middle of the room. "Why, Mr. Darcy," Mrs. Bennet exclaimed to him, "there was no notion on my part that you were yet in the countryside. I had believed you in London. Are you here because Mr. Bingley has returned to Netherfield? I would be very happy if that—" "My apologies, madam, but there seems little chance of that. Mrs. Bennet, Mr. Bennet, might I have an opportunity to speak to your daughter, Miss Elizabeth, in private?" His face was pale, but determined. "Speak to Elizabeth in private?" Mrs. Bennet sounded out the words as though they were some difficult piece of French or Italian that she could not pass. "But why?" "Yes, why?" Mr. Bennet sardonically raised his eyebrows, and he studied Mr. Darcy, looking him up and down with a critical eye. "But in any case, I do not make a practice of interfering with the private business of my daughters. Not if there is any hope that I can avoid doing so. Lizzie, have you any objection to such an interview?" She shook her head mutely as she studied Mr. Darcy. Their eyes met. Her stomach twisted in an odd mix of anxiety and pleasure, and he tried to smile at her but could not quite. "Well, Lizzie, was that a yes or no? Or you cannot decide?" There was something rather annoyed in Papa's tone, but Elizabeth could not care about any such thing at this moment. "I am wholly happy to listen to anything Mr. Darcy may wish to say to me." She could see something in his pose relax at the way she said that. "Well, then, no reason to remain. Let's get out of the room, eh?" Mr. Bennet helped Jane up, who looked rather worried, and groped with her hand to squeeze Elizabeth's shoulder. Mrs. Bennet left, exclaiming in a confused jumble of, "I do not understand. Mr. Darcy? Lizzie? But, but I do not understand." After Mr. Bennet whispered something to her, she exclaimed, "Oh, my, oh, my, as good as the Lord." The other sisters left laughing, and as Lydia stepped out the door, she said clearly to Kitty in a voice they both could hear, "The cripple! Wouldn't it be such a joke if Lizzie refused him too after the mill she set off with Mamma refusing Mr. Collins?" The door closed, and Darcy looked paler than before. Elizabeth rose. She tried to smile at him, but she was filled with anxiety as well. "Please sit down. Please." Her voice cracked as she gestured to the sofa that she had been seated on. Elizabeth knew that the following 5 minutes would determine the fate of her entire life. There was no other explanation that made sense to Elizabeth for why Mr. Darcy would so precipitously return to Meryton, and then immediately come to Longbourn, and then ask her if he could speak with her privately. He was going to ask her to marry him. Elizabeth had been so clear with herself that there was no possibility or hope that he might determine, with his pride of family in place, to stoop to marry her, that she had never settled in herself if she really wanted him to. That serious expression on Mr. Darcy's face,
She suddenly realized from the pallor in his face and the cast of his expression that despite everything, despite his superiority and position to her, he was terribly nervous. That calmed her. This was a place she knew very well. The familiar blue-green sofa that she'd been sitting on since Mama had refreshed the room the year Jane came out. The lovely but almost boringly familiar look of the yard outside through the big windows, with white painted wood framing them. The brown hedges and bare trees looked lovely and crisp in the cold late November air. The familiar tea set on the low oak table in the middle of the room. This was a real moment. The room was empty, and Mr. Darcy sat near her, now on the divan where Papa had sat a few minutes earlier. Suddenly Elizabeth smiled brightly at him, warmth and knowledge of what she would say coming into her heart. She was suddenly happy. They looked at each other, and his lips trembled. Then he said,
"Elizabeth, you must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you."
Elizabeth flushed to hear him say this. She impulsively grabbed his hand. He swallowed and smiled, compulsively kissing her hand. He spoke unsteadily.
"I cannot resist you. It is that bright look in your eyes when you are happy. It is your smiles. It is the intense affection and care you showed to your sister."
"Dear Jane, anyone would care for her. That is no virtue of mine." Darcy's lips curled up into a smile.
"Miss Elizabeth, I'm trying to ask you a question."
She laughed at him and took his hand to her lips and kissed it. Yes, that feeling of rightness and certainty was growing. He looked so very handsome when he was amused. "Then go on with it. You have begun with a very pretty speech. I hope you might continue in such a manner."
"A high expectation from a woman worthy of being pleased."
She felt like a cup of thick chocolate was bubbling inside of her as they looked into each other's eyes. For a moment, it seemed as though Darcy could not speak, his eyes lost in hers. Then he cleared his throat.
"As I was saying, your eyes sparkle in such a way that no man could resist them."
"Certainly not you. Is that what you actually mean to say?" Darcy laughed aloud, transforming his face again into that sort of boyish look that Elizabeth wanted to bring out again and again.
"I certainly tried to resist your eyes."
With a pout, Elizabeth replied, "That is not such a romantic claim."
"Perhaps not expressed in that way. But the fundamental point is that I love you sufficiently to overcome each of the serious objections that exist to our marriage. That is romantic. Such a union is contrary to the wishes of my family, to my own material interests, and to the ordinary conduct of my life. Our stations are very different, and our connections are very different. Furthermore, and I do not wish to belabor this point, but the behavior of your younger sisters and your mother often is not such as to leave me satisfied with their breeding. For a long time I struggled in myself, considering what I owed to the Darcy name, to my aunts and uncles, to my sister, and to all those connected to me. However, as soon as I was in London, and as soon as I saw my aunt and uncle, and the cousin who they wished me to marry, all I could think of was your eyes, your smiles, and your goodness. And so I determined, like a man choosing to pluck up from the muck a pearl that was cast before swine, I determined that I would marry to indulge myself and only myself. And so, Elizabeth, I have chosen you. My heart belongs to you. All that I am belongs to you. And I beg you to accept me as your companion and as the partner of your future life." It was, unfortunately, impossible for Elizabeth to feel wholly satisfied by this speech. For a brief moment, her resentment at the metaphor, like a pearl from the muck, left Elizabeth's spirit reconciled even with her mother.
She nearly yelled angrily back at Mr. Darcy. How dare he compare her family, her loving, annoying, loud, affectionate family, to pig's muck? Longbourn had an attached farm, and Elizabeth knew what the muck pigs bathed in was like. Thank you very much. She did not appreciate that comparison. Elizabeth? Darcy's voice and face had grown anxious as she sat there, frowning. Please, answer me. Say something. I do not like to hear you speak of my family with such disdain. To speak so much about your reasons not to marry me. I only tell you the strength of my feelings. Surely you cannot expect me to rejoice in the inferiority of your connections. Rejoice? No. But Elizabeth looked again at Darcy's face, his eyes, his expression, his pallor, and the way his hand had bunched up a fistful of his coat, as though his nerves were on the verge of overcoming him, the crutches leaning on the side of the couch, the sun he sat in lighting up his face, and she liked him very much. Further, she had determined for Jane's sake that she would accept any gentleman who offered for her, who she could at least respect and like. And despite his disdain for her family and the society she was from, Elizabeth not only liked Mr. Darcy very much, she loved him. She took his hands again. Mr. Darcy. Her voice cracked and she took a deep breath. Mr. Darcy, I will marry you. I do not think I could want a better man for the companion of my future life. I admire your determination, your capabilities, and the very way you act to protect and help those who you care about so much. I will very, very happily— You will? His voice was odd, as though some part of him had never believed that she truly would accept him. And you do not mind? For a moment Elizabeth thought he would ask about what she did mind, his disdain for her family and connections, but instead Darcy gestured at his legs. My infirmity. Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth replied, smiling. My dear Mr. Darcy, I have heard from the best possible source that it would be ridiculous for you to consider yourself a cripple. He smiled boyishly back at her. It seems that there is some shard of my mind that does not fully believe that. Elizabeth leaned closer to him. Well, I think that— He stretched his hand forward and pulled her head closer to his, and he kissed her softly. She felt as though she was sparkling and glowing when she looked at his eyes from just a few inches away when he let go. His eyes were deep, full of passion, intelligence, and happiness. This time she kissed him softly, experimenting and exploring. His hands brushed her cheek, caressed her ear, brushed through the bits of her hair that were not tied up in a bun, and cupped the back of her neck. A fire began in Elizabeth's stomach as they kissed. Her breast became tighter, and she simply wanted more of him. She pressed herself against his side, her chest against his chest, and he wrapped an arm around her to hold her tight against him. For the first time in her life, Elizabeth understood how a perfectly sensible and reasonable woman could throw her whole life aside out of a passionate attachment to a rake. But Mr. Darcy was going to marry her. She glowed delightedly, and he glowed back at her. I must speak to your father now. Elizabeth giggled. I do not think he was over-happy to see you arrive, and he had no notion we'd formed an attachment. Elizabeth blushed. I thought of you a great deal, but I believed I would never see you again. I have missed you. In just a week? Darcy replied smugly. Very possible, with such a man as you. That led to another round of kissing, and Elizabeth's feelings were even more heightened, aroused, and disordered. But Darcy regretfully pressed her a little away with a final kiss. I hope you do not wish for a long engagement. Only enough time for the banns to be read. Elizabeth smiled wickedly at him. It seems as though we have begun exploring matters that ought to be fully explored."
Darcy flushed, coughed, and half choked. He then grinned at her. "My only objection to waiting for the banns is that it may be too long." She laughed.
"Patience. Go to Papa."
Darcy left the room. Mama and Elizabeth's sisters returned to the room. Mrs. Bennet exclaimed immediately,
"Heavens! 10,000 a year, and likely more. As good as a lord. But, Lizzie, are you sure? He is a cripple." "Do not say that about him," Elizabeth exclaimed with passion. "Do not ever suggest that he is deficient in any way that matters. There is no man who is more capable, or who I would trust more to care for me." Jane took her hand. "Are you sure, my dear?" Mr. Darcy loved her. Everything was so different now. Just an hour ago she had believed she would never see him again, and now they were to be married. Elizabeth's smile could not be repressed. "I am so very sure, Jane. It is too perfect to describe. I had never let myself really hope before today. I never could admit to myself that I liked him in that particular manner, for I had not any reason to believe that he would set aside the considerations that might make him hesitate. And now I am so happy." Jane smiled back at her, glowing herself. "Then I am happy for you."
"A pearl from the muck."
"Do not dwell on that. Think about his kisses." Mamma said, "My clever, clever girl. You must have known he would return in this way. Was that why you refused Mr. Collins?" Elizabeth sighed and rolled her eyes. Perhaps her happiness was too perfect to describe, but her situation was not wholly perfect. Chapter 17. Meryton was close enough to London that the town primarily served as part of the hinterlands for the capital. The business of the local farms was raising mutton, beef, and grain for the consumption of the labourers of the great city. The local prosperity of the town itself was based upon the collection and transport of the locally produced goods to the capital. No major turnpike passed through Meryton, and it was less than half a day's carriage ride from London. The only gentlemen of substantial rank who passed through the town were either on the route to their own estate or to that of a friend. So thinking, Darcy happily explained to himself the inferiority of the best inn in Meryton. How was it possible that an inn with only one decent room could leave him so entirely and completely happy? Far happier than when he stayed in a fine estate that had been let by his friend, with an excellently appointed room, an ample staff of servants at his call, and the finest furnishings and foods. Soul-deep happiness was more important than trivialities. However, while Darcy was wholly happy with the poorly appointed suite of rooms his engagement with Elizabeth had brought him to stay in, one matter always rose to his mind as unfortunate about his residence in Meryton. It was Mrs. Bennet. As soon as he arrived at Meryton, she talked, and talked, and talked. About her day, about her nerves, about the cruelty of Mr. Bennet, who had recently begun to restrain their spending for Jane's sake. Then she would add sentences about how Elizabeth had refused Mr. Collins, how very impressed she was that a cripple such as he could survive daily life, and how exceedingly surprised she was that Elizabeth was willing to marry such a man, even though he was very rich. Also, she occasionally asked whether he had heard anything from Mr. Bingley. Mrs. Bennet, despite her occasional assertions that Jane was doomed to always and forever eternally remain unmarried, still held some hopes upon that count. What Darcy did not say, but he thought every time, was that Bingley was a damned fool. The better he came to know Jane, the more he was impressed by her. Elizabeth had good taste and favourite sisters. This morning Darcy came to Longbourn on horseback. He preferred not to use his horse's trained ability to sit or rise with a rider on its back overmuch, because while it was valuable in some circumstances, it was not particularly good for Athena's back if done too often. A specialized high mounting block had been installed in both the Longbourn stables and at the inn in Meryton that allowed Darcy to pull himself up from the horse, and then securely swing himself on and off of the horse without the use of his legs. Today a groom brought a gift for Elizabeth behind him. She had said that she had never learned to ride, but he hoped that with some encouragement she would be happy to learn the skill. As she usually did, Elizabeth rushed out into the cold to meet him when his horse or carriage arrived at Longbourn. He believed that she disliked Mrs. Bennet's observation of them and the crowded noise of Longbourn to quite the same quiet extent that he did, and as a result craved these few minutes apart from everyone else, except of course a few watching servants, that they had before he entered her house. 2 horses? Elizabeth asked, with a raised eyebrow.
One is for you.
Elizabeth paled. You must know, I believe I have told you, I have no knowledge of how to ride.
Then we shall teach you.
Darcy smiled at her. He settled himself on one of the haystacks in the stable and extended his hand.
I assure you it is not such a fearsome matter.
However, from the ashen-faced manner in which Elizabeth stared at the mare, who quietly chewed on a bit of straw that had been placed in the food trough, it seemed that it was a fearsome matter for her. She pressed her elbows against her side and tightly watched the horse like it was a venomous snake. Then, when the Longbourn groom put down his pitchfork against the wall with a clang, she jumped. Well, Elizabeth looked at Darcy with a fixed smile. I suppose I must. How shall we go about it?
Elizabeth.
Darcy took her hand and smoothly rubbed it, hoping to calm her so that she would make the attempt with good effort.
If you truly do not wish to try to ride, I cannot force you.
I am certain there is some usual practice for teaching a woman to ride. There must be. Or am I to simply be tossed on the back of the beast and left to shift for myself?
You first become friends with the horse.
She nodded stiffly. And what is her name?
That is for you to decide.
No. Come, I know enough of horses to perceive that this is no foal. What was she called before? Darcy did not in fact know himself. He looked at the man who had ridden with him, leading the horse, and who had charge of his horses while travelling. He coughed a bit embarrassedly.
Daisy, sir. Rather pedestrian name. Good horse breeders, the people we purchased her from. No taste for fancy names.
Daisy, then. Elizabeth stood and with a tottering pace walked up to the horse and put her hand towards it. Hello, Daisy. The horse nickered and drew its head back. Elizabeth flinched and jumped back. Am I supposed to give the creature an apple, or maybe a lump of sugar? Some bribe so it does not throw me off its back within the 3rd second of me sitting on it?
Do not worry about that none too much, Miss Lizzie,
one of the Longbourn stable hands said.
Looks like the mister bought a fine animal for you. She'll not buck you.
Not in the first 3 seconds, you mean? It shall wait until I have given her my trust and cease to expect such betrayal. Darcy saw in Elizabeth's stiff and drawn-back posture that her distaste for riding a horse was far more deep-seated than he had realized.
I meant to do you a kindness with this gift. I have no desire to—
The horse is here, Elizabeth interrupted him, and I am here. Thus I must ride the horse, whether I wish to or not. Then, before Darcy could say something to stop her, she strode right into Daisy's stall with shaking hands and reached out to grab the horse's hair right above the eyes, like an idiot girl who knew nothing about horses or how to manage them. The animal shied and startled, backing away from her and raising her hoofs. Elizabeth gave a small scream of fright. Darcy's man pulled her back angrily and exclaimed, "You fool, don't try to poke them in the eyes. How would you enjoy it if some fool person went to poke you in the eyes?" Elizabeth's own eyes were wide and her breathing laboured. The man stared at her a bit more, glanced at Darcy, and politely added, "Mum." With a nervous laugh, Elizabeth backed further away from the stall. Yes, of course. The only thing I imagine I would hate more is if the fool tried to sit on me and expected me to carry it halfway around the world on its back. But of course our horse likes that, so I must be the fool." She began to step forward again, but Darcy said, "Elizabeth, here, sit next to me. I can't jump up and grab you as I wish I might." She looked at him and deflated. Tears started coming to her eyes, but she did sit next to him. Darcy put his arm around Elizabeth and held her close to him. "And you have already purchased the horse for my use," she said shakily. "I must be the most ungrateful wretch to not—" "You do not need to ride, not for my sake." "I wish to—" she gestured vaguely. "I wish to be the woman who you desire me to be."
"You are precisely the woman who I desire you to be."
She leaned against him. "Except that I cannot ride a horse."
"Do you wish to?"
"Not particularly."
"Then it is all well."
He tried his best to keep disappointment from his voice. "That still makes you unhappy," she said, and she placed her gloved hand against his cheek. Darcy sighed and squeezed her hand.
I am saddened, I confess."
Elizabeth looked rather miserable. "I can make another attempt, and—"
"No, do not. I feel entirely whole when I am on the back of a horse. I wish to share that with you."
She gripped his hand. "I wish I could as well."
"You are wholly and entirely as you ought to be,"
Darcy replied, and he softly kissed her despite the presence of the servants. Somehow this event led Darcy to feel even more tenderness towards Elizabeth, though there was some disappointment that could not be wholly banished. 2 days later, Elizabeth asked, once Mrs. Bennet had finished her daily speech to him and gone off to do one of her daily tasks, "What plans do we have for travel and grand adventure after the wedding?" Elizabeth smirked at him. Besides the simply being together. They were seated next to each other, knees touching, on the divan. Darcy's stomach felt hollow and full of want. He loved this wanton streak in her. It was in her eyes. It had not been there until they kissed, but once they kissed the first time, she had responded to him like in his dreams, happy, wanting, and affectionate, and with all the passion a man could desire in his future wife.
"Besides being together."
Darcy smirked.
"There is a besides?"
"Well, one must be together somewhere." Elizabeth laughed. "Is our somewhere in London?"
"I want to show you Pemberley. If we set off immediately after the wedding, we can be there 2 weeks before Christmas. It is beautiful. The trees decked in snow, the sunlight glinting off the white in the fields, carols in the village, the decorations all through the estate."
As he spoke, her face twisted into an odd expression, like anxiety.
"Elizabeth, you need not worry that you are not prepared to be the mistress to such a great estate. The servants and tenants will love you, and I will be there with you."
Elizabeth grimaced. "I have no worries on that account. My aunt and Uncle Gardiner come to Longbourn for Christmas each year, and I only now realize that I shall not be here." She sighed. Darcy, though, rejoiced a little inside. He would not have enjoyed needing to share Elizabeth with her Cheapside relations, who would no doubt spend the entire time attempting to impress him with the success of their business, while at the same time suggesting business propositions that he might be persuaded to invest in. It was always the same when a solid gentleman married someone whose relations were amongst the middling sort of cits. "And your sister?" Elizabeth added with some enthusiasm. Shall I meet her at the wedding? I am eager to meet such a delightful creature as you've painted her to be.
No, at Pemberley. I think I will let her finish the time that had been intended for her in Ramsgate, and then she can come to Pemberley in time for Christmas. This way we will have some time only for ourselves to be together.
I like the sound of that plan. Elizabeth squeezed his hand and smiled meaningfully.
Also, Darcy added, I have a particular reason for wishing her to not be at the wedding.
He glanced at the members of her family, gathered on the far side of the room so that the courting couple might have a semblance of privacy. In a low voice that would not carry, he said,
You surely cannot think that your younger sisters would be a good influence upon a delicately educated woman. It is a matter of astonishment to me that you can show so much good breeding with your mother's character and the lack of a governess. And there's such a great deal of noise at Longbourn. But afterwards, you and Georgiana will love each other.
I am sure, Elizabeth said with a rather annoyed tone of voice.
Darcy took her hand. Now you need not be annoyed in such a manner. They are your sisters. You know them better than me.
So you expect me to condemn them with you?
I do not wish to argue upon this matter with you. I merely wish you to see that I am behaving reasonably. The management of my sister's education and character is a heavy responsibility on me.
Elizabeth made no reply, but after a minute she frowningly squeezed his hand back, so Darcy assumed all was well between them. And she accepted and acknowledged the justice of what he had said.
He continued, I shall need to go to London for business for a week. I'll leave on Monday and be back before the banns are to be said the next Sunday.
Oh, Elizabeth smiled. This is an opportunity. Mamma has suggested several times that we ought to go to London to purchase my trousseau from the warehouses there.
No.
Darcy tapped a finger against his leg.
No, best you stay in Hertfordshire until the wedding. All clothes can be managed from here. My business in London will not take more than a few days. I might return sooner than I planned.
You are an expert on what a woman requires for her trousseau, Elizabeth replied. Though she smiled, he could tell that she was not wholly pleased with his answer.
Am I wrong?
About being an expert?
Certainly. Darcy laughed merrily. That is not a designation I ever claimed. Can you manage from here?
The truth is, I would very much like to spend a week or two with my aunt and uncle before the wedding, especially as I shall not see them when they come to Longbourn for Christmas. She paused and then shyly looked at him. You might call on us there a few times. I would dearly like you to meet them. I would wager that you shall like them much more than you expect.
It really is only a few days of business,
Darcy said. He was full of anxiety at being forced to endure more of Mrs. Bennet's relations. He had chosen to marry Elizabeth, and Elizabeth would be a Darcy, and that would take her naturally away from her mother's unwanted family. He did not wish to call on a family at Gracechurch Street. I see. She pinched her lips together and sat stiffly, with her arms rigidly crossed over her chest, and she moved her knee away from his. Elizabeth was unhappy. He hated to see that. He wanted to always have her smiling, pleased with him, and pleased with the world. But he knew enough about marriage that it was important to establish matters immediately upon the course he wished to keep. If he visited Elizabeth's merchant relations now, it would become the expected thing for him to call on them every time he was in London. Then invitations to dine, and they would go on outings in public spaces together. He'd meet his uncle while with his new Sit family on a stroll in Hyde Park, and he'd be forced to introduce the vulgar couple who Elizabeth liked due to an unfortunate combination of habit, connection, and blood, an unacceptable disaster. About the clothes, Darcy said,
Your loveliness shines forth when you wear what you have now. I honestly say there is no lovelier woman than you in all of England, or one who is better capable of appearing her best in any garb. In February we will return to London for the season, and there will be ample opportunity for you to purchase everything you might want then.
Ah, yes, certainly.
Elizabeth looked at him with eyes that were rather too bright, and a voice that ran over itself.
The season then will be the opportunity also for me to see my aunt and uncle then. It is not too long till February. I shall be able to invite them to dine, and while that shall not be the same as staying a week with them in their house, the difference will not be an unpleasant one. I have been told that every lady longs to preside over her own table, and though I do not feel it, that must be my own emotion as well. He wrinkled his nose in disgust at the image.
Begin as you mean to go on. He certainly did not want to establish for himself a habit of not facing difficult matters between him and Elizabeth. She had made her preferences clear, and he would find a way to do something extra for her in some other area of their lives, in exchange for his refusal to attend to these preferences. But the vision that she painted with that speech was one which they both knew was uncongenial to him. Elizabeth, well...
Yes? Elizabeth's voice sounded odd.
Well, I do not know that it will ever be a good idea to dine with your Cheapside relations.
Oh?
Ah, well, you already know. I have already told you how your connections led me to hesitate before choosing to marry you. I'm happy, and that happiness is worth more by far than the loss of opportunity to marry higher. And you are worth facing the disapproval of my family for. But my uncle, Lord Matlock, and my aunt, Lady Catherine, have been violently vocal in their disapproval of my choice.
Have they? Violently?
Darcy winced. No, Elizabeth was not happy. Yes, it is a bit of nonsense. Darcy smiled. The main point is that their support will help to establish you in society. But if I wish them to pretend happiness, I must go to some lengths. I believe you'd heard something of this. They wanted me to marry my cousin, Anne de Bourgh. A very fine fortune. But, well, I never had that want for her. And now that I have chosen a woman of a wholly inferior background, they seek only to criticize.
I see. I understand. A pearl plucked from the muck might just be a shiny bit of muck before it is tested.
I ought to have never used that metaphor. I apologize.
No, we both are honest people. Elizabeth's voice was tinny. It is a good metaphor.
No, it is not. A pearl from the muck, that is an awful analogy. Your family is bad, but not nearly that bad, though you are my pearl.
But as we are both honest persons, let us be clear. My aunt and uncle in Cheapside are part of the muck from which you have plucked me, and since I must be washed from the muck, you, not your aunt and uncle, but you wish to have nothing to do with them.
I would desire to be polite, but not to
have them to dine at your august mansion.
Elizabeth.
A moment. She closed her eyes. She drew in long, deep breaths. He took her hand again.
You know that I act in accordance with my best judgment, and you are in my heart, always in my heart, and in my thoughts. I always think of you.
She let out another long breath and nodded. Yes, I know. She smiled weakly at him. I am in your heart, and you do always think of you, and... Oh, I do deeply admire and love you, Fitzwilliam. You are in my heart. But... She sighed and then looked him in the eyes. I understand the excellent man, and the excellent intentions that truly make you who you are.
Can you then see the justice of my request? I wish to show as much respect as I can to the feelings of my uncle and aunt. They're family, and family is everything."
Elizabeth smiled at him, but with a fixed expression and bared teeth that let him know he had annoyed her further with his speech, and just when he thought they had settled this argument. But then she laid her hand on his knee and said, "You are to be my husband, and it is the wife's place to obey and serve."
"That does not sound like you."
"That is what you wish." She held her chin high. Her eyes were harder than he remembered them ever being.
"No, it is not. I wish you to be—"
"Fitzwilliam, might we entirely cease discussion upon this subject?" Darcy opened and closed his mouth. He truly hated abandoning a subject of dispute when the matter was not yet settled to the satisfaction of both parties, and at least when there was no certainty that it was impossible for the two arguing people to truly understand the other's point of view. But Elizabeth was right. It was time to let the discussion go.
After all, he had won, and he would always be gracious to Elizabeth in such situations.
Chapter 18. Darcy went to London without Elizabeth following him and going to stay with her aunt and uncle, and he accomplished his business in only a few days and returned by Thursday, and Elizabeth was happy to see him. The time passed and the date of the wedding neared, and then it was 2 days. She was to be his wife in just 2 days. He gloried with pride at the clearness of her skin, the brightness of her eyes, the lovely oval of her face, the way her coral lips looked before he kissed them, and above all that the intelligence and wit in everything she said, and the kindness in all that she did. Everything gave Darcy a feeling of giddiness. He felt giddy, like a schoolboy home for summer, like a puppy rolling with his littermates, like he was flying, swooping high above the skies as a falcon. 2 days. Yet he knew her mood had been downcast the last 2 times they'd met, and he loved her, and he wished to settle every nerve she had and remove every little block to her happiness. Most likely it was the annoyance from her mother's loud blathering. That woman was vulgar, loud, self-focused, with little understanding. Elizabeth would be so much happier once she was away from her and the mess and noise of Longbourn. When he reached Longbourn this morning, Elizabeth greeted him with a fixed smile. Her usual joy at his presence was dimmed. Instead, she looked determined. "Fitzwilliam, might we speak today? Let us go out and walk in the wilderness for a little." Darcy nodded agreement. Might we speak? There was something surprisingly unsettling about that phrase when spoken by a woman. With a smile at her, he left one of his crutches behind, and using her arm as his other support, swung his hips forward for each step along the road. Even though they had practiced the motion, it was slower and more arduous to walk this way than when he managed with 2 crutches. Elizabeth was strong, but he simply did not like to put his full weight upon her, in the way that he could with the crutches. But it was still inexpressibly lovely to be supported by the woman who was to be his wife in this way. They did not speak at all as they walked into the clumps of trees and bushes, threaded through with stone pathways, that marked the edge of the Bennets' miniature park. Suddenly Darcy exclaimed, surprising himself as much as Elizabeth, "Tell me what is upon your mind. Do tell me. I shall worry myself until you speak." She sighed. "You will be unhappy when I say this." Darcy had a sudden spike of anxiety, as though she meant to end their engagement. Even though that was ridiculous, his face turned ashen, and he froze, leaning against Elizabeth. She finally said, "I understand the importance you place on station and the sensibilities of your family. I have thought,
I think for the last week I've thought more about this than anything else, trying to accustom myself to your way of thinking, to your preferences as far as I can. I love my aunt and uncle. I do not wish a separation from them. You know they're coming tomorrow. I beg you to put aside your prejudices, your prejudgments, and meet them, and see if you might like them, to converse with them as equals. Relief. Darcy's tense chest relaxed, and he laughed shakily. Is that what you want? I certainly can speak with them kindly and with friendship tomorrow, but beyond that, we have already settled the matter. No. I hate to see it settled. I want you to call on them. I want to have them to dine with me. They are my family. You said that nothing is so important as family. Is it so odd that I feel the same way? Elizabeth. If he did not need both arms to support himself and remain standing, he would have pinched his nose and rubbed his forehead in frustration. Was this conversation going to recur again and again and again? They had settled it, and he had bought Elizabeth some very fine and expensive jewellery while he was in London, in part as an unspoken gesture of kindness to her for having accepted his point. It was settled already. Do not pretend that simply saying my name ends this dispute. Elizabeth's voice was sharp. Have they put you up to this? Is there some investment they need money for, and they hope to persuade me to enter in on it? Is it that if they are seen dining with a Darcy, all their creditors will believe they're sound? He'd known he'd need to deal with clawing in-laws when he decided to marry Elizabeth, and he knew what to do. No. I want this for myself. You are so convinced that money is everything that you cannot even imagine familial affection as the motive for behavior. I care a great deal about my family. Your family, because they are rich and all descended from an earl. No, because they are my family. I care about my grasping, mercenary trade relations who only exist to impose on you and take your money because they are my family. So he defended Elizabeth, and he did not even know them. Darcy was fully aware that he was making assumptions, even offensive assumptions, about Mr. Gardiner. They were easy to make because he knew Mr. Gardiner's sister far too well. Quiet. The gravel crunched under their footsteps. The air was frozen. It was the time of year when, as Shakespeare said, yellow leaves or none or few do hang upon those boughs which shake against the cold. They'd walked all the way across and back. No speech, and Darcy's arms were becoming quite sore. I'll do my best to be friends with them, but as regards to dining together in London, I shall stand firm upon my position. Yes, firm. Your temper is too unyielding. It is my temper. Sounds! Why must you be like that? From the very first you've shown no respect for us. No concern for the feelings of any who are below you. No respect for me or for my feelings, or my affectionate bonds. Darcy had a sensation like biting into a luscious, lovely apple that was infested with worms. So, madam, is that what you have to say about me? But perhaps you would believe me to have concern for your feelings, if I had pretended to rejoice in the inferiority of your connections. Elizabeth cried out and dashed a hand over her eyes. I simply love my family. I don't want you to rejoice in anything, in my inferiority. You are in no way inferior. That is why I chose to marry you. Yes, like picking up a pearl from the muck. How can I make this sufficiently clear? My family are not the muck. Deuce take that. Would you be so offended if I had found a more elegant, more well-spoken way to express myself? But I am who I am. I sometimes say what I mean inelegantly.
It is what you mean that I dislike. Please, as you love me, I beg you to—
Surely you cannot expect me to—
Cease saying that. I expect nothing from you in this matter except arrogance, self-centeredness, and a complete lack of concern for my feelings. You said that I could not call upon my aunt and uncle because family is what matters most. They are my family. Mine. But apparently my family does not matter to you, only yours. What do you expect me to say and feel when you treat those who I love as nothing and those who you love as everything?
You ought to be my wife. You ought to enter my family. You ought to become a Darcy.
Maybe I do not want to be your wife if that is what it requires.
Darcy felt both cold and red-hot. He ripped his arm away from Elizabeth, for a moment half forgetting the uselessness of his legs. He turned to march angrily away from this woman who was throwing the way that he had lowered himself to offer her the position of his wife back in his face, and the one crutch he actually had slipped out from underneath him. Darcy fell over, crashed heavily to the ground, and caught himself on his wrists. He groaned in great pain. A lady was present. Do not swear.
Elizabeth looked at him mournfully, her eyes wide and her face pale, the anger gone. She rushed to bring his crutch back to him, and Darcy rolled over and used the crutch to pull himself upright. "Let me help you up. Let me." She had just said that she did not want to have anything to do with him. Or that was not what she had in fact said, but there was a pain in his stomach. It was as though everything he'd ever wanted was slipping away from him. As though he was somehow failing an exam, when he never failed exams. It was like being told by the doctor that it was unlikely his legs would ever support him again, but somehow much worse. Darcy focused on the anger to stop that sick feeling.
Why? Why, if you don't want to be my wife, do you want to help me at all?
Fitzwilliam, Darcy stretched out his arm. He was behaving in an ungentlemanly manner, and he knew it.
I apologize.
Elizabeth took his hand. Darcy knew that he should have made her grab him around the elbow so that the leverage would be better, but he tried pushing himself up anyway with her help. The motion went wrong. He made it halfway up, but then Elizabeth's grip slipped and he fell back onto his arse once more. Such a gloomy, gloomy world. The ground under his body was freezing, and the cold was starting to seep deep into his bones. She wrung her hands, anxiously looking at him, and sat next to him on the cold, dusty ground. "Are you well? Are you? Let me try again. I think I can—"
I hate this. I hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. For George's sake, by—
Darcy cut off an oath.
If only I could walk once more. Just stand myself up without needing to have another person pull me up every single damn time I fall. If only I didn't need these accursed crutches. I'm a cripple and I'm tired of it. Sometimes I wish I died instead of being left a useless lump only fit to be moved around by others.
Elizabeth grabbed his shoulders and shook him. "Never, never, never, never say that. Never." She put her arm around his shoulders. "You must never think or say that again." Just the sound of their breathing together and the wind whistling. It was suddenly much colder than it had been when they set out, and the wind cut through his coat, and he knew it must be nipping through Elizabeth's as well. He looked at Elizabeth and smiled cautiously, and she smiled cautiously back at him. He loved her desperately, and he did not know what to say. He was frightened of becoming the sort of man that other men mocked, a henpecked husband who let his wife wear the spurs and govern the reins, as some poem he'd read while at university had described it. He'd always had an instinctive resistance to changing his mind when faced with pressure. The need to be stiff-necked and stubborn when life made itself difficult. When his father suddenly died and he needed to care for Georgiana and the estate. The need to simply nod and then continue living as capably as he could when the illness was gone and his legs did not improve. But sometimes one ought to bend rather than break. He was tired, heartsick, and terrified of losing Elizabeth. He needed to make things right, but he feared speaking, and he thought Elizabeth did too. She made a motion, and Darcy glanced at her.
"You are shivering."
She nodded.
"Let us return inside."
No response, but then she looked at him with a scared smile. "We must still speak. I do not want to not. No matter what I said, I love you dearly, and—"
"Yes,"
he nodded.
"We will speak more, and we will remember that."
She nodded. He now put his own arm around her shoulder and supported himself with it, and with the other crutch pulled himself to a standing position. And then, using Elizabeth as a support, they slowly and almost stumblingly worked their way back towards the house. When Darcy and Elizabeth emerged onto the drive, Darcy's footman, Thomas, rushed up to him, holding out a package.
Sir, there has been an express from Ramsgate, from Miss Darcy's residence."
Chapter 19. Darcy's expression was deeply anxious as he sat in one of the chairs in Longbourn's entry hall and ripped open the seal on the letter he had been sent. The emotional tumult Elizabeth was in after their argument, that was hardly resolved, was still in her, and now it was combined with an intense anxiety for the beloved sister of Mr. Darcy that she had never met. As he scanned the page, Darcy's face went cold, pale, and stiff. He told Thomas, his footman,
"Bring the carriage round. Bring it round. Then run to the inn in Meryton to collect Athena and the other horses. They can follow and meet us at a post station. We must be off immediately."
Elizabeth went pale. As the footman ran off to the stables, she asked, "What is it? Is she deathly ill, or horridly injured, and—"
"No."
Darcy shook his head and he smiled a fraction.
"It is a small happiness to know that there are outcomes which would be worse. For a moment I felt as though nothing could be worse, and I was wrong. She eloped with Mr. Wickham, the godson of my father who I once told you about, the man who swore vengeance upon me if I did not give him further compensation for the living my father intended for him. Mrs. Young, Georgiana's companion, is his cousin. To continue her in employment after he made such a threat was clearly a mistake of the worst sort."
"But can anything be done? There must be some hope, or you would not set off."
"Little hope enough. They left 2 days ago, and though we are closer to the Great North Road here than in Ramsgate, it is not likely that I shall catch them before Gretna Green. They have a start of a day and a half, and Georgiana will have ample funds for the rent of the best horses."
Elizabeth could do nothing but take his hand and clasp it. He looked at her, and the anger and stress between them was forgotten. In this moment, Elizabeth felt nothing but a need to somehow comfort him. She pulled her chair directly next to his and embraced him tightly, holding him tightly and whispering something she did not understand.
"She is but 16. Just 16.
"Fitzwilliam, my dear Fitzwilliam." Elizabeth rubbed her hand up and down his back, and he clasped her against him, bearing his nose in her shoulder.
"I ought to have—"
Darcy took a deep breath, as though he wanted to capture her scent.
"I ought to have— I hardly know what I ought to have done. Paid him off, I suppose."
"No."
"His chief aim will always be money, but it is clear that the hope of hurting me was an additional motive. His revenge is complete indeed."
Mrs. Bennet came into the entry hall flapping her hands. "What is the matter? You are calling your carriage so soon? And an express? There surely must be no great hurry."
"Madam,"
Darcy said to her stiffly. He was always stiff when talking to Mamma.
"my sister has left the establishment created for her with the intention to elope with a worthless man. I must chase after her, in the vain hope of finding and stopping them before the marriage is accomplished."
But the wedding, your wedding, it is in 2 days. Surely this will not, or you can wait until— "Mamma," Elizabeth said firmly. Anxiety clutched at her chest. It was as though the world had determined to tear her apart from Darcy. "Mr. Darcy has no choice." No, you said you would marry my daughter. I expect you to marry her the day after tomorrow."
"I am honour-bound to marry her," Darcy replied. "You cannot doubt my honour. Elizabeth, might you bring your father down here so I might take leave of him myself? I do not wish to lose the time required to manage going up and down the stairs unnecessarily."
"Yes. No, but you'll fight this man," Mrs. Bennet said as Elizabeth left the room. "And then he'll kill you, and your honour won't be able to make you marry Elizabeth then." Suddenly she felt a panic in her throat. Mr. Bennet was quite surprised to see Elizabeth when she entered his study and demanded he come downstairs. When the two of them returned to the room, Mrs. Bennet turned to Mr. Bennet and said to him, "You must make Mr. Darcy marry Elizabeth immediately." Elizabeth went pale. She did not believe that was something she would want.
Mr. Bennet said, "Why is that necessary? 2 days is plenty soon enough."
Darcy handed him the express he had received.
"It is impossible to hide the news from you, or from anyone. It will be known far and wide. My sister has eloped with a worthless man, and I must make some effort to stop them."
With a frown, Mr. Bennet scanned down the letter. Then he nodded.
"If you must leave now, you must. God with you."
"But Mr. Bennet, he must—"
"My dear, he must follow his sister. I see your carriage has been hitched and brought round. I will see you when you return, Mr. Darcy."
Mr. Bennet shook the sitting man's hand and immediately returned back upstairs. Darcy stood with his crutches, and using his swinging stride, he quickly went to the carriage. Elizabeth followed him, feeling as nervous as Mamma always claimed to be. "You must promise me to fight no duels with this Mr. Wickham."
"Oh," Darcy replied humorously, "I hardly think I even can in my situation."
"You could determine that the rule would be to have both of you sitting 10 paces apart with pistols. I've seen how well you can shoot when hunting pheasants."
"If I'll shoot my man, why do you worry for me?"
Rather than saying anything, Elizabeth passionately kissed him, and then she turned away angrily, too hurt in her heart by all that had passed today to say anything further. But as she stomped back into the house, he called out to her,
"Lizzie, I promise. No duels."
She'd seen him leave Longbourn before. The carriage rolled away as it always did, and she could not see him any longer, just the back of his equipage. But he'd never left in such a situation, with so much unresolved, and on such a quest. The trees looked the same as they had the day that he had come to ask her to marry him. Still crisp, clear, and wholly bare in the cold winter air. The sky above was icy blue except for a few splotches of whitish-grey clouds high in the sky. A harsh blowing wind made one of Darcy's grooms clutch onto his hat to keep it from flying away. The pain in Elizabeth's hand as she pressed her fingernails into her palms was new. She returned to the house. Papa in his bookroom again, retreated. Jane, blind but still working upon embroidery on the sofa. She had spent many hours with an old woman from the village who had been blind since childhood, learning and practicing how to guide her hands and manage with the needle, despite the loss of her sight. Lydia and Kitty arguing. The room was the same. The fireplace was the same. The blue-green sofa was the same. The oak table was the same. The piano in the corner was the same. Even the melancholy tune that Mary practiced was the same. Rather than feeling safe and warm, as she usually did in the drawing-room, Elizabeth felt distant, like when Mr. Thompson had proclaimed Jane's doom. Mamma moaned upon seeing her and wrung her hands. Oh, why must a family matter arise now? If only you two had determined to marry by special license, we could have had the ceremony now before he headed off. Oh, I fear something will go wrong. Elizabeth's stomach was tight. She loved Darcy. Why couldn't she just be happy with the life he offered? But if he despised her family, he must despise her too, at least a little. But she also loved him dearly, and she was also desperate to see his face again, to touch his chest, nestle her cheek against his shoulder, and feel his strong arms around her while he kissed her once more. Chapter 20. It was not Georgiana that occupied Darcy's mind as the carriage pulled him fast towards the first post-station on their passage to the Great Northern Road. He had some of his men sent off to make inquiries in London, and upon less travelled pathways, but this was by far the most likely path for them to take. Why were things so difficult with Elizabeth? He didn't want her to be unhappy. He just needed her to understand about his family expectations. And he'd explained everything to her. I don't want to be a pearl picked from the muck. Was that the metaphor that would haunt him all the days of their married life? He merely meant that she was not from such a good family as he, and that the behaviour of her relations left a great deal to be wanted. And she was so good to him. Even though she must still feel some anger and tension from their argument, she had been everything that was comforting, soft, womanly, and perfect in how she had responded to the crises. But what if she couldn't understand? What if she never understood? What could he do then? Could he dine with tradespeople? Dine at a house in Cheapside? If that was what it took to make Elizabeth happy? If he must, he would, but he would not like to. Why must this be so hard? His mind turned to Georgiana. The full blame must lie with Wickham and Mrs. Young. But he had believed her to have greater intelligence and strength of character. She ought to know he was a poor, worthless man from a steward's family. How had she determined to do such a thing? Elizabeth. What would he tell her when he returned and saw her? How could he make her smile at him while remaining true to himself? The carriage rushed ahead, with only brief stops to change horses. One of Darcy's postilions rode ahead, negotiating to have the best horses at each station they planned to stop at available and waiting for them the instant the carriage reached the new station. An additional tip was promised to the men at the stop if they moved with sufficient alacrity. The short December day was already reaching its end when they got north of London, and Darcy considered it worthwhile to have his men question the workers at each station intently about whether they had seen anyone matching the description of Georgiana, Wickham, and Mrs. Young. At the first two stations there was nothing of use. The road was extremely crowded, and a vast number of persons travelled up and down it. Darcy was tired. He wanted to embrace and hold Elizabeth against him again, and not move or think at all. The endless bouncing and bouncing of the carriage sent jolts of pain jittering up his back and through his legs. Darcy knew he was very fortunate to have a little control over the muscles in his legs, but at this moment he rather envied those who'd gained a similar infirmity from breaking their back,
and who had no sensation at all from below the waist. Why had Georgiana not considered that he would need to travel north at speed to follow her? At least, once evening fell, they travelled at a slower pace. There was ice on a section of the road, and the postilions dismounted, and with the help of the footman, they carefully led the horses past on foot, before mounting up again once the section was passed to go at a faster pace to the next station. The cold, freezing weather penetrated into the carriage and into his bones. Go back to Elizabeth, to his wedding. He was missing his wedding on this chase. Would there even be a wedding? There must be. Nothing else mattered but Elizabeth. If she wanted him to abase himself and dine with tradesmen, he would. And he would do so happily if that's what she required of him. Anything to keep Elizabeth happy. The lights of the next station along the road were visible. Darcy had determined earlier to stop there with his party. Even though he could, in principle, sleep in the carriage, the men upon whom his travelling depended could not. And then, the first positive news. The previous night, a group who matched the desired descriptions precisely had slept there, and to Darcy's relief, there had been separate rooms for the ladies and for the gentlemen who corresponded to Mr. Wickham's description. Of course, 2 more days of travel could see the couple to Gretna Green. Hours and hours ahead of the earliest Darcy could hope to make it. The news that he was still on the right track comforted him. There were only 4 hours between when he settled into the bed and when he was to be woken up to leave. But Darcy could not sleep. His back and legs hurt, his feet were cold, and he was missing his wedding. It was tomorrow that he was supposed to have met Elizabeth's relations in trade, and that he had promised to be polite to them, but also said he would never invite them to dine at his house. His dignity in the Darcy name was always so important. 16. An age when she ought to definitely have known better. Georgiana had voluntarily chosen to ride to Gretna Green with a fortune hunter. Damnation, his back hurt. Darcy's face was warm, because the room was kept too hot, but his feet were still cold, and he couldn't just effortlessly roll over onto his side like he wanted to. Darcy clawed at the bed linens and pulled himself onto his side, and some of the sheets off the mattress. That felt better. Why wasn't he more angry that Georgiana had disgraced them? He was scared for her safety, scared that she would now be exceedingly unhappy in life, and that her well-being had been ruined beyond all recovery. But he had not the slightest desire to yell at her, or tell her that this was all her own fault, or to throw her off from his care, or into a high-guarded tower until she was 25 and had learned her lesson. She was throwing away her fortune and future at once. But he just wanted a miracle to happen to protect her from what Darcy was certain would be an unhappy marriage to Mr. Wickham. In sum, he had none of the angry and offended emotions proper to a male relative at such a time. He loved his sister all the same as ever. She was his sister, his family. He had been taught by his parents to always tie himself closely to his family connections, to think highly of them, and to treat them with affection, honour, and consideration. It didn't matter that Georgiana had acted in a disgraceful and shameful manner. She was still his family. Fitzwilliam Darcy was now able to settle the key fact in his mind. He was the worst sort of hypocrite. What sort of man would forgive his sister wholly from his heart for eloping with a man he despised, while he expected his wife, who he pretended to love and adore, to avoid a connection with her beloved aunt and uncle merely because they lived on Gracechurch Street near Cheapside? It was an exceedingly odd and painful sensation to Darcy to realize that he had behaved as a sort of man who he would not wish to be. The next morning it was more than an hour before dawn when Darcy swung his way into the room of the inn that he'd rented for his party to breakfast in.
he found his cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, sitting at the table, a platter of rolls and herring in front of him, and he steadily drank from a large jar of coffee. An empty armchair, of precisely the sort that Darcy found easiest to sit in and rise from, sat next to his cousin, and Darcy lowered himself into it before vigorously shaking Richard's hands. "Rode like hellfire was behind me once I received your letter, just as I was about to set off to see you married. Poor timing on everyone's part for this. Sir Wickham has grabbed out Georgie." Richard pushed a cup of coffee into Darcy's hands. "The proper stuff. It'll wake you up. Drink it as it is. It is hardly her fault with Mrs. Young." "You think it's our fault? Can't expect a woman to resist both her companion and that deuced charming rogue, eh? The stories I've heard about what he can do with his tongue and a woman. Damnation, I'm annoyed with the girl. She ought to have known better. She is like to have her whole life to settle the lesson in herself." Darcy took a gulp of the warm coffee. Richard had had it prepared as he liked, with neither cream nor sugar, and very strong. It tasted as bitter as Georgiana's fate was likely to be. He looked around at the table, but there was no milk or sugar set out. Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. "Oh, you need a proper coffee to wake up before a cavalry chase. Told the staff to only bring the coffee and make it twice as strong. I've half a mind to kill Wicky and save Georgie from her fate. But like as not I won't. His lordship," such was the way Richard habitually referred to his father, "and Batty Catty were both so angry at your marriage and the improvident connections they would tie us to. After this, I dare say, they'll not invite you Darcy cousins to Christmas at Matlock." Darcy groaned. "Oh, I have been such a fool. Would not say that myself. I was the one who suggested Mrs. Young. Damn fool I was. Not thinking. I always liked her. Wanted to do a good turn for her. Widowed now, you understand. I had more than a bit of calf love towards her back when I was 14 or 15. I think it was that remnant of tenderness that made me not question her morals hard enough." "What?" Darcy sputtered. "Summer of 96. You remember how I spent the season at Pemberley, before I entered the army? And Miss Wickham, as she was then, was there visiting her uncle. But she was so much older than us." Richard laughed. "I was 14, nearly 15. A great deal of difference between that and your 12 summers at the time. Believe me, at 20 she was a fine and buxom lass. She smiled at me once or twice, and as I said, I was a calf. Any case, whatever argument Wickham put to her, she should never have betrayed Georgiana for her cousin. Bad sort of person and all. Eh? Drink the rest of your coffee. I've watched the grass grow at least an inch since I've been waiting down here for you. Saw Athena in the stables. Ready to ride ahead with me?" Darcy gulped back the coffee. No other choice. "Off then." He quickly rose, leaning his chest forward first to swing his weight forward onto the crutches, and then lifting his chest up and a bit backwards as he swung his hips and legs off the chair and under him. Despite the hopelessness of the situation, Darcy felt a great deal of comfort at having Colonel Fitzwilliam riding next to him. He pushed himself hard over the course of the day, riding far more than he had on any day since the illness. Bum sore, leg sore, arms and back sore, shoulders tired, hands tired, feet tired, everything tired by the end of the day. Oddly, he felt good. Even though it was hopeless, he was doing all that he could do, and he could not expect more than that from himself. And action was a salve to a wounded spirit. Above all, he tried not to think about how he was supposed to have married today. Over the course of the day, they likely made up 8 hours on the couple, and continued to hear of the travellers that matched their description of them on the road. But that was not enough.
Darcy knew it would take a miracle for them to catch Georgiana and Wickham before they made it all the way to Scotland. Likely they would cross the border the next evening, while Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam would only reach Scotland around noon the following day. Worse for Darcy was that the only sort of miracle he thought there was any prospect of actually occurring, a carriage accident causing sufficient injury to prevent them from simply continuing their journey by post, might be worse in its consequences than them reaching Scotland and marrying. That night he fell asleep quickly, dreaming of what it would have been like had tonight been his wedding night. He imagined Elizabeth in his arms, slowly helping her to undress, the way he would kiss her and whisper to her, and her naked body pressed against his, entangling with him. And the next evening, his miracle happened. When they stopped to ask their questions at the post station in a market town that stood along the Great North Road, still a half-day's journey from Gretna Green, they found Georgiana. Rather, she found them, as Georgiana rushed out of the inn to Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam as he was slowly getting off of Athena. "Fitzwilliam! Fitzwilliam!" She clung around his neck and sobbed, as she had when she was 12, and Papa had just died. "I have been such a fool, a goose, a foolish, useless, despicable creature. I was deceived, wrong, reckless. You must hate the very sight of me." Darcy embraced her back. "No, never. Not at all. You will always be my dearest sister." "I'm annoyed with you, Georgie," Colonel Fitzwilliam said, "so you need not worry that no one shall agree that you have behaved as an idiot." But he spoke in a jocular tone, not an angry tone. Georgiana threw her arms around Richard. Oh, I am so glad to see you as well." Colonel Fitzwilliam squeezed her, and Darcy took the time to actually pull himself up onto his crutches. "But what happened?" What followed was a confused, rushing explanation about a local justice of the peace, his daughter, someone who said he knew Darcy from university and who was travelling for Christmas, and who had recognized both her and Wickham, and their dog who kept barking at Wickham. The main points Darcy derived from the story: first, Georgiana was not married. Second, Wickham was presently locked up in the local jail, though they did not think they could hold him there for very long if no one offered to pursue a prosecution against him. At this, Colonel Fitzwilliam grinned and rubbed his hands together. "I can certainly find, or invent something along those lines, enough to put him in prison for at least a year and a day." "Did Mrs. Young then plea?" "She was so horrid, and she'd been my friend. I trusted her." "We all did." When the three of them entered the inn, Darcy was greeted by the university friend who had helped Georgiana escape from Wickham, a Viscount Shellham. "Hail to you, old fellow! You look remarkably spry on wooden feet. Heard about that wee touch of misfortune." Darcy settled himself higher on his crutches and grinned. "You look well yourself. Been a while. I hear we owe you a debt of gratitude." "Nothing to it. Nothing at all. I know you'd do the same if it was someone under my protection. Any case, it was Mr. Knight who clapped that scoundrel into the jail. Never liked Wickham. The way he went on at university. Never did at all. He turned out very poorly. I can promise you neither I nor my family shall speak upon this matter to anyone. So far as we shall say, Georgiana was brought here with her companion upon your orders, and my wife and I merely stepped in as friends to keep an eye on her when the companion became ill. But it is impossible that rumours and tales will not spread in any case." Darcy sighed. "A bit of scandal is far from the worst thing that might happen to a family. The important matter is that Georgiana is safe." "Ah, yes. I heard you determined to enter the wedded state with someone from the countryside with few connections. That shall make this easier. She cannot have a family whose connections will be angry with you over the story, and eventually it will die down. Miss Darcy is a good girl." He lowered his voice. "I could not question her in any detail upon the matter, of course, but I do not think, from how she spoke and how she and Wickham acted together, that her virtue has been fatally compromised, though you shall need to question her closely on the matter." Darcy grimaced and groaned. Shellham raised his hand in a mock salute. "I am glad my father lived till all of my sisters were safely married. But I've 2 girls already. In another 15 years I'll go frazzled, I expect. But you must wish to retire and speak to Miss Darcy in private. I truly cannot express how grateful I am to you for your help." No, nothing of that sort." Shellham waved it away and returned to his own room. As they talked, Darcy's man negotiated for them a suite of rooms in the inn, which cost a rather pretty penny, as the inn was quite busy on account of travel going back and forth on the road as people went to visit family and friends for the Christmas season. When Darcy retreated with his cousin and Georgiana to the rooms, she had calmed sufficiently to be able to give him a clearer explanation of how she herself had determined that she did not wish to marry Wickham on nearly the first day of the trip, but that she had not known quite what to do to escape the situation she was in without making a great scene. As it turned out, a great scene was what was required, but it had not been started by her, but rather when the Miss Knight who had asked her, at the request of Viscount Shellham, if she was in fact Georgiana Darcy, and if she was in need of help. In such circumstance, Georgiana had the wisdom to reply that she did need help, and thus this morning she found herself safe. "Deep down I knew it was wrong," she said as she finished the story. "All along it felt wrong to marry if you were not there, and if you had not given approval. But," Darcy embraced his sister, Georgie, I am so happy to see you, and unmarried." There was, though, a great deal of anxiety still in Darcy about what might follow, especially the small possibility that she might be with child. "Well, Georgie, there is, another matter. About consequences." "Oh, I know. I know I must be punished. However you choose to do so, it will be less than I deserve." Darcy flushed at that reply. He rubbed at the back of his neck and looked aside. "No, that is, we shall speak about that later, but, what your brother wishes to ask, but is too lily-livered to say directly, is whether there is any possibility that you are with child," Colonel Fitzwilliam asked calmly. "What?" Georgiana's eyes popped wide. Her hands froze, and a deep red flush crept across cheeks. Even her ears turned red. Darcy's face also felt very warm. "Well, Georgie, must I describe what behaviours might lead to a child, so that you can answer?" No. Her toes curled up and she cringed, looking away. "No, I do not believe so." "You do not believe so?" Richard asked with the sort of tone that a hunting dog might use with a fox it was tearing apart. "What precisely did you do with Wickham? In matters of physical intimacies, that is. I've not the slightest desire to hear about any conversation or touristings or the like." "Nothing. We just kissed briefly. Only once. That cannot lead to a child." Darcy stared at her, rather more embarrassed than when the conversation had started. Colonel Fitzwilliam, though, kept his cannonball expression fixed. She looked between them and went pale. "I thought that can't lead to children. I was sure. I believed it required the removal of clothes. That was what all the girls at school thought, at least. Can it?" Darcy took her hand and pulled her closer to him on the sofa, again to hug his sister once more. "No," he said, sighing with relief. That cannot cause children.
He then flushed again, thinking of how much he had kissed Elizabeth. Richard said with a contemplative expression, rubbing at his cheeks with his thumb,
Doesn't actually require the removal of any clothes, though.
"What?" Georgiana squeaked. "What does it involve?" Now it was Colonel Fitzwilliam's turn to sputter.
Well, that is, you know."
"No," Georgiana replied, wide-eyed. "I do not."
I thought all the girls at those fancy seminaries talked this over with each other," Richard replied. He coughed embarrassedly. "At least more than one woman told me that was where she learned about, so you do not know?"
Darcy glared at his cousin. "I did not have any particular friends at the school." Georgiana flushed and looked at her hands. "That was why I wished to leave it."
"She needs to know," Colonel Fitzwilliam said. "Maybe my mother can tell her. You'll be the one to ask. Or is this new wife of yours when you actually marry her?"
"Oh," Georgiana looked at him. "Did you marry before you set off?" "Oh, I've ruined everything for you."
"Hardly."
Darcy shook his head.
"But no."
"But," she frowned, "the wedding was supposed to be yesterday."
"This way," Darcy replied, "it shall be better, as you will be there."
"I wanted to go. I thought you were somehow disappointed in me. Thought I would be an embarrassment or something. Why didn't you ask me to come from Ramsgate? I expected that request."
"I had believed you were enjoying yourself,"
Darcy replied wryly. He really had been a fool. "I was, but I want to meet your Elizabeth."
"As soon as we return south."
He hoped very much that matters with Elizabeth were not entirely beyond repair. He would throw himself at her feet if that was what was necessary. Darcy stretched his arms and twisted his torso back and forth.
"At least we will be travelling in the carriage."
While he wished to leave as quickly as possible to return to Elizabeth, the next morning Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam went to the cell where Wickham had been fixed by the local J.P. He'd been stuck in an actual dungeon in an old border castle that had been used to resist Scottish raids before the Tudors. Richard chortled in glee at seeing their old friend with his wrist clipped in an iron shackle that was bolted to the old stone walls. The whole room gave the impression of something out of a novel by Walter Scott. Straw floor, dim December light beaming in through the bars, and a friendly rat nibbling on some cheese in a corner far outside of Wickham's reach. The man who'd opened the door made a squeaking sound at the rat, and in response it dropped the cheese, sat on its hind legs, and waved at them.
"Is he not delightfully small?"
The guard bent down and gave the rat a bit of the pastry he'd grabbed from the breakfast provided by the inn when he'd come down to guide the gentleman up to the jail. Wickham startled the poor rat into fleeing deeper into the corner of the room by shouting,
"Darcy! I told you I'd hurt you. And yet it is you who is hanging from his arm in an actual medieval dungeon." "How'd you sleep last night?" Richard asked. Wickham spat at him. "Darcy, you need me to marry your sister. Otherwise, the consequences will be—" Colonel Fitzwilliam nodded to the guard. "Give you the room, eh? Mr. Knight told me you might want to give him a bit of—" The guard punched the air several times. "Me? I'd kill a man who seduced my sister. Kill him. He's scared poor Surus, who just wanted to keep him company." He then bent down and extended his arm to the rat, which ran up his hand and onto his shoulder, rather like a friendly cat. He then clucked his tongue several times at Wickham and said, "I hope these nice gents beat you up real brutal. Scaring a poor rat like that. Surus. What sort of a name for a rat is that?" Wickham asked with a sneer. It's French for a rat. He's a very fancy rat.
Darcy had to press his lips together to keep from laughing in amusement, or pointing out that the S would be silent with proper French pronunciation. When the three of them were the only inhabitants of the room, Colonel Fitzwilliam smacked a fist against his palm.
Might as well get to it. You always were a proper bravo. But if you beat me up, I won't marry Georgiana and save her from the disgrace of having a child without a husband. There is no consideration which would ever lead me to condemn Georgiana to a marriage with you.
Darcy hissed at Wickham.
Cripple.
Colonel Fitzwilliam said. He walked over to Wickham and wound up to punch him in the gut. But once Wickham had stiffened, Colonel Fitzwilliam instead smacked his head, rather softly.
We know you did not violate Georgiana's honour. So, is that what she told you?
Sweat beaded on Wickham's forehead.
Of course she would,
to escape your censure.
But you still need to make her marry me, so if I thought you had seduced my sweet cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam said smilingly, I'd take you out to the field behind this old castle, give you a sword to defend yourself, and then delightedly run you through with my own. There's no world in which you married Georgiana.
Wickham sagged. He leaned against the cold stone of the castle.
There will be no stories. Better stories than an unworthy husband,
Darcy said.
But what surprises me is that you did not seduce her. You must have had sufficient opportunity to overcome any hesitation she would have offered. The deuce. Fine, I'll tell you, though I know you'll not believe me.
Wickham sighed.
I know you think the worst of me, but she was always like my little sister. Marriage, even to a man you do not approve of, is an honourable state. But, well, I just could not. She's just too innocent and young. And she looks too much like your father.
Now you are laying it on thick, Colonel Fitzwilliam said.
I'll not be convinced to treat you kindly with that speech. No, Darcy said, but I will. I believe there was a mark of truth in how you spoke. Will you then get me out of this prison? It was your crony Shellham who made up a charge against me of suspecting me to be a smuggler. This far from the coast. It does not even pass common reasoning.
Are you a smuggler? Richard asked.
No. Goodness, no. I've met a few of that sort.
Wickham shuddered.
They'd leave a man dead, his throat slit, just for not being quite prompt in repaying a debt after losing at cards. I'm glad, Darcy said, that you are not a smuggler. Here is what you shall do. I want you to leave England and not return. We will place you on a ship to the Americas, and when you have boarded it, you will be given 500 to establish yourself in your new home. What? Colonel Fitzwilliam exclaimed. I'll run him through before I see him with another £1 from our hands. It is from my hand, and Wickham is near to family. You reminded me of that with what you said. I did. It is from my hand, and Wickham is near to family. You reminded me of that with what you said. I did. Now, say, I do not know that I wish to go to the colonies, and 500 is certainly not enough. Silence! Wickham gulped and glanced back at the hand that was shackled to the wall. May I presume that it shall be the case that I will not have an opportunity to refuse? Of course you may refuse, or you may return if you wish. I have purchased the papers to more than £1,000 of debt that you have accumulated. If I ever hear that you have returned to England, I will prosecute you for that debt. But the choice is wholly yours.
Wickham sighed and leaned against the stone wall, stuffing the hand that wasn't shackled into his coat pocket. Darcy held himself up on the crutches, waiting while Wickham thought. His arms began to grow tired. At last Wickham shrugged. No chance I'll manage to marry Georgie now. And you'd be a fool to leave me free in this country. Kinder by far that I could have any reason to expect. You swear upon your honour that I shall receive this money? £500? Yes, I swear upon my honour and my Darcy name. Good enough, Wickham said. The business settled, they set off to return to Longbourn. Colonel Fitzwilliam's man and one of Darcy's Pemberley footmen would escort Wickham to London by post when the roads diverged, from whence he would be put on ship and given the money. Freezing air, but a bright and sunny day. The three of them sat rather quietly in the carriage for the first hour of the journey. Georgiana was still subdued after her adventure, and Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam were drained from the long ride, though Darcy was far more so than his military cousin. Darcy was beginning to become anxious again about how he would apologize to Elizabeth and show her that he was committed to behaving better in the future. Certainly he'd greet her aunt and uncle from Cheapside happily when he arrived. And he would engage her mother in conversation and try to draw her out and empathize with her supposed nerves. And he would encourage Georgiana to spend time with all of Elizabeth's sisters. At this point, the notion that any of Elizabeth's sisters would be a bad influence on Georgiana seemed rather misguided. Mr. Bennet would have far better cause to be concerned about the possibility of Georgiana being a poor influence on his daughters than Darcy had to fear the reverse. Suddenly Georgiana exclaimed to them both, "How am I to be punished? I know I deserve whatever my fate is, but I would rather know than wonder." Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam shared a long look, and then Darcy said, "Georgie, how do you think you should be punished?" No society for a year, no chance to call on anyone. Have me come out when I'm 19 instead of 18. No music. I dearly love music. Force me to learn geometry. No meat in my meals for the next 6 months. No, a year. Perhaps I should not even be allowed to leave the house to wander in the gardens until next winter. That hardly seems like it would be conducive to your good health. Yes, but Georgiana shrugged. I hardly know. Nothing seems as though it would be sufficient to compensate for the magnitude of my crime. It was not a crime, but an error, Darcy said. Do you think you are likely to elope with another amiable gentleman whose chief concern is your wealth? Oh, his chief concern was to hurt you. He told me that when Viscount Shellham and his family took me in. Colonel Fitzwilliam laughed. Oh, are you certain you wish him to have that money to settle himself in America? Darcy shook his head. At this point, that question is irrelevant. I have committed my honour to it. You are giving Wickham money? Georgiana exclaimed in horror. He deserves nothing but a whipping, and that is how you can punish me? A whipping? Georgiana cried out with sudden enthusiasm. Like they give to sailors. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam shared another glance. This time it was Richard's turn to respond. Georgie, I've seen how they whip sailors. I'm only half convinced Wicky deserves that. You certainly do not. If you shall not listen to any of my suggestions, she said a little stiffly, I do not see why you have asked me how I ought to be punished. I certainly have not attempted to soften the suggested punishments merely on account of the fact that I would be the one to suffer from them. It was impossible for Darcy not to chuckle at that. He put his arm around Georgiana and embraced her. How about we say that you shall only receive 1/4 of your allowance for the next 6 months, and that you shall need to ask me specifically for the money for any purchases beyond that.
And beyond that, you promised to never marry anyone without speaking about it at length with me and Richard.
Of course not. I am now determined to never marry anyone without your blessing and approval.
Then let us all strive to be happy.
Oh, I hope Miss Elizabeth will not hate me for disrupting your wedding. That was even more wrong of me than anything else.
It was definitely the most wrong act, Richard replied quickly.
Georgiana giggled. Well, it was not nice of me.
Darcy frowned. Hey, out with it. You've looked more gloomy than happy every time you talk about this woman you're to marry, Colonel Fitzwilliam said. But you still sound as deep in love as anyone with Cupid's grape shot to the heart. Ah, well, Darcy grimaced. Come, I followed you over the better half of England. I now want to hear an interesting story. What is going on between you and this Elizabeth? I was a fool, very much a fool. And I offended her, and we quarrelled. And before we could fully settle matters, I needed to set off to chase Georgiana. You offended her? Colonel Fitzwilliam said in a wholly unsurprised tone. I'm fit to be a parson, tied myself in shock.
No, I cannot believe that you would offend anyone, Georgiana exclaimed. You are the perfect brother.
Being the perfect brother, Colonel Fitzwilliam said sagely to his cousin, does not necessarily make him the perfect lover and husband. They lie mostly in different lines of professional conduct. Might I guess how you offended her? No. She asked you if a particular ribbon looked fetching on her or not, and you told her your honest assessment that it was not. Both Darcy and Georgiana laughed at that. I'm not that much of a fool. No, I am a worse sort of fool, in a more serious manner. There is no more serious manner than providing the proper praise for a woman's person. Darcy laughed with a sudden memory. She has already forgiven me once for being such a fool. I did insult her beauty in her hearing before we had even met. And she still agreed to marry you, Colonel Fitzwilliam said with a great deal of surprise. I thought you said she was sensible and spirited. I apologized to her at some length. And that worked? Colonel Fitzwilliam asked sceptically. Then he added, I hate to refer to it, as I know you do not like it to be spoken of, but it must be the infirmity in your legs. Apologizing would never work for me if I'd pricked a woman's vanity. Darcy could not help but laugh, feeling better and more optimistic about how matters would go when he met Elizabeth than he had for days. Being a cripple has its advantages, but as for the manner I offended her in, I treated her family with contempt, as being beneath me, and I said I wished to avoid a connection with her aunt and uncle who are in trade. I say this because I shall expect you both to behave with every politeness, kindness, and appearance of equality towards those dear to Elizabeth, even if some of them may annoy you. Another henpecked married man, Colonel Fitzwilliam replied. Most wait until the final vows have been said to become so. If happiness has such a cost, I am most willing to pay. Suddenly Georgiana exclaimed, That is why you did not want me there at the wedding. Not because I was deficient, but because you disliked her connections. Darcy flushed. Oh, Georgiana then added quietly, I'd not marry someone who refused to let his sibling meet either of you. Rubbing the back of his neck, Darcy said, Hence why I must apologize to her and beg her to forgive me. Of course she will, Georgiana cheered him on. You, after all, are the finest gentleman in England, and you are apologizing and changing yourself to be kind to her. I would adore it if a man did that for me. Chapter 21. Elizabeth lived in a sort of cheerless Christmas limbo. No wedding, no adventurous journey to the north, no Darcy.
She wanted to hold him and know what he was thinking. She knew Darcy too well to imagine that he might ever jilt her, but she could imagine him coming to resent her and her demands. Yet her demands were just. She loved her family. She also loved him, but that did not change her love for her family. She missed his closeness. She missed the excitement of their happy engagement. She missed Darcy's kisses, the scent of his coat, and the sound of his conversation. Fortunately, Elizabeth did not have much leisure to mope and maudlin. The day after Darcy left, Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner arrived at Longbourn, amply supplied with a full complement of children piled on the seats of their carriage and overflowing onto their laps. Mrs. Bennet immediately threw her arms around Mr. Gardiner's neck when he arrived and said, dear brother, you can have no notion of all the trouble that I've had. I am so glad to see you here." Mr. Gardiner embraced her and patted her reassuringly on the back.
Now, Fanny, it will all be well. You worry too much about things. But tell me more about Elizabeth's suitor suddenly having business to the north.
His sister is eloping. Mr. Darcy went to stop her, and I am sure that he will be shot by this awful Wickham man. And then Elizabeth will never marry, because she will be broken-hearted forever. And Jane is blind, so she can never marry. And Mary is too plain to marry. And I do not know what it will be, but I am sure something will prevent both Lydia and Kitty from marrying. And we will all starve in the hedgerows when Mr. Bennet dies. Lord, I cannot convince Mr. Bennet to worry. But of course he cannot care about it. He shall be dead, and he has no compassion for me and my nerves.
Dear Fanny, I shall take care of you and the girls if every disaster follows.
And Phillips will also. Oh, I shall depend upon you then. You will be all I have. Miss Darcy really ought to have thought about what an inconvenience it would be to everyone for her to run off to Scotland. Horrid girl with no consideration for the trouble she puts everyone to. I am apt to think, Mrs. Gardiner said, that young women who choose to pursue such action seldom spend a great span of time thinking about the inconvenience it will cause to others. I am sure Mr. Darcy will fight a duel, Mrs. Bennet exclaimed again, and be shot through the heart. He is a cripple, you know. There will be no duel, Elizabeth exclaimed. She felt very bleak inside and rather scared herself at the prospect. He promised me he would not duel. Mamma shook her head, clearly judging Elizabeth for her naivete. Gentlemen lie about such things. With a huff, Elizabeth stomped off. He had promised her, and she trusted Mr. Darcy's word. Elizabeth restlessly paced back and forth in the garden. Her mother's constant harping about the matter scared her. Even though she firmly believed Darcy would not duel, there were other dangers. December was by no means the safest time to travel. There was often ice on the roads, especially as they went north. A carriage running at full speed to chase down his sister, a bad patch, a skid, and then Mr. Darcy would be mangled beyond recognition in the crash. She is only nervous. Mrs. Gardiner's soft voice broke Elizabeth's reverie, and she does not realize how others can be made unhappy by hearing all of her worries listed out. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. I have yet to forgive Mamma for sending Jane to Netherfield and trying to make me marry Mr. Collins. You'll do yourself no good by resenting your mother, especially since everything she has done has your interest at heart more than anything else. I understand. She wants to aid us. Irritating woman. It is not merely that she wishes to force husbands upon us, but that she has the worst taste in potential sons-in-law. Mrs. Gardiner laughed. I cannot argue that. But this is not why you are unhappy. Elizabeth looked into her aunt's warm, understanding eyes. Mrs. Gardiner squeezed her arm and hugged her. "Dearest, you are not alone. You need not hold all matters in your head. You rather tend to do that to an excess." Suddenly the anxiety of the last 2 days broke some dam in Elizabeth's mind, and she tightly squeezed her aunt back and buried her face in her shoulder and sobbed. "We argued just before the express came, and then he left. And I don't know what will happen. He became so angry. I was even angrier. I said I was not sure if I wanted to marry him." Mrs. Gardiner held her tight and rubbed her back. "Can you tell me that nothing will go amiss?" "I do not know," she replied in a soft tone, "and no one but the Almighty can." Elizabeth laughed wetly. "A stupid question." "No, an excellent question," Mrs. Gardiner replied, "but one that cannot be answered." They stood there silently for several minutes, and then Elizabeth felt how cold it was outside without moving, and though it was early, the sun was already fading away as it was nearly the winter solstice. She pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped at her eyes. "You always make me feel better." "Do I? But you must understand what you want. First, do you still love him?" "Very much. I do. But I do not know if I can marry him if he will not change on this matter." "That has a very serious tone to it. And you told him that you were so unhappy about this mysterious subject?" Elizabeth nodded. "It was the matter we quarrelled upon. Might I ask?" Mrs. Gardiner took Elizabeth's arm and they walked circles around the garden together. "Are we the subject of the dispute? Your uncle and I?" "Chiefly, but he also speaks of everyone in the neighbourhood and in my family with contempt. Except for Jane, I suppose. And he respects Papa a little. And he likes Charlotte. But I told him how important you are to me, and I begged him to let me have you dine with us. And he spoke of how his family is the only one which matters. Oh, I became so angry when I remember his words. You cannot expect me to rejoice at the inferiority of your connections. I could claw him. How dare he throw what inferiority there is in my face? And now his sister is gone off to elope. None of my connections have ever eloped. Lydia would happily go off as a joke given a half-hour of encouragement from the wrong man. Mrs. Gardiner replied dryly, "You know we would never wish you to give up a highly advantageous match for our sake." "I did not accept his offer out of hope of material benefits. Maybe concern for Jane's well-being played a part in overcoming my frustration with how he spoke of my family. He compared marrying me to picking up a pearl from amongst the muck. I'll not marry him if that remains his attitude." "Then," Mrs. Gardiner smiled, "I only question what he shall do. If he is worthy of you, he will see the justice of what you have asked. And if he refuses to bend, you will know that he is not worthy of you." Elizabeth embraced Mrs. Gardiner again. "I'd be heartbroken. I would." Her aunt held her close. I know. My dear, you shall stay with us if that happens. I know how your mother would hector you afterwards, at a time when you least deserve to face the heat of her anger." I hardly know what to expect. I cannot expect him to change who he is for me." "Why not? Would you not be willing to change for him?" Elizabeth blinked. That was a different thought than one she had had before, and it somehow changed something in her mind about how she thought about Mr. Darcy's actions and words. Not in essentials. I consider my love for you to be a matter of essentials." "Good. A marriage established upon such a basis, a need to change your fundamental nature would never work. But, well, you ought to be flexible. There are many matters that you might feel certain upon how you feel about, but which in practice you would not dislike so much. Above all, talk with your young man, and talk the matter out to its end before you make any choice that cannot be changed. Mrs. Gardiner smiled at Elizabeth. Back inside now. Too cold today to walk about in this wind, no matter how much we prefer the quiet for conversation. The evening after they were meant to be married, Elizabeth received a letter from Darcy. It was written the previous day, the day that they were to have married.
My dearest Elizabeth, I have ridden through the day and well into the night for 2 days now. My cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, joined me this morning, and we have made good time. But only a miracle would allow us to reach the couple before their unhappy nuptials are accomplished. We do know they are headed to Scotland along the Great North Road, as at each station we pass through, there are many who remember a group matching their description. I do not know how quickly I shall be able to return, but I long to hold you again, to hear your voice and see your smile. Elizabeth, I love you with all my heart and soul. I know that I have offended you greatly. I can hardly express my thoughts. I only half understand them myself. There was justice to your complaint, and I shall seek to honour it. I must seal this quickly so that the man taking it may leave. Give my greetings to your aunt and uncle, and to all of your family. F. Darcy.
This letter gave Elizabeth a small glow of hope after she read it. Perhaps he understood. She missed him miserably. That night Elizabeth could hardly sleep. Her mind was full of Mr. Darcy, images of their conversation, the letter she had received. She did not want him to be the only one to do something difficult for her. The next morning, though, Elizabeth was quite anxious about the matter. She spoke with her father about making another attempt to learn to ride a horse. If she could overcome her fear, she would make Mr. Darcy happier, and it would show she was willing to do things that were difficult for her, when it was not a matter of changing in essentials. Her sense of fairness demanded she at least try with her full determination to overcome the fear that had kept her from horses before. And she knew that she had not when Mr. Darcy came with Daisy. The docile mare that Mr. Darcy had purchased for her was still in the stables at Meryton for her, and at the recommendation of Mr. Phillips, they engaged a man to teach her named Mr. Brown, who was the stable-master at an estate 8 miles away. He was known for success in helping those with a fear of horses learn to ride. As Elizabeth had communicated her very strong desire to make a beginning on this before Mr. Darcy returned to Meryton, the man was convinced to come out and give Elizabeth her first lesson that afternoon. Much of the family came out to watch her, and Jane sat nearby on a seat where she could hear everything that passed. Even though it was a mare, the horse Darcy had purchased was big, really big. Elizabeth ordinarily was not particularly frightened by a proximity to horses. They were everywhere, and she would hardly be able to live a normal life if she could not be comfortable every time a rider cantered past her on the road. But she was supposed to get on top of this horse, on that saddle that had already been tied there. Then she'd fall off. Elizabeth's hands shook as she tried to approach the animal. Mr. Brown watched her, chewing tobacco. He spat out a stream of the tobacco juice onto the ground and said, "Miss Bennet, you do not approach a horse that way. Come over here." Elizabeth gratefully backed away from the horse. "Now, Miss Elizabeth, I dare to say you feel a bit ashamed because you don't ride horses. Isn't that true?" She nodded. "Completely usual, you know. Most people have a bit of fear when they start riding horses, unless they began as a very young child. Have 2 boys of my own. At that age, they aren't quite bright enough to be scared. Look at Daisy. She's huge, and you are supposed to climb on top of her. That's pretty far down to the ground." Elizabeth gulped and nodded.
You're a clever girl, so of course you're scared of the horse. You don't know horses, and you can't predict how they'll act, but you know she's big. So forget about mounting the horse. We might not even do that today. But no hurry. Always in a hurry. All you fine quality folks always are in such a hurry. But an animal like a horse doesn't know about how you need to have something happen quickly. So you should be a bit calmer and slower when getting to know a horse. Come here and let's just become acquainted. For the next hour, Mr. Brown helped Elizabeth meet Daisy. She first fed her an apple and a carrot, then she led the horse back and forth by her halter for 15 minutes. After, Mr. Brown spent a half-hour teaching Elizabeth how to properly brush out the horse's long coat. By this time she'd relaxed, and the original fear of approaching the horse was almost completely gone. They were becoming friends. Mr. Brown glanced up at the sky. Enough time still for you to mount the horse. But suddenly Elizabeth was scared again. Miss Elizabeth, what are you scared of? The horse. He laughed. Be more specific. The fall, then. So you are frightened that you will fall from the horse and be horribly injured? Well, yes. A wholly reasonable fear, I'd say. Elizabeth laughed. Are you not supposed to convince me of the opposite? By no means. Bad falls can happen. It would be a happier world if more gentlemen kept that in mind. But do you think that you will fall if you mount the horse with me here today? I might. Horses know what you believe. So answer me honestly. How likely do you consider a fall right now today to be? Elizabeth nervously chuckled. It cannot be that likely that I shall immediately, or else there would be even more fatal falls talked about. Usually when someone does fall, Mr. Brown replied, nodding, if they were being a fool about how they rode, you, Miss Bennet, do not strike me as a fool. Elizabeth took several deep breaths. Now, say with me, I am not a crazed fool gent who plans to jump over the tallest fence I can find. Elizabeth giggled. You must actually say it. I am not a crazed fool gent who plans to jump over the tallest fence I can find. Elizabeth laughed again. Very good, Miss Bennet. Mr. Brown nodded approvingly. Now you must say this 20 more times. Do not laugh. It is vital. 20 times. And aloud so everyone can hear. To her great surprise, Elizabeth felt very little fear, and just a bit of eagerness when she approached Daisy again after she said that aloud so many times. The horse was positioned by the mounting block, and Mr. Brown told her exactly where to place her leg and how to put her hand on the saddle to swing herself over into it. And then suddenly Elizabeth found herself, without having quite realized it was about to happen, sitting up very high on the horse. Everyone looked smaller beneath her. Papa leaning against the fence of the paddock, Jane sitting on a chair that had been brought out for her, smiling in her general direction. Lydia and Kitty laughing with each other while talking. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner smiling warmly at her. Elizabeth looked down and she felt a sudden moment of fear, but she then started repeating to herself, I am not a crazy gentleman, I am not a crazy gentleman. And surprisingly enough, it worked. Very good. Take the reins in hand. Hold them like this, the thumbs pointing upwards. Draw your back higher up. Sit straight, not hunched over like... Very good, Miss Bennet. Like that. Your legs looser. Keep your foot pressing into the stirrup at the ball of the foot. Yes, yes. Your back straight again. Do not hunch. Sit up higher. There's so much to remember. One cannot become a good rider in a day, or a week, or even a month. The thumbs upwards with the reins. You must ride regularly and receive correction continuously until you simply know how I feel, as naturally as you know how to walk, what to do.
This first lesson ended with Mr. Brown leading the horse in circles around the paddock, while he corrected Elizabeth each time she turned the hands holding the reins downwards, every time she sat back into the seat of the saddle too far, and every time she made a mistake in any of the other 20 matters that it seemed were necessary to ride properly. Trying to remember everything and hold herself correctly felt so awkward. Yet after only 20 minutes of riding, while Elizabeth felt sore from the hard saddle and holding her legs in an unaccustomed position, she also kept closer to the desired posture without thought. The mounting block was brought back out, and following Mr. Brown's instructions, she dismounted and was suddenly back on solid ground next to Daisy and the fence. Her legs were shaky, and Elizabeth felt like laughing hysterically.
Well, Miss Bennet, how did that agree with you?
I felt almost safe.
You were almost safe.
Now Elizabeth did laugh. She grinned widely. Tomorrow again?
Aye, if that is what you wish. Best to practice like this every day for at least a month. Not more than an hour and a half of riding in a day. But that is what will carve the proper motions into your spirit and body, like a chisel into stone.
Suddenly, it was not for Darcy any more. Elizabeth wanted to be able to ride, to overcome this limitation in herself for her own sake. Chapter 22. Upon reaching Meryton in the late afternoon 3 days before Christmas, Darcy immediately turned the carriage down the road to Longbourn, greatly to his surprise that he found Elizabeth returning from a ride on the horse he'd purchased for her, with a groom riding directly behind, keeping a close eye on her. She startled when she saw him, but the mare had a phlegmatic temperament and did not flinch at the inexperienced rider. By the time Darcy had made his way out of the carriage and settled himself onto his crutches, Elizabeth was stepping, with the help of the groom, onto the mounting block and then down. Elizabeth lithely ran up to him, the fabric of her brown riding skirt flapping around her legs. For a moment he thought she would throw her arms around him, but instead she stopped a bit back and looked at him with a soft expression and wide eyes. Her hand reached out, as though it were out of her control, to touch his chest. "You are returned." She bit her lip and looked down. "We expected you tomorrow."
The conditions were good, and we started early.
Elizabeth looked at him with a half-smile. "In a hurry, Mr. Darcy?"
Yes.
She flushed and went silent, but the smile widened.
And you upon a horse?
She looked at him again shyly from beneath her eyelashes. "I wish to surprise you. It hardly matters the message I meant to give. I found I enjoy riding greatly for my own sake." She looked so lovely, her dark hair bound up and back in a sensible bun for riding, flushed and bright-eyed, a blue pelisse, and a brown riding dress that, from its fit, Darcy suspected had been modified from one of Jane's. He leaned forward, almost sinking into her eyes.
Been a long road, Darcy. Time enough to stare into your lady's eye after introductions."
Richard had a wide grin more appropriate for a weasel than a man. Darcy turned to his sister, who watched them with an intent interest.
"Elizabeth, may I introduce to you my sister, Georgiana Darcy?"
The two ladies curtsied to each other, and Elizabeth smilingly exclaimed, "I have been told so much of you by Mr. Darcy. I was most eager to meet you." "And are you?" Georgiana replied shyly. "But you must know that you must have heard that I have, made a serious mistake, but one which by good fortune in the case has had no lasting consequences, except as a useful lesson. I believe your brother's letters have fully informed me upon all the pertinent facts.
and I think you were most horridly used by those who ought to have deserved your trust. Oh, she looked down. I have always wanted a sister. I know I am not so... And I want another sister, Elizabeth replied warmly.
My turn to be introduced to this lovely creature,
Colonel Fitzwilliam said.
And then we can exit the code. My cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam. Richard, Elizabeth Bennet, my betrothed.
Elizabeth pinked at the possessive way he said that, but Darcy knew that his cousin had a reputation for being pleasing to women, and something about his manner towards Elizabeth put his hackles up. But it also, in an odd way, pleased Darcy to see that Richard clearly admired her as a woman. Elizabeth stayed as close to Darcy as she could without interfering with his movement as they went indoors. She kept looking at him in this odd way, wide questioning eyes, shy smiles, and with just a hint of anxiety in her manner. Every time he glanced at her, which he did often, she was looking at him. Only Mr. Bennet and Jane were present in the drawing-room when they were brought up. Mr. Bennet watched Darcy with a frown as he settled down.
You are returned.
Yes.
Eh. The older man picked up his book and appeared to read it, without pursuing further conversation, but Darcy perceived him watching him and Elizabeth over the top of the book closely. Elizabeth and Jane put their attention on Georgiana, speaking with her, working to set her at her ease. A mere 10 minutes after they had settled into the drawing-room, the great crush entered Longbourn. All the other Bennet relations stuffing the room till it seemed that the apartment could barely fit them. From the conversation, Darcy found that they had returned earlier from their calls than planned because his carriage had been seen headed to Longbourn in the town, and someone had told Mrs. Bennet about it. He watched Georgiana with a little concern, knowing how she disliked an excess of noise, but to his surprise she seemed delighted, and was laughing at something Jane had just said. And then he was introduced to Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner. To Darcy's surprise, they were a very gentlemanlike couple. She was younger and more fashionable than he had expected, and Mr. Gardiner had a very shrewd but friendly look to him. Darcy firmly shook hands with them, and then said distinctly once the introductions were made, "We shall be in town in the middle of February for the season, and I know Elizabeth looks forward greatly to having you dine with us at the earliest opportunity." The two looked at each other, and Mrs. Gardiner smiled and raised her eyebrow in a significant way to her husband. Darcy rather suspected that she, at least, had full knowledge of everything that he had said to Elizabeth, and while that rather embarrassed him, it did nothing to interfere with his intention to show every courtesy and kindness to them for Elizabeth's sake. Mr. Gardiner grinned at him and replied, "I will be very happy to see Lizzie then. She has always been one of my favourite nieces. Only tell us when, and I will happily be there. That is a plan." Darcy scarcely dared to look at Elizabeth. "I also believe from something Elizabeth said once that you enjoy river fishing." "Oh, yes," Mr. Gardiner replied with spirit. "Hardly enough opportunity with my business, but at least twice a month during the spring and summer I take an opportunity to go out from London to attack some open river. You must visit us at Pemberley, perhaps this summer if your business permits it. I have what I humbly believe to be the best trout stream in all of Derbyshire." "He is never humble," Elizabeth said with a smile in her voice. She looked at Darcy with shining eyes. "He mistakes himself." Darcy laughed, and he felt like he was floating up above the clouds, like a bird, effortlessly swooping round and round in circles. "That would delight us all very much." Mrs. Gardiner expressively looked towards Elizabeth, whose countenance was pink but pleased. "I spent my girlhood near your estate at Lambden, and I have seen the grounds a few times. I'd swear there is no prettier park in all of England." Lambton, do you know that large chestnut on the green? I used to climb it as a child, Darcy replied.
Did you? I think every child who sees that tree feels such a need. I certainly did. They all laughed. Darcy and his party stayed for dinner that night, and it was full of conversation, noise, children running about, people speaking, and happiness. Colonel Fitzwilliam sat near Jane and engaged her in conversation at every opportunity he had. Georgiana found herself happily surrounded by the Gardiner children, who had quickly learned that she could be convinced into participating in any of their games, and that she was more than merely willing to work scissors, cut ribbons, and help to trim little bonnets for their dolls. Other guests came to the house, the Lucases, Sans, the daughter who had married Mr. Collins, the Gouldings, and several of the officers. More tumult than Darcy liked, and he was still tired after days and days of travel, but he was happy just watching Elizabeth, no matter what the environment. After dinner, he sat in the corner of the drawing-room and politely made conversation with Sir William. The good knight was too garrulous, but also very good-natured. Elizabeth came and sat next to him and possessed his hand, and they discussed the most recent letters from Charlotte Lucas, about how she was setting the parsonage at Hunsford into a shape that she was happy with. Mr. Gardiner for another half-hour came by, and after establishing that he likely would visit them in the summer, perhaps as part of an extended trip where they would also visit the lakes, they discussed matters of politics and the provision of the army, which touched on his business. Darcy found himself an astute observer upon matters, and he castigated himself once more for his foolishness in having refused to meet the gentleman earlier. When Mr. Gardiner left to enter another conversation, Elizabeth stayed seated next to him, variously talking to the Miss Gouldings, Miss Maria Lucas, and her sisters. Slowly, enjoying the warmth, a bit of mulled wine, and ample food, Darcy dozed off into a sleep. Chapter 23. Mr. Darcy looked young, sweet, defenceless, and adorable when he had fallen asleep next to her. Elizabeth understood quite well from what Darcy had said in his letters and in conversation during the course of the afternoon why he had been sleepy enough to fall asleep in company. She still enjoyed seeing it. Her heart was full of both happiness and worry. Every time she glanced away from his face for a moment and then looked back, she felt anew that little shock in her stomach at how handsome he looked. She felt anew that sense of adoration, that need for him. She had missed him very much, and she had not even realized how much until she saw him stepping out of the carriage. A part of Elizabeth wished to simply forget everything, to have no further conversation. But she knew that she must speak seriously with Darcy once more before they could marry, before she could even count with entire confidence upon the marriage. Everything he said or did filled her with hope. He invited her aunt and uncle to dine with them in London, and then, beyond that, he invited them to Pemberley. Each time she thought upon it, Elizabeth felt a thrill of joy go through her. It was impossible for her to not see this as a compliment to herself. Later in the evening, Elizabeth noted with an equally deep satisfaction that Darcy's evident enjoyment of a conversation with Mr. Gardiner about how the army in Spain was supplied with gold for its salary and operations was not a compliment to her. Darcy actually liked her uncle for his own sake. She was happy that she had been able to introduce him to those of her connections whose manners and mind she had no reason to blush for. In truth, despite the anxiety of knowing that they must still speak seriously, Elizabeth had never enjoyed an evening so much. Darcy called early the next morning to ride with Elizabeth. Their pace was sedate and careful, and they were followed by Mr. Brown, who called out orders for her to shift her posture, sit up straighter, Keep the heels pointed correctly, thumbs up with the reins, loose elbows and arms. Day by day both the soreness of riding and the frequency of corrections lessened, and Mr. Darcy's smile as he rode next to her thrilled her. She could envision years and years of riding together, enjoying the trails and pathways of their estate. She had already realized how much easier it was to reach everywhere on horseback than it was on foot. The extra speed changed Oakham Mount from the furthest extent that she might go in a morning to simply a stopping point on the way to other vistas. Once they returned to Longbourn, Elizabeth found another domestic scene that she enjoyed. Georgiana Darcy and Mary sat next to each other in front of the piano and played a duet, while Jane played a game of cards with Lydia and Kitty, allowed by the youngest Gardiner daughter, whispering into Jane's ear what the cards she had pulled were. The other Gardiner children were gathered around a set of marbles and a drawn circle, taking turns shooting them. Colonel Fitzwilliam talked to Mr. Gardiner and Mr. Bennet, but his eyes often turned towards Jane. They had spent much of the previous evening talking, and perhaps Elizabeth ought to have a word with Mr. Darcy about his cousin's attention to her sister. Shortly after noon, Mrs. Bennet asked, "But when will you two marry? I must know when the wedding shall occur. It can even be tomorrow. I spoke to the rector upon this, and even though you are not here for a week, the banns do not need to be said again, or any other nonsense of that sort." Darcy looked at Elizabeth with his serious eyes. She flushed. She had to tell him what they needed to speak, and now was the time. But her mouth was dry and would not work. "I believe," Darcy said firmly, "that Elizabeth and I ought to have some privacy to speak upon the matter and determine details ourselves." "No, do not ask Elizabeth," Mrs. Bennet replied. "I will not let her develop some odd compunction upon the matter. In fact, I do not know what there is to discuss. You may simply go to the church tomorrow morning and marry. That would be the simplest. The time is already past for you two to be married. Mr. Bennet, is that not right? They should just marry tomorrow?" Mr. Bennet said with a rather disgruntled expression, "Mrs. Bennet, you know that I make it a point to not interfere in matters marital that affect my daughters, unlike some." "Yes, but surely you can see that—" Mr. Darcy had risen, and his expression made Mrs. Bennet become quieter. He then smiled at Elizabeth in a way that soothed her anxiety. "Dearest Elizabeth, another walk in the garden? Perhaps the drive instead?" He laughed. "I have no fear." Elizabeth's stomach was unsettled. Then the garden. They went out, but rather than walking around to any great extent, Darcy took them directly to the swing, and they settled next to each other upon it. The day was sunny, but quite cold, and even through the gloves Elizabeth's fingers quickly began to feel awkward and stiff from it. "Fitzwilliam," she suddenly exclaimed, "I have seen how you have been kind to my aunt and uncle. But I must," she wrung her hands, "I do not want to force you to change. But I must. That is. Oh, why is it so difficult to speak?"
"Because you feel deeply,"
Darcy replied with a confident tone.
"and you know that it would be wrong for you to marry a man who treats your family with contempt."
She nodded. It sounded very simple in his voice. He held her hand in his.
"I love you, Elizabeth."
"But you are a firm man. You know yourself and your character. At this present time you are full of affection for me. But what will happen over the course of years? I know that the first bloom of love does not last. And in 2 years' time, or 10 years' time, I shall not be so young, nor quite so beautiful any more. And
"I doubt very much that you shall ever not appear beautiful in my eyes."
She looked at him and flushed, feeling that tingle of desire and need for him go through her whole body, her breasts, her stomach, her toes and her fingers. She looked longingly into his eyes and at his lips. He pressed a kiss on her forehead.
What were you going to say next? We are sitting here in the cold to speak.
How can I say anything contrary when you say such kind things to me, even though you can hardly know what you will feel in 10 years' time?
We shall discover together how we feel in 10 years' time, but I am quite confident in my prediction.
Are you? Your distaste for low connections, for trade, for the improper behaviour of my family. It was spoken very firmly. You were quite certain. I heard you. And I have thought about what you said so many times. I cannot give up my family, those who I love, not even for your love.
Elizabeth.
Please, I beg you to let me finish. I once prided myself that I rise to every attempt to intimidate me, but it is hard, so hard to speak contrary to you. I am not a pearl to be picked from the muck. I'm another one of the pigs who live in that muck, and I like my muck.
There was a long quiet. A physician in Bath told me once, said Darcy at last, that mud baths are quite healthful.
It was impossible to keep from giggling at that reply, delivered in such a weighty tone. No, but I am serious.
I am as well. If the only way for me to live past that unfortunate metaphor of mine is to become a pig myself, well, if last night and this morning are a reasonable basis to judge upon, I shall enjoy such forms of domesticity more than anything else I ever have.
Do you mean that?
I can tell you honestly that I felt wholly and completely happy.
You look so delightful when you fell asleep.
Did I snore?
Darcy asked in a tone of some concern. Elizabeth laughed. Not more than a little. It was just your breath that sounded different. I felt happy.
I tell you truly and honestly, I am not so unchangeable. I am not a lump of iron, or if I am an iron that has been heated and then shaped by the smith's hammer blows. I was wrong, deeply, profoundly, horribly wrong. I tell you this not to gain your sympathy, nor to change your mind. Simply, I must confess it. I was wrong.
What, Fitzwilliam, what were you wrong about?
I've been the worst sort of selfish creature. And what was worse than that, I was a hypocrite. I have judged you and your family by a standard I refuse to judge my own. I have thought meanly of you and your connections, merely because they were of lesser scope than my own. And I have seen you as having value only insofar as I could detach you from them. I was the worst of men.
Never that.
My mind turned round upon this as I rode in search of my sister. Around and around, again and again. You see, I did not despise her for this shameful behaviour. I only wanted to see her safe. And so,
Darcy swallowed.
I was wrong. I was so wrong and so selfish. I wanted you, but only on my own terms. I believe I never really thought of you or your happiness. Yet, what sort of man could expect a woman who he claimed to love and respect to despise her own family and think meanly of those tied to her by bonds of affection, blood, and long familiarity? So you see, I was the worst sort of man.
Only the best sort of man can admit he is wrong.
Elizabeth, if you will.
Yes, she said, prompting him. She loved him so dearly, and her heart was full.
If you will do me the honour to be my wife, for I ask you again, I swear I will honour you and your family as I honour my own. I will love them simply because you love them.
Her heart was much too full to speak. Everything glowed inside of her. No words came to her. So she kissed him passionately, and he kissed her back. Their teeth clicked against each other, and they held each other tightly until the cold prompted both of them to return inside. It was only when they reached the door that Elizabeth suddenly remembered. "But when will we marry?"
"Tomorrow morning, of course,"
Darcy replied, smiling. "Oh." Elizabeth felt an odd disappointment. She had been enjoying this time of having all her family together, including Darcy, and now Georgiana. She did not want them to set off to the north immediately as they had planned at first. The next day was Christmas Eve. It seemed to her the worst of days to leave her family. "Mr. Darcy, I wonder if—" He poked her nose.
"I know what you're thinking."
"Oh?" She smiled. His tone brought her a promise of happiness and safety.
"Of course we won't leave the neighborhood until after Sylvester."
"No?"
"The house, though, does seem rather crowded with so many guests. It would be a kindness for your mother if you might happen to stay in a room in the Meryton Inn for the rest of the holiday season."
Elizabeth glowed at him. She could not stop smiling for long enough to even tease him by pretending to consider the idea before agreeing.
"Does that notion then please you?"
She, of course, kissed him again. Chapter 24. The Christmas Eve morning when Fitzwilliam Darcy was united in marriage with Elizabeth Bennet was one of the most perfect winter days that Darcy had ever seen. It had snowed the previous night, and the churchyard grounds were covered in a blanket of white. But the storm had exhausted itself, and the sky was cloudless except for a few white wisps high in the air. The snow glinted in the sunlight like a bright field of gems. The air was cold and crisp, and while there were fires and hot stones placed within the chapel, it was still chilled, and the cold brought delightful colour to Elizabeth's cheeks. Before beginning the service, the vicar spoke about watching Elizabeth running about the fields and climbing trees as a girl. She was glowing and happy, and he loved the look of heartfelt delight in her eyes. As they said their vows and listened to the words from the common book of prayer, Darcy kept himself upright while kneeling on a cushion in front of the altar by holding on to the wooden railing. The whole service was strangely short, as though it had not taken nearly enough time for such a momentous change as that from unmarried to married to have occurred. But after what seemed an instant, Elizabeth slipped his ring onto his finger, and he placed her ring onto her finger. The vicar pronounced them man and wife. The smile on both their faces widened as they looked at each other, and then at the crowd of Elizabeth's relations, and a few of Darcy's who had come to see the marriage solemnized. Elizabeth helped him to stand, and he supported himself partly with her arm and partly with a cane. Outside there was a small crowd of servants, Longbourn's tenants and friends from around the neighbourhood gathered to cheer the newly wedded couple. With happy waves, Elizabeth greeted her friends. Darcy swung up into their carriage, and he helped her in with an offered hand. She glowed, eyes alight, cheeks pink, smile wide. "You look very well today, Mrs. Darcy," he said as soon as they were both settled in the carriage. She did. Darcy believed he would remember to the day he died every feature of her hair, her expressions, and the soft silk dress she wore. Elizabeth sparkled. "Mr. Darcy, you look as happy as a man who just married." And then she nestled next to him and kissed him, and they spent the brief carriage ride thus engaged. The whole day Darcy longed for their return to that solitude, when he would be able to take Elizabeth into his arms again, and finally make her fully his wife. But there was a compensation for that delay in the delightful domestic Christmas Eve. Longbourn was more crowded than he had ever seen the house before, with seemingly every person he had met from amongst the Bennets' neighbours there, and also at least a dozen other persons whom he had not met.
All of them offered their congratulations to the happy couple. Each brought around to shake Darcy's hand and kiss Elizabeth's hand by Mrs. Bennet, who delighted in describing him to each person as my daughter's new husband, Mr. Darcy of Pemberley, a substantial estate in Derbyshire. Darcy did his best to play the combined role of delighted groom and wealthy landowner. An easy role, because he was both. As for the annoyance he might have once expected to feel at being made a prop to puff up Mrs. Bennet's position in the community, to his surprise, Darcy found himself simply happy that she was happy. At one point, when the crush of guests had somewhat slackened, Elizabeth leaned over to Darcy and said in a quiet voice, "It is quite noisy. We might do something to escape. I am quite ready to hide behind the banisters upstairs, or under the bed in my bedroom."
Your bedroom."
She giggled and elbowed him. Smilingly, Darcy added, "I have been too happy to notice the noise." She glowed. "And you are not bothered by my mother? She is very proud of how well her daughter is married. I cannot censure her delight in me. After all, I am perfect." Elizabeth laughed. "You are not, as I well know." "I mean to say I am perfect in all significant respects." She laughed and leaned against him. "My sweet husband, I'll never allow you to believe yourself to be without flaw. Alas, my vanity will suffer great injury due to this marriage, though my pride will only grow, for I shall have a most excellent wife to be proud of." She looked at him, clearly wishing to kiss him from the warmth in her eyes. Unfortunately, the drawing-room was filled with a great many guests. With a longing sigh, Darcy said, "If only we could both celebrate this day with family and at the same time be wholly alone." Elizabeth looked him over with clear desire in her eyes. "Being alone?" She bit her lip seductively and whispered into his ear, "Mamma tried to explain about what we will do together last night. I confess that her explanation left me confused at points, but I am eager to learn the rest." Her breath playing over his sensitive earlobes made Darcy's stomach clench. She leaned back, looked at him directly, and then blushed and looked down. He whispered back, "I confess a similar eagerness." She flushed redder than Darcy had ever seen her face go before, and there was a bright, mischievous light in her eyes when she looked up. The tete-a-tete was interrupted as Mrs. Bennet had discovered yet another of her guests who had not yet given their congratulations to the happy couple. All of the 24 families with whom the Bennets dined were here today, along with some friends and relations with whom they did not dine with any frequency. In the middle of the day, when Darcy looked around, he searched for Georgiana to ensure that she was doing well despite the noise and the crush of strangers. His sister had found a role for herself playing with the many children of the families visiting Longbourn, first in the breakfast room that had been set aside as a nursery, where she was happily talking, laughing, cutting ribbons and decorating miniature bonnets for dolls. Jane was also there, in charge of managing the many children, along with Maria Lucas. And, very oddly to Darcy, his cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, was also there. Despite her blindness, Jane had an instinctive knowledge of what the children around her were doing, and an ability with a few words and a smile to convince them to leave off some piece of naughtiness. It perhaps helped that the more adventurous and naughtier of the children had gone outside to explore the hedges and the little wilderness and to throw snowballs at each other. Later on, when Darcy looked in at the nursery again, he found Colonel Fitzwilliam still there speaking to Jane. Georgiana, however, had gone outside to join the snowball fights. It was impossible for Darcy to not note that his cousin was spending a great deal of time around Jane Bennet. Her illness had robbed her of none of her beauty. When Darcy mentioned this to Elizabeth, she shrugged.
I asked Jane last night about this right before we went to sleep. She is still quite broken-hearted over Bingley, but I think she is happier. She told me that Colonel Fitzwilliam has a way of talking about her disability that makes it seem very ordinary, a very everyday thing, and not a matter to worry about, except insofar as it makes things more difficult.
He does that with me. I dare say I was not really able to settle myself into making the most of what my life now was until he visited me.
Elizabeth frowned with thought. I am happy that she benefits in this way, but ought I worry? He would not trifle with my sister. I know you like him very much, but after Bingley...
I am disappointed in Bingley, but perhaps not so very surprised. He always was changeable and overly influenced by a pretty face. Colonel Fitzwilliam, he is easy and voluble in company, but there is a deep core of seriousness to him. He knows what he is about, and he does not easily imagine himself to be in love. And when he flirts with women, everyone is always clear as to how far matters shall go.
Then nothing to worry about, Elizabeth smiled, and I shall think nothing more upon the matter. Things will progress or not as determined by the principals, and our job merely is to kiss and smile at each other. Darcy pecked her cheek. Then he added thoughtfully,
Colonel Fitzwilliam is not so flush in the pockets that he would be able to marry without any consideration to his father's opinion.
Oh, Elizabeth said a little sadly. Darcy hugged her.
If it came to it, though I will say nothing about the matter at this juncture, I would do enough for Jane to allow them to marry upon his officer's salary, which is not nothing. Also, he gained some amount of spoils for his share after successful sieges in Spain. Darcy laughed. We are very quick to speculate. It is ridiculous at such an early stage. But I would like to be Richard's brother as well as his cousin.
You said he is your favourite cousin.
That is very true.
Over the course of the afternoon, Longbourn gradually emptied as those who were not particular friends of the Bennets, and had only attended the party to say polite congratulations, left. Shortly after the sunset, the remaining guests prevailed upon the musically inclined ladies to play music, while everyone sang Christmas songs, loudly and with great spirit. Even Georgiana, her face glowing from the exercise she gained while chasing children round and round the house, was willing to play, though only because Elizabeth stood to her one side, and Darcy sat to her other, turning the pages of the piece and singing with her song. Food was brought out and distributed, Christmas puddings, goose roasted to perfection, joints of beef stewed in gravy, and pies and pies and pies. Darcy ate till he was quite stuffed, and then he ate more. Happy conversation, happy guests, happy friends, happy family. Elizabeth happily spoke to everyone, and the ring he had placed on her white hand flashed in the candlelight. She naturally talked rather more than he did, but Darcy enjoyed his portion of the conversation too. Mrs. Gardiner had been seated at his other side during dinner, and beyond her, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and Darcy suspected that Elizabeth had a hand in ensuring that the people near him would be amongst those he enjoyed talking with. There was fine rum, bowls of punch, excellent wines and cognacs. A feast, hot chocolate and mulled wine. The room was too hot from the presence of so many people, despite the cold outside, and for half the night one of the windows was kept open to cool it off. A similar scene was happening all over England. Thousands of people gathered together to enjoy meals with dear family and friends, the post rushing north and south, and east and west along the roads, interrupted by almost nothing. Men and women bundled in their furs all across the country, watching their children throw snowballs and make snow angels on the ground. Presents for children were being prepared by their parents.
Housewives were presiding over dinners, and millions of servants were receiving gifts of appreciation for their service. People who only saw each other once a year embracing and singing together. Likely he was not even the only man who had the deep satisfaction and joy of having married in the morning. Darcy's life seemed wholly perfect to him. Shortly before midnight, the group in the house bundled up, and they all went over to the nearby parish church for the Christmas Eve service, lighting their way with lamps and torches. As he was a little drunk and did not trust his footing in the dark with snow on the ground, he allowed himself to be settled in a bath chair for the short way to the church. Elizabeth and Georgiana pushed him, gaily chatting. Georgiana sounded delightedly happy as she talked about how happy the day had made her, and how happy she was to have Elizabeth as a sister. After the service was over, and the bells started ringing to celebrate Christmas Day, Darcy and Elizabeth went to his carriage for the short journey to his rooms at the inn in Meryton. Darcy's carriageman loudly wished them a happy Christmas and a happy marriage. He was red-faced himself from wassail and the cheeriness in the servant quarters. However, Darcy judged from the steadiness of the man's hands and movements that he was fit to safely drive the carriage. The instant the carriage door was closed, before they even set off, Elizabeth's soft lips were on Darcy's. Her cheeks were so cold, and Darcy was so happy. He kissed her back happily and fiercely. "My darling, dear wife, my darling, dear husband," she replied, laughing and kissing him again. "I can hardly believe that I have found such happiness, and that you are so perfect." "I thought you meant to ensure that I was always aware of my flaws." Elizabeth giggled and kissed him, and he held her tightly against his side, feeling the shape of her waist and her hips and chest. "Fitzwilliam, the two of us are to always be happy. We can overcome every difficulty, infirmity, and struggle that life shall throw in our way, so long as we do so together. Yes, together we shall always be happy." And he kissed her again. Afterward. I hope you all enjoyed my newest novel, and if you did, leave a review. Also leave one if you didn't enjoy the book. Reviews are really helpful for many of us readers in figuring out what to read, so leave them on what you read, not just on my books. I enjoyed writing this Darcy, who, while in a somewhat different situation from his usual, is still very much our often frustrating Mr. Darcy. Rereading Darcy's proposal to Elizabeth while editing the novel was the first time I've actually cringed while reading one of my own books. He is both so good for her in so many ways, and so terrible at the same time. At least I had fun with him. I based Mr. Darcy's illness on Franklin Roosevelt's polio. This felt like a natural choice, because in several important respects they were similar. FDR was highly capable, intelligent, wealthy and aristocratic, like our Darcy, though FDR was vastly more ambitious and sociable than Darcy. FDR had been a healthy, active man of 39 who had already lost one presidential campaign as James M. Cox's vice presidential running mate in 1920. I find James Cox remarkable for being someone whose name I think I have literally never seen, until I Googled who was above FDR on the ticket in 1920 so I could write the previous sentence. This despite him having been significant enough to be a presidential candidate for one of the two major parties. I suppose I would not be surprised if in 100 years even quite well-educated people do not know who Mitt Romney or John Kerry were. Hillary Clinton, I expect, will be as well known a name as Al Smith or William Jennings Bryan. While swimming, FDR began to feel sick with back pain and general uneasiness. The next morning he had a high fever, and was very weak and barely able to stand. And by the third day, he could not walk at all. The local doctor, who was called, prescribed regular massages on his legs, which were both useless and exquisitely painful. For most of the next 2 months, the paralysis was such that he was unable to defecate or urinate, as the muscles involved were frozen. In a deleted part of the first chapter, I described Darcy remembering his experience of having an early 19th century catheter made of silver inserted. FDR also developed contractures in the legs that required plastering to straighten out. This is a process that, as closely as I can tell, existed already in the Regency era, and the danger of contractures in patients in bed rest was certainly known. A contracture is when the muscles of someone who is not able to use them contract inwards and cannot be forced apart again. The treatment was to slightly widen them, put a plaster cast in place to keep them from contracting again, and then after a few days the cast is removed, the muscle is forced wider again, and a new cast is placed. The process was done too quickly with FDR, whose recovery was set back as a result. However, once the initial illness was past, he threw himself into recovery, doing a great deal of exercises in swimming pools, recovering his upper body strength, and walking between 2 waist-high parallel bars that he could support himself with. He read extensively upon his condition and corresponded with the leading doctors in the country. He spent time at a spa resort in Georgia, which he then later purchased and set up as a hydrotherapy facility for patients recovering from paralysis. The doctors and physical therapists at Warm Springs were for several decades on the forefront of developing physical therapy as a discipline, and FDR's efforts in this period were important for professionalizing the field and making it more patient-centered. Twice his doctors did a detailed set of exercises to test the responses of all of the muscles in his legs and hips. So we know that while there were a few muscles that he had absolutely no control over, FDR could move most of them a little, but there was simply not enough strength in them to support himself, except when buoyed up by water. At this point I should note that while I am very confident about the nature of FDR's treatment, I am less confident about what aspects of the care he received would have been available for Mr. Darcy to use. For example, FDR's famous leg braces. There certainly were leg braces that could lock at the knee in the Regency period and before, but I do not know directly from sources or research papers how or if they would have been used by someone with Mr. Darcy's illness. This is not to say that the information is not accessible from my apartment through the internet, merely that I did not find it. With regards to Darcy's level of mobility, while today in first world countries most paraplegics use wheelchairs for the majority of their locomotion, I found a paper from the 1970s where a rehabilitation center described how successful over the previous 20 years their paraplegic patients were at developing particular levels of mobility, including being able to crutch walk for 1 kilometer, with the patients sorted by how high up their spinal lesion was. This center used extensive training with pull-ups and required their patients to use crutches almost exclusively for any tasks they could manage with them. This was viewed as a necessity for allowing the patients to regain the most normal life possible, and for them to be able to return to employment in a time when there were far less ramps and disability lifts in the built environment. As closely as I can tell, the damage from polio is equivalent to an incomplete lesion of the lower spine, i.e., a less severe disability than that which most of the patients at that clinic were suffering from. Darcy was determined, otherwise healthy, and young, so I gave him the ability to manage at least as well as any patients described at that clinic in that paper. As for crutch gait, I was not able to find any papers about how crutches were used in the Regency, but it seems to me extremely likely that the fast swinging gait that Darcy uses would have been regularly used by the many disabled persons of the time, and at least if he used some sort of leg braces, he would definitely have been able to manage the moment and the movement when the body is supported by the legs while moving the crutches forward. This reminds me of another point. There seems to be a common belief in some parts of the internet that the disabled were expelled from polite society at all times in history prior to the 1960s, that it was seen as an embarrassment to have such an unfortunate person in your family, that those with disabilities were generally not permitted to be seen by healthy people, and that the treatment of such people was so appalling as to horrify any person with the capacity for empathy. And there are, in fact, true stories of disabled people being treated in ways that are so horrifying as to appall any person with a capacity for empathy. Some of these stories that I read made me feel literally sick. And there were the ugly laws passed in a variety of American cities, though I confess to being rather confused by them still, and I would be extremely surprised that if they functioned as anything other than the equivalent of the recent law in Hungary, where I live, making it illegal for homeless people to have a habitual residence outside. The persons who were treated in these awful ways, however, were chiefly those with serious mental disabilities, or with childhood deafness, which often was interpreted as a form of mental disability. Blind persons and those with clearly physical disabilities simply were not treated as social pariahs. They were treated as individuals who had less capacities, but who still were fully capable of finding something to do, and who were also expected to find tasks to do. This, in fact, was the problem often. There was no disability insurance, and if a person was unable to find work that they could do, they might end up in terrible misery. I read an autobiography of a blind man in the early 19th century who described walking many tens of miles through the Irish countryside and the dangers involved with not necessarily seeing where a ditch was, or the unpleasantness of being unable to avoid puddles. As for purely physical disabilities, England's greatest naval hero won his greatest battle while missing an arm. Jane's illness is based on an article about Mary Ingall's blindness, and also my wanting to shake things up in the book by killing her, but then deciding that seemed too depressing after I wrote out the rest of the outline. For those who do not remember their required childhood reading, or did not grow up in America, Mary Ingalls was the older sister of Laura Ingalls Wilder, who wrote the enduringly popular Little House on the Prairie series, about her adventures growing up in a pioneer family. In the series, when Mary Ingalls became blind, the book says that this was caused by scarlet fever. Scarlet fever was the most common cause of childhood blindness at the time, and then it gradually disappeared as a diagnosis, even before antibiotics, for reasons that are not fully understood. As a common and easily explainable cause of blindness, Laura Ingalls Wilder attributed her sister's blindness to that in the novels, but according to her memoirs, the actual cause of the illness had probably been spinal meningitis. Bacterial spinal meningitis still occasionally causes severe illness and death, and it was much more common and dangerous in this period. Mary suffered the same apparent stroke that I gave Jane, which was probably caused by the inflammation of the nerve which led to the face. I also found a paper describing the history of the treatment of spinal meningitis, which was diagnosed in the Regency period as dropsy of the brain. Dehydrating the patient was a common treatment, and honestly, all I know about whether it helped or harmed is that doctors today don't do it. This reminds me of a weird point, that there are plausible mechanisms for how bleeding might have moderately helped some of the most common illnesses. Human cells are usually far larger, more robust, and less fragile than bacterial cells, and by removing iron and other essential nutrients from the body, bleeding might have retarded their reproduction relatively more than it damaged the body. Also, moderate bloodletting was fully capable of lowering blood pressure in a world without antihypertensives. I don't think I actually have a message I mean to send with this, because the doctors who were prescribing bloodletting did not in fact have any idea what they were doing. It is fairly common for long-standing cultural practices to have beneficial effects that the people explaining why they exist do not actually know about. I spent the second half of 2020 and most of 2021 working on projects in other genres, so before and while writing this book, I read a lot of Pride and Prejudice novels to get my Elizabeth and Darcy mind working. Probably the most fun I had out of these was Abigail Reynolds' Conceit and Concealment, an alternative history novel where Napoleon conquered England in 1805 and Darcy is believed to be a traitor. Another favorite was Nameless by Julie Cooper. This is a delightful Jane Austen fan fiction retelling of Rebecca, I believe based more on the movie than the book. It was fun, tense, and involved deep feelings on the part of both Darcy and Elizabeth. It also, I need to confess, reminded me just a bit of Reader, I Married Him, my retelling of Jane Eyre as a Pride and Prejudice variation. In Essentials by Helen Williams was also amazing, intense, terrifying, and another novel dealing with a serious illness. Elizabeth appears to be dying during the course of the novel, and she is suffering from the same intensely painful condition, but not necessarily fatal, that the author suffered from. The scenes where Darcy believes that Elizabeth is on her deathbed were very sad and very sweet, as was the relationship between the two of them. For a final recommendation, that is Jane Austen fan fiction, but not Pride and Prejudice, I loved Fanny, a Mansfield Park story. I always have had a soft spot in my heart for Mansfield Park, and for weird and somewhat personal reasons, it was my favorite of the 6 novels Jane Austen wrote when I was a teenager. I also have always liked the idea of shipping Fanny with a sufficiently better, more moral, and more considerate Henry Crawford. My only real criticism of this variation is that it makes the hero become a bit too much like Mr. Darcy over the course of his journey, rather than keeping the ways he is a distinct character very clear. But on the other hand, doesn't every perfect man have a bit of Mr. Darcy in him? I also want to remind everyone that we can make the world a better place by helping those who are in desperate need get medicine, food, and medical attention. There are, of course, lots of other important ways to help, but donating to Doctors Without Borders every month is one of the ways I've chosen to help create a world that is just a little bit like the one I would like to see. Doctors Without Borders is literally stopping people from dying, and it makes me very happy to know that part of my money, which started as your money, my dear readers, thank you, helps make the surgeries, examinations, immunizations, and provision of antibiotics happen. And it makes me very happy when I receive emails from my readers who want to tell me that they are also choosing to be part of making this world a better, safer, and healthier place for everyone. I try to match 10% of what I spend on things that aren't health insurance, as opposed to what I earn, each year on donations to effective charities as a version of the Giving What We Can pledge. This might be too much for many people, but we all can give something. So join me. Pick some amount of money that you feel comfortable giving up, whether it is $10 a month or 1% of your income, or whatever you can afford joyfully, and help others. This has been Disability and Determination, an Elizabeth and Darcy story, written by Timothy Underwood, narrated by Virginia Ferguson. Copyright 2022 by Timothy Underwood. Production copyright by Timothy Underwood.